Madam Director. We're about 3 minutes late. So I want to just recognize that and have people gather their seats. I'm going to try to log on here, and there might be feedback, so. Hopefully it comes through.
Recording in progress.
All right, turn off the speakers. Very good. Thanks for everybody being here. I know we're 4 minutes late, and I apologize for that. My dad would be very upset. But in any event, thank you all for being here. For the record, I will note that we have a full quorum, Madam Director, and so with that, I will turn over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a publicly noticed regular meeting for the State Loan and Investment Board and the State Board of Land Commissioners. Typically, the board convenes first as the State Loan and Investment Board, and on the agenda this morning first is the Wyoming Business Council. They have a few matters for the board's consideration, so I would yield the floor to Director Durrell and his staff.
Thank you. I will recognize Director Durrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thank you, Director Scoggins, for that. Appreciate the time today. We have a number of items on the agenda today, two items for action. First and foremost are the approval or any changes to the April 7th, 2022 minutes from the Slib meeting. So we could do that first, and then we have three business-ready community applications that will require your consideration.
All right, thank you. I will entertain a motion. Let me ask if there are any corrections or comments on the minutes for April 7th first. If there are none, I would entertain a motion to accept them.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve the minutes from the April 7th, 2022 meeting.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded by the Secretary of State. With that, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries. Back to you.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Chairman, I will turn the presentation over to Mr. John Wendling on our investments team to walk through the BRC as a whole, as well as the three projects that we're bringing before you today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Josh. Hello, members of the board. Good morning. The first piece we'll go over is the BRC applications and financial summary of the BRC program. The total available funds are just over $34 million. We received three applications as of March 1st, and those account for about $6.45 million in requests. This is the final quarter of the biennium, and so we have plenty of funds there to fund these projects. The first project for your consideration comes from the town of Hudson. It's the Kansas Avenue Water Extension Project. The town of Hudson requests $215,513 community readiness grant dollars to extend the town's existing water line from Kansas Avenue, approximately 600 yards under the Little Paposia River, to Frank's Meats and the surrounding land. Hudson faces issues with the quality of their water. It's hard on equipment, and therefore some residents and the local business, Frank's Meats, must haul their water in, which can be cost prohibitive. The water quality has been a challenge for the town as well as their local water plant that they upgraded in 2010-2011. They are currently seeking a Slib loan to cover the cost of new pumps already in need of replacement at the plant. They're also bringing $33,000 in match to the project. That is over twice required on these types of projects and a community of this size. $27,000 of that match is brought by Frank's Meats. This extension will serve Frank's Meats and a potential convenience store expansion. Frank's is currently hauling water in due to their current well water's low quality, as mentioned earlier. It'll serve 4 to 5 local homes as well, or residents that must haul water in for use. The line will also be stubbed out to a surrounding 12 acres of land for potential business and or residential expansion. This will also provide a safety upgrade as installing a fire hydrant as well that'll allow for better truck access for the fire department there. This is a readiness project, but we want to provide some information about Frank's Meats, as they are a local employer that will immediately benefit from the water extension. Frank's is a local meat processor that currently employs around 20 people. With a planned expansion, they are projecting to create up to 20 additional jobs. They deliver products to Casper, Wheatland, Cheyenne, Glen Rock, and also out of state. Some considerations we looked at for this project, community engagement. This project is part of a larger water ecosystem improvement plan for the town. The Slib loan, which will cover that they are looking to get or hoping to get, will be for their pumps and also new water meters. Then the upside to that will be, with this project, there will be an anticipated or estimated increase in their enterprise fund from tap fees and use of the water from Frank's and the residents, and that'll allow for future maintenance and operations to improve the water infrastructure there. There is multiple community members that have submitted letters of support for the project. The local match is more than twice the requirement. For state considerations, this assists the local business expansion, has a potential to increase value chain for processing and disbursement, and it has a good strategy alignment as it adds value to core industries or the agriculture industry, which is one of the main industry in Fremont County. The funding request for this project was recommended unanimously by the WBC board. There are members of the community, I believe, there today, and we'd be happy to answer any questions as well.
Any questions for the staff from the members of the board? Any questions? I do have one, and I just was curious. I had asked yesterday about the status of the FEMA requirements for Hudson, and I don't know if the staff has any questions, but I'll certainly be asking that of the town folks if they are prepared. So for the staff of the Business Council, are you aware of any changes there?
Mr. Chairman, no, we are not.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah. The one question I asked that the Business Council couldn't, but they thought there'd be somebody from Hudson that could do this, was the in these type of facilities, there's always a lot of wastewater associated with that processing, and I wanted to find out whether or not the wastewater system was going to be able to handle it and what type of treatment that they did use.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, that would be another great question that hopefully the mayor can address.
Okay. Great. Any other questions for the staff?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
is Frank, and I apologize, I should have asked this in my briefing, is Wyoming Custom Meats the same as Frank's Meats? Or are those two different entities?
I believe those are two different entities, Auditor Racine.
I'll hold that question then, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions for staff? Hearing none. Who would like to approach the, please come up, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Mike Anderson. I'm the mayor of Hudson. We're very excited. We're so excited about this project. I know we have. So, and it's not short. This is an opportunity that Hudson has to add 20, 25 people to 20, 25 people to its employee base to address the issue. Frank's Meats purchased Wyoming Custom Meats, and now it's just one operation under there. We think this can help the town in a multiple of areas. The expansion of the water line underneath the river over to Frank's Meats will stub out into 12 acres of where we're hoping for some further ag development, ag business development, and maybe some housing development. The field right there is an alkali field right now, and it's not really suitable for development as agriculture. The Frank's Meats is looking at their, last year when it was Custom Meats, it was about 10 employees. It's up to 20 now, and over the next 2 to 3 years, they're looking at 20 to 25, and it looks real solid. You know, their numbers aren't just pulled out of the air. The project will include development of a retail meat outlet for them, where the convenience store will be. We've been having some discussions about what that's going to look like, and it's going to have, you know, the meat market, and then it's going to have some basic custom convenience store items. This is our third try at having a convenience store in Hudson. That's, the residents always wanted a convenience store so they can go get bread and things like that. We had one several years ago that started out as a grocery store and went to a convenience store. We had one that the town supported for about 2 years. And what we found is a convenience store is a need, but it has to have a corner thing to bench it together, and this meat market will do that. Any questions? You know, the staff has done a good job, and I appreciate Wyoming Business Council for all the work that they've put in and all the help they've put in. Questions?
Thank you, Mayor Anderson. Are there questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Auditor.
Mayor, thanks for driving down. This may come out a little clunky, but I guess, what's sort of the vision? What's your vision for Hudson? I mean, there's nowhere to live there. There's no place to buy and no place to rent. So is the anticipation that these added jobs live in Lander or Riverton, or how do you see that sort of fitting together?
Well, right now, 3 of the employees, the new employees, live in Hudson. This is in our long-term plan. We've been developing, as was mentioned, we're looking at a loan to upgrade the water system and the water meters and that. We have paved about 75% of the roads. And this fall, we're starting to tackle with the realtors in the area to find out what we can do to improve the housing. There is space available, if you will, to build houses. And then there's some rehab work that needs to be done on the existing houses. We're continuing to work on that. I think, and this is me, you know, and I'm from Hudson, so, but we keep thinking that if we start having jobs and middle-class families with good jobs moving in, or at least working in town, that they will upgrade their own properties. They'll buy some of the rental properties that are there now and improve them and improve the town overall.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for coming down. Do appreciate it. Just wondering, you talked a little bit about some of the upgrades you're going to do in your water systems. I'm just wondering what type of waste disposal system that the town has now, and if there's anything that you're contemplating.
It was a good question in regards to the wastewater coming out of the plant. We are processing that water now. The biological waste go into a septic type system and are pumped out from there. That doesn't enter our system. Right now, we're taking in all the water from their wells. And so there shouldn't be too much of an increase in the volumes that we have. We have a 2 lagoon system. We just repaired Lagoon 1, and as the weather breaks, we're going to be filling that back up, and we have the capacity to handle this, the incremental costs incremental volume that we have. Okay.
Thank you. Other questions? Mr. Mayor, maybe you heard me, but I know that you've been working with FEMA to remove the HESCO barriers that were part of that flood deal. I was concerned a little bit about what the status would be for some of the area here. Frank's, it would look to me as kind of out of that floodplain, but I'm not that familiar with it.
Yeah.
But there were some houses that might be served along the way. Would those be in the floodplain, and how is that being dealt with now?
FEMA is my favorite agency.
But they also have flood insurance.
Yeah,
so-
no, I'm just saying, we're working through that with them right now. We have a plan in place with Homeland and FEMA that will be removing the HESCO barriers in approximately middle of July to August. We've been working with Fremont County has volunteered to help us with this, and Job Corps volunteered to help us with that. We have a plan in place to remove the HESCOs and put them up on some of our land, and then get rid of it in the long term, cutting them out and things like that. We continually to work with the Corps of Engineers and some state agencies as far as solving that problem overall. The Frank's Mead is just outside the floodplain. As a practical matter, over the last 50 years, we've never had high water up to this place, and it's been raised up over as they built onto there to be above the floodplain. So we're addressing the HESCO barriers and trying to get a long-term plan in place. We've been working with some engineers that have some ideas, and the Corps of Engineers is looking at us for a pilot project or demonstration project. And so we are hoping we can solve that problem.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that was the only concern I had. They were being pretty dogmatic about what you had to do. And so I just wanted to get a sense of that. It does seem to me that there may be some other tools that you could use, like for the Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust, to be able to do some modifications in the river that could help sort of.
Yeah, Mr. Budd and I are meeting in a couple of weeks. I can't remember exactly the day, but we've been talking about that, and then the Corps has been talking, and Senator Loomis's office has been in, and they've got some ideas too. And I met with USDA midweek this week of trying to find some alternatives. Our issue is really the HESCOs needs to be cleaned up, but we need to have a long-term problem-solving thing there so we can eliminate the issue. We've identified several barriers in the river, real barriers, that could be removed and would probably reduce some of that. And then we've looked at developing some type of reservoirs where we divert some of the water out of the Middle Fork into some reservoirs. That will require work with BIA and the tribes, and we've had conversations. We haven't got very far on it, but we've had conversations, and the tribes have expressed some interest because it'd give them some water for their animals.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move approval of a $215,513 community readiness grant for the town of Hudson for the Kansas Avenue Water Extension Project.
I would second that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, it's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Mayor. Back to you, Director.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman. I will, I'll let John keep rolling.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you, Josh. The second project today comes from the town of Sinclair. It's the historic theater facade project. The town of Sinclair requests $240,000 in community project grants to stabilize and repair the exterior of the Sinclair Historic Theater. This will be the final phase of a multi-year project to ensure the historic theater is operational as a community gathering place. This project, wanted to mention, there is a $60,000 cash match, which is twice the required match on these projects and for a community of this size. A little bit about the timeline for the theater. In 2017, a feasibility study was done through the BRC program to determine a path forward for the theater. In 2019, an engineering firm was hired to design and manage renovation of both the interior and the exterior. The project was bid and awarded in the summer of 2020. However, during the construction, the town discovered the exterior of the building was painted with a product containing high levels of lead, which was not originally anticipated during the design phase. The cost to handle the lead paint safely and in compliance with all regulatory requirements was more than a budget would allow. So the town removed this work from their current contract and finalized the interior renovation and restoration work in October of 2021 for just under $2.2 million. So including the exterior work for your consideration today, the funding for that of $240,000, there will be a total project cost of $2.4 million to finish the theater. That is a 10-to-1 local to state dollars, and BRC money is the last money in. As we evaluated this project, we looked at community engagement and state considerations. For community engagement, the town continues to invest and improve in town infrastructure and livability. This includes several projects such as the fountain restoration project, historic town hall reno and rehab project, to name a couple. This theater project is the next step in the community's initiatives and overall plan. For state considerations, this leverages state funds. BRC investment is only 11% of the total project costs and all phases of this project. This project also aligns with the state's economic development strategy and by promoting regional connectedness. It helps to develop a public arts ecosystem across I-80 in the state. It also plays a big role in Sinclair to help sustainably develop its unique economy. The funding request was recommended unanimously by the WBC board for this project. There are members of the community, I believe, on today, and we'd be happy to answer any questions as well as a staff.
Thank you, John. Any questions for the staff? Any questions for the staff? Hearing none. I do know that Representative Burkhart is here. I don't know if he wants to speak to this, but anybody else that would like to approach the on this project, please feel free.
Governor, thank you. Members of the board. Just a little bit about Sinclair. As most of you know, a few years ago, the school had to close due to budget restrictions and that. And in most places, the schools are the center of the community, especially in the small towns. In Sinclair, the old Parco facilities, of which the theater is part of, have become the center of the community. They have a great park, theater. I've been in the inside of that theater, and frankly, at some point, I'd like to chair one of my committees at that theater. I think it would be a great venue. It's been restored. There's a lot of history there. If you look at the history of Sinclair, major contributor to the economy of the state. Right now, their biggest contributor is the refinery, which roughly 40% of all the fuel sold in Wyoming comes from that refinery. Small community, the theater and all of those facilities help tie that community together. There's only, I think, a handful of businesses there, a great restaurant. There's a convenience store that I noticed the other day is now for sale. So this is vital to me for the community to proceed and stay a good community with a lot of good people there. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions I can.
Thank you, Representative. And yes, I remember visiting that with you, and what a great feature for the town of Parco, Sinclair. That there is. Any questions for the representative? Thank you. You've done your job well. I do see that it appears Mayor Johansson is on. If you're wanting to address the board, it looks like you're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
There we go. Okay, how's that? Can you hear me now, Mr.
We
Chairman?
sure can.
Okay, first I would like to thank the Wyoming Business Council for helping us with moving forward with the project that we have. It has been a long process getting where we're at. And what is left is, of course, getting the outside done. As people come, we are now using the theater. We have had several concerts and some movies and comedians and other things. Venues come to the theater, and it's been a great venue for people in Carbon County. But as you go into the theater, you look at it, and the outside, there's places where it needs to be fixed. And that's what we're looking for, is getting that taken care of. And that's what this money is for. It's just been a real boon to Sinclair to have this theater up and running. And I've been on this project since the beginning, and I'm really proud of what we have accomplished so far as a town. Of course, we put the money towards the renovation. We have done all that. The town has done that by itself through different fundraising events and through the town itself. So that's where we're at, and we appreciate all the help we could get.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any questions for the mayor? Any questions? Well, Mr. Mayor, I want to just compliment the town on really an amazing job of not only just the theater, but all the facades on those buildings. It's truly unique and historic for Wyoming, and you have just done a remarkable job. So congratulations on all that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. I would move that we accept and adopt the WBC's recommendation to the town of Sinclair with a request of $240,000 in a community project grant for the historic theater facade.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. It's been moved by the secretary, seconded by the superintendent. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Mayor. Congratulations, Representative, and congratulations to the town of Sinclair. Thanks. John, I think it's back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, the final project or application comes from the town of Lyman. It is for the elevated assisted living facility. The town of Lyman requests $3 million business committed grant and $3 million in loan for construction of a 16,000 square foot assisted living facility. The proposed facility will be located on a 2.6 acre site in the downtown area across from Town Hall. This site will need all the necessary infrastructure, and upon completion will include 22 apartments, as well as a complete kitchen and dining area. The facility will serve up to 30. The facility will serve up to 32 individuals, where couples can be housed in some of the individual units. It is also designed to allow for future expansion if needed. The ROI on this project, or direct and indirect economic impact that we measured for the grant and a loan, was at 7.9 years. We looked at 4 areas when we were evaluating this project: job quality, company strength, community engagement, and state considerations. This project for job quality, this facility is creating 17 full-time equivalents at an average of $18.74 an hour, ranging from $15.35 to $38.46 an hour. The median wage for the county is $19.66 per hour. The number of jobs fits well with community size and local workforce availability. CNAs make up 11 of the 17 full-time positions at the facility. These jobs will be paid $15.35, which is above the median wage for healthcare support staff in UNT County, which is at $15.07 per hour. Also, to support the demand for filling these CNA jobs, there is a CNA program at the local high schools in Mountain View, Lyman, and Evanston through Western Wyoming Community College. This will provide a pool of entry-level workforce looking for local experience to work towards a full nursing degree at Western Wyoming Community College in Evanston or long-term employment as nursing assistants. This assisted living facility will provide currently available workforce a needed opportunity to be locally trained and eventually develop long-term sustainable careers in nursing or other healthcare positions. UNT County is very healthcare focused. It's the largest industry in the county. This facility and these jobs will help support a local industry that needs more support to provide services to workforce that is in the local petroleum mines, Kemmer mines, Rocky Mountain Power, as well as the possible incoming nuclear plant. The nearest living facilities are in Evanston and Rock Springs, and those are full. Because of this limited space, many families turn to the Wasatch Front in Utah for the care of their loved ones. This is where the conservatively estimated $1 million per year gets lost by Wyoming and the Bridger Valley due to lack of assisted living services in the region. For community engagement, market studies and a community plan have been done to determine the need for and importance of an assisted living facility in Lyman, as well as Southwest Wyoming. With another option for assisted living services, the healthcare ecosystem in the southwestern region of Wyoming will be enhanced. They are also working with other assisted living facilities in Evanston and Rock Springs who have shown a lot of support for this project. The Lyman facility location is also ideal in the downtown area of Lyman, as it is close to other needed support services and helps enhance the downtown and complements the new town hall building across the street. This project will also help to open housing in Lyman as residents move to the facility. The town is very limited on new residential and commercial developments, as is already landlocked due to surrounding privately owned land. For state considerations, there is good strategy alignment as it encourages communities to develop their own economies and invest in amenities that develop, draw, and retain a knowledgeable workforce. With this project, the BRC program recaptures 84% of the $6 million in grant and loan, or $3 million in loan, $1.3 million in interest, and $750,000 in revenue recapture from the grant, for a total of just over $5 million of the 6 back to the program. And finally, the town of Lyman would retain $2.25 million, or 75% of the grant recaptured, to increase community capacity for future economic development projects. This project's WBC board recommendation failed on a roll call vote. There were 7 no's and 3 yeses. We'd be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and there are members of the community that are available to answer questions and discuss the project as well.
Thank you, John. Mr. Wendling. Any questions for the staff?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah. I'm just curious, there are other programs that the Business Council has available that, they're not quite as I guess, lucrative as this one, but I don't know, have you ever blended a program that would be, 50% this and 50% another program, or something half the size of this in private financing? I'm just wondering what you've seen out there. This is a real good project for the community, but it looks like it's a little bit rich for us as far as what we're putting out. And I think we had some in large project loans. I think we had a 25% equity or 25% came from the developers. This is quite a little bit less than that. I'm just wondering if there's any pathway at all available to lend some grant money or some loan money to this, but not at this level. If there's anything else out there that you've seen work in the past or may work.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, we have, there has been recent projects where it worked with some federal funding options. I'd be happy, I can't speak historically as far as some of the loan programs we have. Josh Keefe could do that if you'd like that in more detail of what we could offer and how those could work together with our loan programs.
Thank you, Mr. Wendling. Mr. Keefe, do you have any thoughts on this?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I don't believe Mr. Keefe is on. I believe he's on his way to a JAC meeting up in Casper. It's possible he's joining us remotely, but I don't know if he is. Noel Reed could speak to it. I think the short answer is yes, there are ways to blend these. And we do have experience with that, with other federal funds or private funds. And Noel could probably speak to a little bit more clarity on that if she'd like. Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Thanks, Mr. Durrell. Mr. Treasurer, and Durrell basically answered it. Like we can definitely blend some programs. We could work with them on looking at USDA or SBA loans, things like that. So there are other options out there, and we'd be happy to work with the community and or the business on that.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Sounds like you have an advisor there.
I do. He's very helpful. Yes.
Thanks. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. For whoever can answer this, I mean, one of the challenges I think with this project is the pay range of the job for the state investment is not bad, but not stellar either. And my question is, when the analysis is done of these positions and the quality of jobs in the community, is a component of that benefits? Because a $15 an hour job is a different job if it comes with full health benefits. My assumption is that this is probably more of a part-time model, especially since we're thinking of high school students. So but that would be my question is, to me, a huge portion of the quality of a job is what surrounds it in terms of health insurance availability.
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam
Chairman,
Auditor. And go ahead,
Go
John,
ahead.
if you want to.
Noel,
Okay.
you're good. Yep.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Madam Auditor. And you're correct. We do look at the benefits, and some of the positions that are part-time that we calculate as full-time equivalents do not have benefits with this company, but some of the other positions like the facilities manager and some of those that would be full-time will offer benefits. And so we take that into consideration when we do our evaluation. We look at number of jobs, wages, benefits, and then also number of jobs in comparison to the size of the community. So those are some of the things that we look at under that job quality analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Superintendent.
Mr. Durrell, you mentioned the vote failed with the board. Could you review for us what exactly the reasons were for why it failed with the board?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Superintendent, thank you for that question. I think it's a good question. And as Mr. Wendling mentioned, this did fail our board's recommendation 7-3. So their recommendation was a no. And I think that comes down to three primary reasonings. The project as a whole, I think the board really understood, really thought was a good project and one that would be right for this community. However, the reason behind the vote, I believe, came down to these three items. One is that, are the jobs and wages worth the investment that we're putting in? Are we the right agency to fund this as an economic development agency who's mostly focused on primary job creation or attraction of primary jobs? And finally, as the majority investor in this project, should we be that big of an investor in a project like this? While in other projects that are similar, we've been a very small or minority investor in that. And so I think those were the three big concerns that our board had, and that's why the vote came out that way. Did that answer your question, sir?
Yes, sir, it did. Thank you.
Thanks. Yes, Mr. Secretary.
And Mr. Durrell, following up kind of on that question, and this is a question that I had asked during the briefing, and I understand the jobs part of that. On the last two factors you mentioned, I note that we have previously given grants, WBC grants to healthcare facilities, assisted living facilities, nursing home type facilities in 2 or 3 different communities in Wyoming. And could someone tell me, was our investment in WBC funds in those facilities much smaller, such that made them palatable? And how were those investments different than this request?
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Secretary, yes, that is really the case in the more recent past, within the last 2 years, as we really focused in on that job creation and making sure that good jobs are created in a community, as well as leveraging state funds further. We have seen at least 2 facilities that were funded, but again, at an amount that was, I believe, somewhere between 10 and 25% were state funds, and the remainder of the project made up that 75 to 90% of the project. And I'm guessing Ms. Reed could get down to the brass tacks on whether that was actually 10% or 13% in those, but that's really the case in the projects that we've seen in the recent history, where we have looked at leveraging state funds further and in more into that 10 to 25% range.
And thank you. And I would note that I recall those other projects had some private equity thrown in, or private loans, and whereas this project does not.
I believe that is correct, sir, that it was a combination of federal funds, private funds, and then state funds.
Thank you. Thank you. Further questions? And Mr. Secretary, you know, one of the things you prompt for me in that discussion is that I think when I was serving as treasurer, there was sort of a view that there were pots of money in the state that you just had to figure out how to access them for applicants. And I've really asked the Business Council to be much more directed. I do think, to the point that a couple of you have made, there are other sources of funding, and I'm trying to get those, or at least my suggestion has been to have those much more directed to what the purposes are. And to help assist with that, which doesn't mean that we're categorizing or we're trying to, you know, differentiate specifically, because we can work together to get some projects done. But I do know that in the past, sometimes the Business Council has, and I remember one former Business Council board member talking about needing to sprinkle fairy dust all around the state, and we don't have the funds to be able to do that. So that's been one of my concerns. So, thanks.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
I think one of my concerns is, it seems like this is a little bit of a change, or they're trying to, I guess, the business council is trying to find its way as far as what guidelines that they're going to have. And I'd like to try to find out a manner in which we could get that a little bit better defined, so people that are going to the business council don't waste their time with, I guess, things that aren't going to get even see the light of day. And so to that, I guess I'll ask a kind of a leading question to the folks there, as far as the board, had this been a request for a $1 million grant or something in that 10 to 25% range of the cost of the project, would the vote been do you believe it would have been a favorable vote? Just to kind of give people some guidance that they don't come in and ask for 100%, but if they come in, their top is in that 10 to 25% range.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Treasurer, that is, your comments are well taken. And that is something that we have been working on, is providing much more direct guidance, and those, it is a little bit more gray than being, very direct about this is what is a winning application and this is what is not, because the nuance does come in with the community size and the project itself. And so we work through that. And actually, this process has been very, very helpful to communities as well as our team to create those guidelines. And so these discussions are really part of it, because economic development is not as scientific or as you can make it, as you would like to make it. But that is something we are working on. And I can only tell you how the board voted on this one and how the board has voted on others, to say that would likely have created a much different discussion at the board meeting. Likely had been more palatable if it was a smaller percentage of the total, and that there were other sources and we were able to leverage those state funds. So those are things we're working on. We call it our investment thesis. We do have those guidelines, and we typically speak about those when we're working with the community to help them understand the game that they're playing, because we don't also want to waste their time. However, having said that, I don't know if this process is a waste of time for a project of this scale, because what it creates is the diligence that a community needs to go through regardless of the funding source. And so while we would like to make it as easy as possible on a community, we also realize that the work that it takes to create these applications and to go in front of our board and this board is actually very, very helpful. And I think we actually see that in a project today with the town of Sinclair, who came before our board, asked for the full amount 2 years ago. It was declined, but the community learned some things. They took those things to heart, made that project better, found other sources of funding, and then returned to finish the project and leverage state funds in a better way. So while I would love to be able to hand someone, here is the recipe, sometimes the process does take a bit of time. But your comments, Mr. Treasurer, are well taken, and it's something that we are working on very diligently to make it, to make it as efficient as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Thank you, Director. Any further questions for the staff? If there are none, I ask if the mayor, Mayor Shelton, or excuse me, Mayor Jorgensen is here, and I do know that Travis Shelton has his hand up. So.
Yeah. Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Let me recognize the mayor first.
I am not the mayor.
Oh.
Mayor Berg is on the shutdown.
I apologize. All right. Thank you.
I am Thane Peterson. I am the attorney for the town of Lyman.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you.
So let me have Mr. Shelton then address. I'm trying to do this in right form. So, Mr. Shelton.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate your consideration of our project. I actually have a lot of pride in the state that I live in, that someone, from a small rural town can have their ideas heard by the mayor and then the highest levels of government in our state. And I want to thank you guys for considering us, and also the Wyoming Business Council for the help that they've given us and direction that they've given us and all the work that they've put in. It's pretty amazing, like the community that we live in. I'm really proud to be living in this state. I know that we're asking for a lot, but I want you guys to consider how much the project like this would benefit our community. So you have to consider that in Lyman, this building would be one of the most beautiful buildings in our town, and it would also be one of the largest employers. While 20 employees doesn't sound like a lot in our community, it would be huge. Besides the school, it would be one of the biggest employers. As far as the average salary, the average wage, hourly wage, did not include benefits. That's something I wanted to clear up. So benefits are going to be added to all the full-time employees, but that was not calculated into our hourly wage. And also the owner's wages were also excluded. So when we include the benefits and also the owner's wages, we're well above the county average. So I believe that should be brought into consideration. But I want you to also consider how much of an economic boom this would be to our community. So by keeping people who need healthcare the most in a healthcare driven county, instead of letting them move away, it's going to help everyone who's in healthcare in our area. So it's pretty immeasurable. Instead of grandma moving away and family having to go visit her, we're going to be able to keep them here. They're going to see local doctors. They're going to see local healthcare providers, and our facility will benefit directly. And all the family has to come visit grandma. So now all of the other businesses that were guaranteed to miss out now get the reverse. They get an opportunity to capture families coming in to visit their loved ones. I also think just the immeasurable cost of being able to keep these residents in their community. It's just so healthy for seniors to be able to spend their last years of life in the community that they know and love. And I think a true measure of a community is how well they care for their elderly and their sick. And I think it's a true sign of a loving community that actually would go to this much length to care and provide for them. By doing it in this forum, the town of Lyman gets to benefit. We could go through a private loan, we could go through banks, and we could get this funded, but the losers would be the town. Because if we do it in this way, the town gets to recapture that. And then the residents can take pride as our town grows and economic projects appear. They can see, they can take pride that the money that they're spending is actually going right back into their state and right back into their town. And I really think that healthcare is an underrated industry. It's recession proof. It's not like the oil industry that goes up and down. It's going to grow. And as the population ages, it's going to become even more of a need. And it's always constant and will always be there, no matter what the ups and downs of the economy are. But again, I just want to thank you guys for considering our project. And I hope you take that into consideration when you consider a vote for our project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Or Mr. Governor, I will tell you that just taking the temperature of what I've heard of the board so far is, I don't think we need to sell you on the quality and efficacy of the facility. I do want to mention a couple of things about it. The location that would be provided by the town is within a block of 5 different medical facilities, including public health, including a family practice, chiropractor, audiologist, and an audiologist, an eye doctor, optometrist or ophthalmologist. I'm not exactly sure what you are, Mr. Shelton. and physical therapy. The location is ideal. I think with this discussion, Your Honor, between whether or not we could do another facility or another mechanism for funding this, misses three key aspects I think are very important. And why I think this is the manner in which to fund this rather than going to private equity or going through another governmental program. The first one, and primarily from the town's perspective, who I represent, is it leads us out in the cold. The money that we would generate from this project being recaptured by the town would fund a number of different projects that we have on the horizon that we just would need funding for. And if we didn't get it through a mechanism such as this, which is self-generating, we would be back to this board or other facilities to fund those sorts of things. The town of Lyman is at a crossroads where 86% of all of the traffic goes through a crossroads that's completely in Bridger Valley, that's completely undeveloped. We have the ability with some of this funding and this planning to capture 5 or 6 businesses that are in the community, and we've had other people indicate that they would like to build at this crossroads, but they do not have the infrastructure there that the town wouldn't be able to build. Particularly, there was a bar and a restaurant that couldn't get a liquor license because it was too close to another one and wanted to come into the town. We have a Love's truck stop within a couple of miles that wants the infrastructure to do so, but the town didn't have our side of the funding to get the infrastructure to them that would provide a number of different jobs. So by going through ARPA, SBA, or one of these other mechanisms, the town would not, that money would go to a different location than the town would be allowed to do. The second issue that if we went through these private equity firms is we'd lose control. One of the issues is if you have a major investor from another location, they can dictate ownership, control. We would probably most likely have to go out of the state, even out of the region, to get a lot of that private equity funding. We in Bridger Valley and our local hospital have seen the results of what happens when there's a buyout as these facilities are leveraged to another, leveraged in part of larger groups, management changes, quality changes. Local control not only is better in government, it's also better in business. And by not seeking these outside large-scale investors, we would maintain control, we'd be able to maintain quality, we wouldn't be sold off. We all know the nightmare scenarios that we hear from this industry in particular about large institutional programs and how they sometimes treat our seniors. The third reason why this would be the best method is, frankly, speed. We started this process more than a year ago, trying to come up with a mechanism to do this. I do believe this is a quality enough project we could get outside funding. It would take us probably another year or two. I want you to note, please, that our grant writer in this case is a director of another facility in the area. We actually have the support of our competitors in the region because there is such a need in this community for this. They have waiting lists so long that we could absorb them and still have years of waiting lists in the community for this sort of facility. There is, this time element is not just, I know you often think of 5, 10, 15-year plans, but our members of our community can't and don't think that way. My own parents are 80 and 79 respectively. We are helping care for them the best they can. We have an aging community. Bridger Valley is often shut down by I-80 in the wintertime, a large majority of the time. I've had family members have to be placed in facilities in Idaho and Utah, shut off for a long period of time from them. This $1 million that the Business Council estimated for loss, that's just loss in the money to the facility itself. We are not, that's not considering the money that essentially we pour in bucket loads into Utah and Idaho every year because of lack of these facilities. So I understand this is a big ask. I understand that we could get multiple other sources if we had more time, but we're losing time, we would lose control, and the big loser would be the town of Lyman being able to use these recapture funds for other programs. I submit for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Peterson? Mr. Treasurer,
A question. To me, that the equity, I'd like to see it a little bit higher by the private investors. Well, what would be the possibility of that being and doubled and going up to rather than $500,000 up to $1 million, and reducing the grant and loan proportionally?
I do think, and I believe that Mr. DeRue and Mr. Shelton, who are the business owners, would have had opportunities and gone out and looked, and there are potential other investors. Of course, it's healthcare. It's, I believe, the largest driver outside of government in the country as far as funding goes. But again, the town of Lyman has been less interested in looking at that, of course, because then for every dollar that goes to an investor in a big firm, in a big out-of-state company, or even another governmental program, the town, that's $1 of reinvestment we lose. But that may be a question that you could ask, that Mr. DeRue or Mr. Shelton could answer.
Mr. Shelton, if you want to respond to that, I'll recognize you.
Yes, that's actually something that I did want to address too. So the high cost of this project is a way conservative estimate based on a really crazy construction market. So we actually made these projections at the peak of the construction, and we were looking into the future of what we think it would cost. And we think that these are very conservative. We think we probably could build the building for less, but it was we didn't want to come up and ask for too short of money. But we actually think that the project is going to cost probably considerably less than what was estimated. And I just want to remind the board as well that the town of Lyman is committing cash of $300,000 roughly, and land of $110,000, and the private equity owners are contributing $550,000. So combined, we're at $900,000+ that we're putting into the project. If this project was built a couple of years ago, that would easily make up a quarter. But because of crazy construction prices, we're guessing what the cost of this building is going to be, and it's really hard to guess. And we guess really conservatively, and I think that that's actually hurting us when we come to ask. But when we actually get the actual cost of this building, we estimate it's going to be less, and we think we could build it for less. But we were just being conservative, and it kind of made us, I think it kind of came back to hurt us. It made it so expensive that it came back to hurt us. But we just didn't want to under ask and then have to be short on money when it came time to build, if that makes sense.
And I would mention, Governor and the board, that overestimate the cost was actually a recommendation that came from the Wyoming Business Council. The first time we came in, it was about $1 million, give or take less. And they said, well, if the problem is what happens with cost overruns. So that was actually a recommendation of members of the council.
Mr. Peterson, Mr. Shelton, thank you. Mr. Treasurer, follow up on any of that?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I was going to, propose an amendment that we do just what I said. It was to take the private up to $1 million and reduce it proportionally with the grant and the loan. But that seems like the folks that are in this are that wouldn't work for them.
Okay.
So I'm just
Let
gonna.
me
let it roll.
recognize secretary. I have the secretary, then I have the auditor. So Mr. Secretary, and then I have the superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think my specific question on the other funding was not necessarily out-of-state investors or just purely private equity, but what about your community banks? Was a business plan presented to them for a portion of this? So you get that community support locally that could reduce this amount? Was that ever a request by you folks?
It wouldn't have been from the town. I know that that Elevated Living has gone to some of those and have had not handshake deals, but expressions of interest. And I will tell you, if you want to make this contingent on us raising $1 million in private equity, I don't want to give that would not be our first choice, but we'll take it. And thank you for it, because that's what it's desperately needed in this community. I do not know when Mr. DeRue or Mr. Shelton has told me personally that they have had inquiries of private investments, maybe some locally, but I would let them address that.
Thank you. I do see Mr. DeRue has his hand up. And I apologize if you had it up for an earlier response. It's a little hard to crack everything. So Mr. DeRue, without objection from the secretary, I'll let you address the board if you'd like. Mr. DeRue appears to have, oh, no, he's back on.
Okay, I apologize. My internet dropped, so I lost the last minute or two of conversation. But Chairman and the rest of the board, really appreciate your consideration. Again, I apologize. I lost the last couple of minutes of comments, but I believe if the board was open to an amendment where us as the business owners were to contribute $1 million, I believe I can speak on behalf of myself and Travis. That we believe we could come up with those funds if the board would consider that amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeRue. Any follow-up on that, Mr. Secretary?
Yeah, my specific question, Mr. DeRue, was whether or not you have sought financing from your local or community or county banks.
Yes, excellent question. So we have approached the banks with this as a possibility. Generally, they have steered us towards potentially looking at an SBA loan as a potential option, as well as USDA loans. The downside of those projects is that we would need to come up with 25 to 35% of the down payment. And again, potentially looking at, is it a possibility to, instead of doing the full, $5 to $6 million that we estimate this project will cost, if we potentially went for a smaller amount, if that might be an option. So that's something we could certainly explore with them. Or alternatively, as private investors, both as the owners and investors, we could potentially explore that as a potential funding source as well.
Thank you, Mr. DeRue. Any follow-up, Mr. Secretary? Madam Auditor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, a question. I have a question and then sort of a statement for Mr. Shelton. One of the points you made was the owners' hourly rates are not included in the average. What are the hourly rates that you use to calculate for the three owners?
Am I on?
Yes.
You got me? Okay. I don't have that right in front of me, but it is a salary of $58,000 a year for three owners. And that comes out to 30 something an hour. I don't have it right in front of me, but it's about 30 something an hour for three owners that we live here locally as well. And I think should be considered into the equation as well.
And if I may, use of the phrase owners makes it sound like they're just sitting back and taking in the money. We're talking about, my understanding, Mr. Shelton, you can correct me, essentially the director of the facility, the head nurse, who is a registered nurse, and one other manager. It's not just they're sitting back and taking those.
Yes.
They're actually
Yes,
employees.
that's right, Dane. So the official positions would be the CFO, the president, and the chief operations manager is the actual job title. So the nurse and some of the other ones that Thane mentioned are included, but the CFO, the president, and the chief operations manager are the positions that and we'll be working full time, I'm sure. But yeah, so those were not included as well.
And my knowledge of Mr. Shelton and the type of business this is, even if the CFO is probably going to be moving a mop from time to time, not just sitting in his office. So.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, and one follow-up, more of a statement, and Thane, thanks for driving over. It is not a short drive, and thank you for being here. And this is going to sound pretty direct, but you made a statement specifically that it's really impossible to do 5 and 10-year plans. We have a state full of small towns, and in fact, I won't point them out, but there's a couple of folks in this room who have very sophisticated 5 and 10-year plans and are looking down the road, 2, 3, 5, 9, 10, and have maps, and here's what street we're replacing 5 years from now, and here's the triage. And so I would just really dispute that our small towns are unable to make plans for 5 and 10 years. And in fact, I think one thing, I can only speak for myself, but the Business Council offers really, really useful planning grants in small amounts that we really, I think, like to give out, because granted, we never like to waste money, but we would much rather spend $50,000 and say, okay, we have, and right-size projects for different sized communities. We just did one for Shoshone, I believe, at our last meeting, which is a substantially smaller town. So I think that might be a good item in the future too for Lyman to consider as you plot your course forward.
And Madam Auditor, I believe I've either misstated or misunderstood in what I was saying. The town of Lyman does make long-term plans. As a matter of fact, I think we're very good at it. The loss is not to the town of Lyman, it's to the people who need that facility today that can't wait 5 or 10 years to move into those facilities. It's not the town that hurts, though of course, sooner is always better in this sort of thing. It's people like my parents. 5, 10 years from now, they will be 90 plus living in a facility far away. It's not the town that's being hurt by that delay. It's for the people that would be served by this property, this business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson, and thank you, Madam Auditor. Mr. Peterson, we like to have this a casual kind of conversation, because I think that's the way it works the best. But I would admonish you just a little bit to wait until being recognized. Thank you.
No follow-up right now,
okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Peterson, the last comment you made, it would be not the town that's hurt, but the actual people who aren't being serviced, but the town would be hurt, correct, with the money that's lost?
Yes, definitely. And if I understand your question, by seeking private equity, the town would lose out in that money. And then additionally, there was some discussion made, and I would reiterate that the members of the community desperately need this sooner rather than later. Additionally, we have programs that are in partnership with Western Wyoming College for these CNA programs. A lot of very skilled, including my own daughter, taking these CNA programs. Then there is no work in the community. It's not just a high school student. These are people that are college level students or seeking jobs in the community that then have to go outside. It does, having lack of this type of business, especially for young people, does create a brain drain in the area.
And just to follow up real quick, Mr. Peterson, did I hear you say up to $1 million would be lost to the facility if you didn't go this route and if you went the private equity firm route. And how much more would be lost to the town, the community beyond that?
And again, I apologize if I'm saying that every dollar that goes in from private equity, though, like I indicated to our esteemed treasurer, we would take what we can get because we need the facility. But every dollar that's private equity is not a dollar that can be reinvested into the community. I believe that's the point I was trying to make.
Yeah. So I for one, find your 3 reasons very compelling for going this route versus the private equity route. The one being it would leave Lyman out in the cold. You would lose local control. Thought you made a good point. That's not only better for government, but for business and the speed factor. I find those 3 reasons very compelling.
Thank you.
Personally.
Thank you, Ms. Well, for Mr. DeRue, Mr. Shelton, and Mr. Peterson, I grew up in the town of KC, which is substantially smaller than Lyman. And I remember it took us a number of years working with the Community Foundation and private folks locally to put together the Mikey Bunkhouse, which would serve many of the same requirements. It was a place that people could retire to when they lived in the town, so they wouldn't be forced to move to a place they didn't recognize, particularly at a vulnerable age. It was one that was meant to sort of help secure the economic opportunities in KC. I don't remember if we actually solicited a business council grant, but I do know the majority of that was raised locally by area ranchers who were concerned about what would happen to their parents. It was also somewhat sized to meet what we were able to raise. So I guess the question I have you looked at the Community Foundation, number one, and looked at taking some time to do that? As I say, it took us a number of years to be able to amass the capital to do that. But then secondly, I guess I'm curious about sizing it so that it is within your means to be able to run that. And that leads to the last question, which is, running an assisted living facility, if I remember correctly, requires having a dietitian who's licensed and meals that are prepared and a number of those things. And as you look out over the transom, and I see basically the building project here, but I don't see necessarily what the sort of longer term business plan is and whether you have the capacity in place to be able to keep running it, even if there are additional requirements, and to what degree you would depend on Medicaid reimbursements and those kinds of things. And those are all questions I have about this particular facility.
First of all, and I think it was Mr. Drew and Mr. Shelton who indicated the half of the getting local money, they were still able, so it would take that amount of time after as far as the size of the facility goes, of course it's down, but the business plan or the review by the economic evaluator is the ideal amount. There's always fun at the scale of having more, having facility, getting circle people. Second aspect of that is to the extent we know there's a waiting list for that now. They get an informal, both formal and informal review or request for interest and to the group. This facility we're over today is probably double the amount that as far as the owners of the business
Simply the community foundation, but I think maybe the owners can speak to that. Mr. Shelton or Mr. Giroux, if you would like to address.
I would be happy to address that question. I think Thane's mic was off, so I didn't quite hear what he was saying, but I hope I'm not repeating anything. So we do have a 28-page thorough business plan that we submitted to the Wyoming Business Council. We're aware of all the state regulations, dietitians, registered nurses. We have a very detailed business plan. And the Wyoming Business Council's problem with our project wasn't necessarily that the business would be successful or that it wasn't a good plan or that it wasn't a good idea. It wouldn't be successful. We have had 2 market analyses done, both that support the size of the building that we're building. And we did a experimental ad in the newspaper, 1 newspaper ad and 1 Facebook ad. And we now have a waiting list to get into the facility. The success of the business is not really like the question. It's the form of financing that is the problem. And we have talked to banks. We actually started with SBA loans. We have several private investors, quite honestly, they're tripping over themselves to invest locally and out of state. The reason that we did this model, and it's the more painstaking, time-consuming model, honestly, is because we wanted the town of Lyman to benefit. So we think that there's magic in the working with the town and the money that we generate going back to the town and being able to tell our citizens that are our residents that the dollars that they spend are just going back into their community. We think that that's the beauty and the magic of the whole thing. We absolutely can go different routes, but we think this route benefits the community the most. So it's not like we're desperate and this is the only way that it could be funded. We think it's the best way, and we're willing to take the time and jump through all the hoops and the meetings and when we could have just grabbed money from an outside investor, owned a smaller percentage, and just been done. Honestly, we probably could have broke ground, but we feel like doing it this way is smarter. The state gets to benefit. The state gets a return on their investment. The town gets a return on their investment. The community gets to give right back in. It just seems like a win-win. And we think it's worth the wait and worth the pain and agony of everything that it requires to go through. So, but yes, we could do all of those other ways. We're not at a roadblock. Those are all possibilities. We just think this is the best way.
So Mr. Shelton, I appreciate that, and I truly understand that. As I say, we did a very similar thing proportionally in KC, but it was, it was locally funded and locally raised, took several years to do, took some substantial lead donors, but in the end, exactly the model you're talking about was perfected in KC. So I guess that was really what I think I heard you say is that we looked at all the options, and the one we thought made the most sense was to approach it from this angle. And I recognize the need. There's always going to be a need, but there's always a risk. I mean, you've no doubt read about senior care that has failed, and people that have challenges, and I guess that's, as a rancher, I always wish I had a bigger ranch, and I always wish I had more cows, but whether I can actually make that work, I can on paper, but I don't know as I can practically. And that's, I guess, those are the questions I guess I was asking. And if the Business Council did that, perhaps they can opine on that a little bit, but I think what I understood you to say was, we looked at all the options. We wanted to make sure that investment stayed local. And the best way we thought we could do that was to seek a business council grant like this. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, that is correct.
All right.
I think the other thing to mention too, just to, you're right. I think there is risk, there always is risk. I think things that help support us though are the fact that the local competitor wrote our grant because she knows that the need is so great that she cannot fill the need. And it's a growing need. Every assisted living facility in our area is full. So it would be hard to believe that if we built one that we would be the only one that struggled. So I am in healthcare. I'm connected to all the medical professionals. My brother is an assisted living facility manager, certified manager. We all have experience in business and healthcare and experience in the industry. We have the support of the town and we have the support of the other local providers that want us to be successful. In the words of the Rock Springs Assisted Living Facility, it's in their best interest that we run a good business and give this line of industry a good reputation. So they will do anything they can to help us. It's a more of a helpful environment than a competitive trying to step on each other environment. I think the chances of success are really good and really high, and the risks are pretty low.
Okay, thank you. Further follow-up? Yes, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, and I apologize, my microphone was off before. One follow-up to one question you had is, of course, my understanding is the facility will take Medicaid, but also we have a significant above average amount of people with pensions and long-term health care because the two biggest employers in the region are the Trona Mines and Education.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Further questions? Further questions? Hearing none, I would ask for the pleasure of the board.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll attempt the amendment, and the amendment is to reduce the grant and the loan by $250,000 each, and to approve contingent of the showing that there has been an increase in the private equity participation, and that the state's dollars will be the proportionally, I guess, they'll go out with the completion of the project, and any funds that are left will be remitted back to the Business Council.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. And I guess I'm a little bit concerned about the term private equity, which would imply a firm, but I think you're talking about private investors. Right, okay, thank you.
Whether the original investors come up with more, or whether or not I'm not, having this as a condition, but I'd rather see, 2 or 3 more people in the community step up and put some money in it, because that's it just seems like you need more money to start with in case some things go sideways. I don't envision them going sideways, but it's I'd feel a lot more comfortable with it.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. So if I understand, and I just wanted to ask you a little bit more on this, you're asking that the grant request be reduced to $2,750,000. The loan request $2,750,000. Then we have a cash and an in-kind. Did you? You're talking mostly cash, I presume.
We're increasing that cash by $500,000.
Okay, 500.
The cash and in-kind by 500,000, and it's. but
Cash
just
and
the cash.
in-kind
No,
or just
the
cash?
cash.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Board members, you've heard the motion. Is there support for the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. That motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I'm struggling with this, as I think we all are. It's clear that this is a good project that should move forward, and I very much hope moves forward. In the words of our legislature, though, I'm struggling to determine if it's ready for prime time. You know, I'm maybe not receiving entire clear messages. I think I heard that, you know, we needed to move very quickly to expedite this process, but then I've heard that this is the slowest method for funding and that it would actually be much quicker and much more expeditious to go through the community. So I'm struggling a little bit there. I think that we've had multiple projects come to us like this, and the Sinclair project was a good example that have maybe been refined a little bit and come before us with a different manner where we're a little smaller player. And just a little math, and I understand it's you know, there's other nuances, but if we look at the 17 jobs created, the state's investment is $352,000 per job at, you know, a wage that is not a livable wage. It is not a living wage. So that's not an investment I'm willing to make today. So I will not be supporting this motion at this time. I hope this project moves forward, and I think the state could be a partner, maybe in a slightly different format or at a dollar amount, but I'm struggling to get the math to work in my head right now where I'm comfortable.
Well, Mr. Chairman, let me help a little bit with the math. It doesn't stop here because the town of Lyman has that roughly this time about a $2 million to continue with other, I guess, economic development. So the way this program is set up is that it actually develops seed money that goes into the community. So the economic development doesn't stop with this project. It actually is encouraged and accelerated within the community for the local governmental entity that then has I guess, seed money to move forward with other projects. So it's not like it's gone. So you're actually just allowing the community in part of the state that's the Bridger Valley to actually have that seed money to continue the economic development. So the 17 jobs doesn't stop at the 17 jobs. It moves on with the other opportunities that were mentioned as far as truck stops or other different types of economic development. I'd certainly, if this was the type of an economic development system that just stopped, you gave them the money, they built the project, and then that's all you saw, I could walk away with this one really easy. It's not a problem to walk away from that. But the really benefit is the benefit to the whole community and a benefit for future economic development, where they won't have to come back to the Business Council or to this board. They'll have that opportunity within their system to do revolving loans, to do other things that will benefit and grow more jobs over the course of time.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Thank you, Madam Auditor. Further comment, further discussion? Just because I feel awkward about making recommendations without asking the people who have put those recommendations forward, I'm just going to recognize Josh Durrell or one of his staff if they have any thoughts about how this would affect their ongoing discussions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And would you mind kind of clarifying those ongoing discussions? Do you mean ongoing economic development activities within the town, or the ongoing servicing of this particular project if the amendment is taken?
Actually, Josh, what I guess I'm saying is, I know you have other projects in the queue. I don't know if you made the recommendations and that adjusted how your expectations for the program, the business council program, were gonna go. And I just wanted to give you an opportunity to opine because, we would be putting back in play money that you had taken out, so.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I think it's a good question. And we do look at the projects that are coming down the pike and the money that we do have. And while I can't tell you what the funnel looks like 100%, I can tell you that there are other projects in the queue. Many of them, may fit the Economic Development Agency's purpose better. But I guess what I would say is it's appropriate, and we probably have the room right now to look at this project on its own merits and not really confuse it with other projects. I think that would be acceptable to us at the Business Council. Hopefully that answers your question.
So following up, is this workable?
Mr. Chairman, I guess, is it workable? I think there are a couple of things to think about. With regards to sort of the amendment and how that would work, I know that this doesn't help the expediency of it, but I would suggest that the community take what has already been done, take the comments from this board and from our board, and rework this application to better, to be more clear, take this as a step in the right direction if they so choose, and utilize it again. I would suggest that would make it more clear for the community. I think it would make it more clear for this board. It would make it more clear for my board, and it would help get closer to the purpose that we have as an agency, I believe, if that were to happen. I also want to be clear that, yes, the model of the Business Ready Communities program is to keep the money in the family, so to speak, and make sure that we build local capacity, which is important to us. However, I will say that it's not just money that builds local capacity. It is that planning that Madam Auditor mentioned. It is having the resources from a human perspective to do that economic development. And it takes practice over time. And so an infusion of a few $1 million for economic development activities, while it sounds like that's the answer to all problems, it is not. It is sort of a crawl before you walk situation. And so for all of those reasons, I might suggest to take away the comments that have been made today, which are really good and I think help the project. Take those, move them into a new application that is more well thought out, more laid out, and paint the future picture as we've seen with the town of Sinclair, for example, and readjust their proposal or their application for this project. And I think that would make us feel more comfortable. I think it would create a better product for the community and for the state.
Thank you, Director Durrell. I think you make a good point too, just to make that point again. Simply because you're turned down on one application doesn't mean you can't rework it. Madam Auditor, I think you were reaching for the button.
Mr. Chairman, very quickly, and I apologize, but I want to catch this while we still have the town and participants on the phone. I think, and I apologize, I don't remember who, I believe it was Mr. Peterson, mentioned a truck stop that was interested in going in, but infrastructure, the town couldn't quite get the final mile of the infrastructure. Let's see that project too. I mean, that sounds, I'd be interested in seeing that. So I apologize, not terribly relevant to the motion, but I wanted to make that point before we finish up.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there further discussion? So the motion before us, just to restate, reduce the grant request from 3 million to 2,750,000. The loan request in a similar fashion from 3 million to 2,750,000, and to increase the cash match from $269,590,000 to $500,000 round, keeping the in-kind match of 111 in place. That's the motion. Mr. Treasurer, I believe, is that correct?
No, what I wanted to do, the 269, I think, came from the town, and the 110 came from the town. I wanted to increase the 550 basically to 1,550,000. Well, to 1,050,000, but keep the matches from the town where they were.
Okay, so you're asking for the difference between $269,590,000 to raise it to $1 million cash match.
But from the private sector, the 269 came from the public sector, the town. I wanted that was going to be in addition to that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that was the way you rephrased it was less than what less cash, but you should get close to like $1,319,000 or something like that in cash.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Is the seconder of the motion okay with the clarification? Okay. All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Okay, this is division. So I'm going to do a roll call. Mr. Superintendent is an aye. Mr. Secretary is a no. Madam Auditor is a no. Mr. Treasurer
Aye.
is an aye. The chair is a no. I do think that it would be good to rework this and come back. And these are great projects, and I certainly understand the merit. But these are tough choices. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Secretary. So then the question that the Secretary has raised is a good one. Do we need to affirm the Business Council's recommendation? And quite frankly, and Josh, correct me if I'm wrong, or Director, I think you just had a vote. I don't know if there was a recommendation. Is that correct, Mr. Durrell?
Mr. Chairman, our board did recommend a no funding.
Okay.
So.
All right.
Move the board's recommendation, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, the board's recommendation has been moved by the treasurer. Is there support for that?
Second.
Has been seconded by the auditor. And I'll forego discussion unless there's a reason. All in favor of the board's, reaffirming the board's motion, the Business Council board's motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that concludes the Business Council's business in front of the Slib today.
All right. Thank you very much. I have a request from the secretary and the treasurer both for a break. So briefly, we'll have a quick break. Thank you. Madam Director, I'll call us back into, into order and give you the floor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item on the agenda for the State Loan and Investment Board are approval of the meeting minutes. We have two sets of minutes, the April 7th, 2022 State Loan and Investment Board meeting minutes and the May 9th, 2022 State Loan and Investment Board special meeting minutes. I believe those are from the Treasurer's meeting. So I'll leave it to you, Mr. Chairman, if you want to take them together or separately.
Let me advise that let's take them separately. The April 7th was the regular board
Correct.
meeting.
Correct.
So I would entertain any corrections or adjustments to the minutes. If I don't hear any, I'll certainly entertain a motion to approve the minutes as submitted.
So moved, Mr.
It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the secretary. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We also have the minutes from the May 9th special session. And I want to note somewhat for the record on this that we did take an action. Normally, under special sessions, we don't, but I think it was properly noticed and correct in that respect. But I don't think we necessarily had to have action taken. I just wanted to note that that was the first time in a special session for the Treasurer's Office that we've done that. So are there any comments or changes, corrections to the minutes for May 9th? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
I would move approval of the May 9th State Loan Investment Board meeting minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, we have provided you and the board members with the usual reports behind tab B. We don't have anything to add to those reports at this time, but we have staff here and we would stand for any questions the board might have.
Are there any questions for the matters behind tab B from members of the board? Hearing none, thank you for those, and you may proceed.
Mr. Chairman, we have provided the materials for this meeting to the board in advance and have briefed each of you individually prior to the meeting. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent list if the board would so desire.
Would appreciate that. We're hearing no objections from the board. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the following items listed on the State Loan and Investment Board agenda for June 2nd, 2022 appear to be amenable to treatment on a consent list. We have E1, F1B, G1, I1, and J1 through J2.
Members of the board, you've heard the proposed consent list of E1, F1B, G1, I1, and J1 and J2. Are these matters amenable to a consent list, and would someone make that motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to create a consent list of the items that you just listed out.
Thanks. Is there a second?
Second.
Been seconded by the secretary. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We have a consent list. I will now entertain a motion to adopt the director's recommendations on items E1, F1B, G1, I1, J1, and J2 that are on the consent list. Mr. Secretary.
I would move for adoption of the aforementioned items placed on the consent list.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That consent list carries. Those motions are adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item on the agenda are the D matters, and those are the state investment matters. I would yield to the treasurer.
Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before us today our investment policy statement. There's a few changes in there. I'll have Lisa Spillman go over those particular changes, and I'll add a little color to the ones on 9. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Counsel.
Mr. Chairman.
Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Treasurer. Mr. Chairman, would you like me to share my screen, which contains the changes to the investment policy statements?
That would be terrific, and I do note that Josh has joined us as well. Josh Keevan from RVK.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lisa Spillman, General Counsel for the State Treasurer's Office. At the May 9th meeting, this office voted to approve the asset allocation, which had no changes from the prior year. The only changes that thus have been made, have been recommended to you, have been presented to the board. Mr. Patrick Fleming, would you like to discuss the IFC's response to these changes?
Yes, thank you, Lisa. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Patrick Fleming. I'm CEO for the Treasurer's Office. This is just our usual annual update to the IPS. We normally do this on an annual basis. After our asset allocation meetings, there's usually some slight changes and updates. So this is just our normal annual update. The IFC is not required to vote on the changes, but we do discuss it with them, and the IFC did not have any suggestions or problems with these changes. With that, I'll pass it back to Lisa Spillman.
Thank you, Patrick. Mr. Chairman, we also discussed these and reviewed these and had them vetted by RVK, and Josh Keevan is available to answer any questions as well. So with that, I'd just like to begin going through the changes.
Thank you. And let me just mention that you have already briefed us on some of these, so appreciate that.
So the first change would be on page 5. This deals with the disclosures so that this board and the IFC isn't required to have that list of about 3,000 investments to pour over when this board and the IFC had no oversight or choice in the making of those particular investments. So this cleans up that change there. Unless there are questions, I'll go to the next change, which is on the bottom of page 9. This just establishes some reporting clarity so that the custody has expectations for the investment managers on exactly what they're going to receive in terms of reporting of returns. So it sets the requirements for the investment managers to receive it to send it in a certain way, and the custodian to receive it in a certain way, which is general enough so that we can meet with all three parties and make sure that all three sets of parties, and make sure that people can be in compliance with this rule, with this policy statement. If there's no questions on that, going to page 11. This change is just a cleanup. Mutual fund investments were carved out. They are already a commingled investment, and in section 11.2 as a public equity investment, they are permitted. And so this was redundant, and we worked with RVK on this change, and they did recommend it. Their memorandum is attached at the back of this board matter. So if there are no questions on that one, on page 12 at the bottom with respect to real estate investments, generally the state does not invest in real estate. Let's see, and this does not change that policy. However, it does provide a little more flexibility, and I'll let Patrick talk about this as I pull this up on the screen.
Counselor, I just, and Patrick, maybe you can talk about it. We do invest in real estate, just not real estate investment trusts normally.
Correct. Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, just to clarify, she was saying we do not invest in real estate directly per se.
Right.
Or have the ability to do the ETFs and REITs, which clarifies this. Now, as we've expanded into the different areas, the ETFs do have real estate sectors that would make it much easier and much more cost effective to invest in these asset classes. So this would be a much easier and better way to do it as opposed to some of the other avenues, but we still would not directly invest in real estate.
Any questions? Go ahead. Thanks.
Okay, then we'll go to page 17 for the next set of changes. And there's two on this page. One is with respect to the duration for low duration fixed income, we fixed that, excuse me, that's, let's find that right in front of transition low duration. 17, right here we are on page 17. We changed this so that portfolio duration may not exceed 130%. Patrick, would you like to discuss this?
Mr. Chairman, Lisa, thank you. The reason for this change is what we had before is just a cleanup in previous meetings that we had. We wanted to allow the managers, previously the statement was that the manager would not be able to go above or below a duration of the investment, and the duration is just a measurement of risk specified in years. And so we wanted to make sure that the risky part of it is taking longer durations, which increases the risk to a portfolio. But if a manager wanted to go lower, it would decrease the risk. And so if they felt that was wise, then we don't want to prohibit them from taking less risk. This instance, we just wanted to make sure that in this one, we left it out in the previous meetings, just to allow a low duration fund to take the slightly larger, the 0.3% more. A low duration portfolio has, the duration is about 2 years. So you're only going to 2.6. So it's a very de minimis amount of risk if they want to take that amount. But we just wanted to give them the flexibility and make this consistent with other statutes or other areas in our IPS.
If there are no questions on that one, going to the bottom of this page for the second to last change that we recommend is adding the line, high yield bonds are allowed, but in aggregate, subject to a cap of 10% into our bank loan space. Patrick, would you like to address this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Lisa, thank you. This is just to allow our bank loan managers to invest in either bank loans or high yield. Now, if you remember years and years ago, we used to have a high yield index and we moved it to bank loans. What we're doing here is bank loans are a high yield instrument. They have an average credit quality of approximately B minus, and high yield is about the same, but it has a longer duration. Bank loans are a floating rate instrument. High yield is a fixed, but in certain instances, there are times when a high yield bond can be more attractive to a bank loan, and you can get the same type of credit by going into a high yield. So even though we want the majority of the focus on the high yield, or I'm sorry, on the bank loan, we want to make sure that the managers have that flexibility. It wasn't spelled out. They could already basically do this, but it wasn't spelled out how much that they could do. So we just wanted to spell it out and limit that amount to 10%, so they wouldn't have too much focus on high yield, but still it would give them the flexibility to have a better, higher risk-adjusted asset if they deemed that would be appropriate.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Treasurer, you wanted to provide some color, and then I wanted to recognize Josh Durrell from, not Josh Durrell, Josh Keevan.
And that goes over the 9. Essentially, what this is going to allow us to do is to make sure that we have the good communication between our custodial bank, our managers, and our accounting software. And so this makes sure that all of those parties understand that what we're trying to do is to make sure that we have a uniform format that's going to be able to be transmitted electronically. And we're going to move away from the spreadsheets and the problems that we have with miscommunication sometimes between these parties. So I think it's a heavy lift. Lisa's been working on that. I think Patrick's been working on some communication too. And I think Josh was brought in to kind of give us some guidance also. So what we're going to do is to make sure that we get into that automated system, but to do so in a manner that everybody's on the same page.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Mr. Keevan, I'll recognize you in a second. I do want to make sure that these minutes convey that I think it's item D2 of the May 9th minutes indicate that we approved asset allocations remaining the same. That came at the end of the work session where we review the asset allocations, and we just decided to keep everything pretty much the same. But I wanted, since normally this is the meeting we do that, I just want to make sure the minutes conveyed that. Mr. Keevan, let me turn it over to you. I will tell the superintendent, because he may not know, but Superintendent RVK has sort of two roles. They provide support to the treasurer's office, but independently of that, they are this board's consultant. So if there are questions that you have, Josh, it really works for you. So, Mr. Keevan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Great to see you this morning. I'll just add a couple of very brief comments here. Our memo, which summarizes these policy edits and adds our support to them, is, I believe, the last 2 pages of the board packet for item D1. And we would categorize these changes this year as relatively minor, primarily administrative updates and clarifications. You did approve no change to the long-term strategic asset allocation that's in policy. I would just remind you, though, that those are long-term strategic targets that you are continuing to work towards over a multi-year period. So there is, although you made no changes, there are continual changes happening to continue to phase into those long-term targets. And although these changes are relatively minor, that does not mean that there wasn't the usual careful review as well as close coordination with the Treasurer's Office. We actually discussed quite a few potential edits to the policy and had some very good discussion around all of the potential edits that were on the table. And the ones that you see before you today are the ones that we agreed that we both fully supported. Very, very good, very collaborative process with the Treasurer's Office. I thank them for that. And with that, as noted in our memo, we do recommend these policy edits for your approval. And I would be happy to answer any questions that the board may have of us.
Any questions from the board? Any questions?
Mr.
Josh,
Chairman?
yeah, sorry. Josh, just one for me, and it was one that we brought up in our conversations before this meeting. On 7.3, you removed mutual fund investments, and I understand that was an edit that RVK recommended just because it was carried elsewhere. And I just wanted to hear from you, you know, where that came from. I do note that to some degree we've moved the glossary elsewhere, so sometimes it's a little hard to follow.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The additional nuance I would add to that, what's been stated already on that, is that this section essentially allows for commingled investments. Commingled meaning a pooling of the assets of multiple investors for the benefit of scale and efficiency. And it seemed a bit odd to us that while there are many types of commingled investments in terms of their legal form, only one type of commingled fund was described in detail here. And so the discussion that we had with the Treasurer's Office was, well, what about collective investment trusts and exchange traded funds and other types of funds? And we actually discussed adding more detail to try to attempt to describe the full range of the potential types of commingled funds, but it actually occurred to us that the simpler edit would be to simply keep the language that allows for commingled fund investments, remove the specific mention in detail for mutual fund investments. Those are actually addressed somewhere else in the policy, and allow your normal due diligence process to effectively make the decisions on which specific types of commingled fund investments you might find yourselves invested in. So that's the additional sort of perspective that we would add to that specific recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Keevan. Any questions on that? Hearing none, Counselor.
Mr. Chairman, there was one other change that was made that I failed to bring up. That was throughout the policy, we removed Barclays from all Bloomberg indices to reflect updated naming conventions.
Thank you. All right. Any further discussion on that? I think that covers inclusively everything. If hearing nothing more, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just might mention that it is normal not to do your strategic asset allocation. It's standard practice is around 3 up to 5 years. So we're starting to get into more of a normal practice of strategic asset allocation. And the yearly stuff that we were doing was pretty much brought about the changes that we had in the authorization from the legislative aspect to a reference portfolio, and moving in that regard. So we should start getting into more of a time period of about every 3 years that we do the strategic, but it will have ranges that will allow some flexibility for the CIO and his shop to take advantage of different opportunities within that strategic portfolio. So what we've got, I guess, Mr. Chairman, is a Treasurer's recommendation that the board approve the changes to the State Loan and Investment Board's master investment policy and sub-policies.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Would you consider just basically also incorporating the asset allocation that was done?
You want to make that a dual?
Well, just to
okay.
Basically say recognizing that.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I would say that the State Treasurer recommends the board approve the proposed changes to the State Loan Investments Board Master Investment Policy and Sub-Policies, and further approves the
reaffirms the asset allocation.
Reaffirms the asset allocation action of the special excuse me, special meeting of the May 9th Slib Board.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
And seconded by the auditor, moved by the treasurer. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is carried. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the next item for the board's consideration on the agenda is in F1, it's A. This is to consider applications for Clean Water State Revolving Fund Core Program loans, including special program incentives and special program requirements. There were 2 applications. One, the town of Moorcroft, that was the F1B that the board approved on the consent list, which leaves the town of Dayton. The town of Dayton applied for a Clean Water State Revolving Fund loan for its wastewater treatment plant improvements. The total funding request is in the amount of $2,477,000, which OSLI staff has recommended the board approve pursuant to some 2016 amendments to Chapter 11 of the board's rules and regulations. Affordability criteria, which includes income data, unemployment data, and population trend data, is required to be used when awarding special program incentives such as principal forgiveness. A point system which incorporates this criteria is used to determine an applicant's eligibility. The amount of special program incentives varies for each applicant as it depends on the total points awarded based on the criteria. The town of Dayton, in its application, asked that it be awarded 75% in principal forgiveness. However, OSLI believes under the existing board rules and point system that the town only qualifies for 25% principal forgiveness. So it's the director's recommendation that the board approve the town of Dayton's Clean Water SRF loan in the amount of $2,477,000 and award the town 25% in principal forgiveness. I do have Beth Blackwell, our grant and loan manager, here today. She's happy to answer any questions the board might have regarding the point system or the calculation of the principal forgiveness eligibility in this case, or anything else related to the application. And I also believe there may be a representative from the town of Dayton that may wish to address the board about their 75% principal forgiveness request.
Thank you, Madam Director. Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman.
Did you want to add any additional color? Or?
I would just add that I provided a handout to each of you that details the point system, how we came up with the numbers, how it works for everybody. Every application has the same thing completed. It was updated yesterday to include the new AMHI numbers we have, and it still turns out the same. So they're still only eligible for 25% per our rules.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Are there any questions from Ms. Blackwell? Did I see the mayor of Dayton here. I see Dave Engels. Dave, would you like to approach? Please feel free. Mr. Mayor, good to see you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it's an honor to be here, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to our request for the town of Dayton today.
And Mr. Mayor, you probably have to identify yourself.
Oh, I'm Norm Anderson, Mayor of Dayton.
Thank you.
Years ago, I remember that if we were looking for a grant for water or wastewater, some of the things that were required that we help ourselves by making sure our rates were able to sustain our enterprise accounts, as well as having the optional sales tax, impose the special purpose tax, and keeping our mill levy at the highest at 8 mills. We've done all of these, and we're looking for additional funds that are needed to finish a DEQ mandate. In October of 19, we were successful in getting an AML grant to do our required project. Shortly after that, COVID hit. And we were able to, by the time we were able to bid the project out, we were faced with 4 bids, and 3 of them were way over the estimate. One of them forgot a few items that kept us in line, but they pulled their bid the day after. So, but anyway, we had 3 of them that were way over. And after reviewing the bids, we opted to split it into a phase 1, phase 2. And at this time, 80% roughly is completed of the phase 1. And the request that we have for this meeting to be able to go to bid for the second phase, we do have an extension from DEQ to meet the new standards until December 31st of 23. So time is a little bit of an essence here. We've explored the ARPA funds to finish the project, but due to the delays and the availability of accessing these funds, we had to keep moving forward with the SRF loan. Due to the size of our town, the number of senior citizens, we feel that having the 25% principal forgiveness, this will put our utility bills way too excessive for our citizens, especially with the increased property taxes they're faced with right now. That would make Dayton wastewater charge the highest in Sheridan County. I'm here asking to grant Dayton a 75% principal forgiveness on this loan. That about sums it up in a nutshell.
Thanks, Mayor Anderson.
Any questions for myself or the engineer?
Yeah, let me, are there questions? Questions, I don't hear any. Mr. Engels, are there any additional comments you'd like to make?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Dave Engels. I'm with Engineering Associates, and I'm serving as the project manager for this. I also want to recognize Dayton Town Councilor Cliff Reed, who's in the audience. Cliff is running for mayor. Norm is not, so you may see Cliff next time around.
Thanks for hiding out back there.
I'll be very brief. I just want to bring up 4 items, and I recognize that it's difficult to go over your established rules and regulations. One would be that this, again, as Mayor Anderson pointed out, is a state mandate because of the increased standards required for E. coli and Tongue River. It's nothing that the town was planning on doing and needed to do, but it was a DEQ mandate. Secondly, the town is already going to be contributing $1 million towards this project. Third, and as the mayor mentioned, that at the 25% principal forgiveness, the sewer rates for the town of Dayton will go from approximately $17 a month to over $38 a month versus, and fourthly, if in fact the town could receive the 75% principal forgiveness, they would rise only from $17 to $25 per month. Still a significant increase, but not the quantum jump that would be required at the 25% rate. So those are the only additional items I have, and would certainly stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Engels. And I also want to thank you for being on the spot when Claremont lost its water supply last year. Thank you for your efforts there.
Mr. Chairman, we thank you for that opportunity to participate in that project, and I think it came in significantly under the dollar amount that originally was forecasted.
Yeah, yeah. Any questions for Mr. Engels? Mr. Treasurer?
Just to make sure, is the $84,405, is that the, that's what they say the average, I guess, wages are for Dayton? Does that sound right?
Okay, what are you referring to?
This income data here is based on the local annual median household income. And they say the local median household income is $84,405 or 129.25% of the average.
And in the last 4 or 5 years, the housing has gone up to a point. I know I moved into a new home 6 years ago. My taxes have gone up $1,000 since I moved in. And that's kind of what a lot of them are faced with right now. But yeah, I'm sure
that sounds towards that. Okay, thank you.
And Mayor Anderson, I just note, I don't think your experience is unique. Most smaller communities are experiencing a lot of growth with people who are retiring from places with higher taxes, wanting to come to Wyoming because we have a very low tax rate. So I guess I'm curious if you're running into any other towns that are sort of running into these particular problems with people that are living on fixed incomes but may have a fairly high standard and be computed as having higher incomes. And I'm just curious if you're running into that elsewhere.
I haven't run across any other communities with that problem, but I'm sure they're out there because the housing and the taxes and everything's coming up. And there's a lot of outsiders coming in that like you said, are used to higher taxes.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr.
Madam
Chairman,
Auditor.
couple questions. Mayor, thanks for coming down here. Help me with a little perspective. Does water and sewer come together on one bill for the residents? What's the total average?
yeah, it's
or
one-
what's the average total bill for water
Okay,
and
the
sewer for
total bill
residents?
for everything is $91, and I don't know the breakdown.
And Mr. Chairman, that's prior to whatever this increase would
Right,
be.
right.
Okay.
And we've been adding 5% per year for quite a while to try to stay ahead of our enterprise.
Mr. Chairman, one more question. In your review of the ARPA rules and whatnot, and we'll be I believe pushing out those that funding very soon. We're approving rules on the 13th, I believe, of this month. Did you run into any other concerns? I mean, would that be a good fit for this project, other than it would potentially be a month down the road?
That would be a perfect fit, and I believe if we could get that accomplished within the next 30 to 60 days at the outside, I think we'd be okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I had.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Ms. Blackwell, you spend quite a bit of time working on clean water SRF funds. I'm just curious as to this point system and how rigid it has to be and all of that. And I'm not asking you to say, well, don't break the rules. I'm just saying, where was the derivation? How old is it in need of being amended? Can it be amended?
Mr. Chairman, with the Clean Water Program, as the director said, in 2016, with, I believe, the passage of WRDA, the Wyoming the Water Reuse and Resources Act, it established what we had to use to determine principal forgiveness and what they called affordability criteria. And so based on that criteria, at a minimum, a state had to analyze the income of an entity, their population trends, as well as their unemployment data. Then states could pick and choose whatever else they wanted. You can weight those things differently. What we found in our state, and I've said this 100 times, all of our communities are disadvantaged when it comes to these projects because they're expensive. And if you take even the largest community, Cheyenne and Casper, and plop them in any other state, they would be considered disadvantaged. So we're disadvantaged in the state across the board because projects are expensive. We lack the population to generate the revenue to pay for these. So there has to be supplemental funding. And so with our calculations, staff tried to figure a way to make it as broad as we can so that we can include as many people as we can. However, we use third-party information, the AMHI information, population. That information comes from the census. So we feel like it's maybe not perfect information, but good information. There has been discussions amongst the staff for the new infrastructure money, since it's focused on disadvantaged communities, and that's the big focus of it. For those funds, we've discussed amending that definition for principal forgiveness, but there's never going to be a perfect solution to this because we're always going to run out of principal forgiveness. It just is how it works. And it's unfortunate that Dayton actually receives 0 points in the point system for AMHI, as well as their unemployment data. So it was two things that really pushed what caused this, to be quite honest with you. We as a state can set up our affordability criteria however we want, as long as it has those 3 items in it. We were just trying to keep it as simple and as basic as we could so that everyone could understand what we were doing.
Thank you. Two questions that follow on with that. We're talking about Sheridan broadly for unemployment, not Dayton specifically.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Is there provision to be able to look, and I don't know, Mr. Mayor, if your data would be any different in town versus Sheridan broadly, but I'm just curious if there's a way to look at that.
Mr. Chairman, with the senior citizens there, I think that they're not in the rolls for the unemployment. So I think we have a lot of people that aren't in the employment end of things because of their retirement.
And you say this comes off of census data pretty much, or is this is workforce?
Yeah.
I mean workforce.
Correct.
I wonder if there is a way for us to be able to drill down into that more specifically. You know, that might delay how we deal with this project, because I don't know if we can do that today, but I'm just curious whether that would be helpful. And the other question, I guess, for all of you, and Dave, I think probably you have a better handle on this, but I think yesterday I wondered if Lorraine was going to be here, and I don't see her for rural development, but yes.
Mr. Chairman, Brenda and other individuals from USDA are here in Lorraine's place.
Okay. Well, I understand there's some challenges, but I'd love to hear from rural development if there's a chance, if they can be helpful in this project at all. Hi, Brenda. How are you? I'm doing well. Thanks, Ms. Allen. If it's a red light, it should be on.
Is
There
it
you go.
ready? It's
Yep.
ready. I thought you'd hear me anyway. We'd be more than willing to help. It all depends on which, how far the project has gone down the line, okay? We do have, depending on, well, right now, rural development until October is running on the 2010 census data, all right? And also the 2006 to 2010 5-year survey, which for Wyoming at this point in time tends to be more favorable because those numbers haven't gone up yet, okay? They will go up, but they haven't gone up, all right? And for us right now, Dayton is up to 75% grant eligible with a water project, all right? So it all depends on, of course, Wyoming and rural development. It all depends on our rules and regulations, okay? And we will actually look at the financials to see what they actually need, okay?
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Mr. Engel, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I have a feeling you probably understand these programs and the challenges, and I didn't know if you had any perspective on this.
Mr. Chairman, yes, you did put me on the spot. But, no, we did take a look at the RD monies, and she mentioned that it's now 75%, but as I heard, it was 75% for water development and not wastewater development. And initially, when we took a look at these initially, the majority of the RD monies were again a loan, and as opposed to a grant or principal forgiveness. And so, not to say that the town couldn't go back and now take another look, but Auditor Racinas hit it right on the head in terms of it maybe a month or two down the road with the ARPA funds, if in fact the town would be successful in getting those, probably would be a better bet than taking some steps backward and pursuing the RD funds, because different program, different requirements, different application requirements.
Thank you. Ms. Allen, any other comments on?
No, not really. Like I said, it all depends on how far down the line they are, and it is water and sewer. We treat them both sort of the same.
Okay.
there might be a little bit of terms on the rules for this state, whether 30 years, 40 years, once that comes into play or whatever, you know. But we'd be more than willing to look at it, all right? But we're
Okay.
good, you know, so all we have to do is ask, you know, so.
Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? Ms. Blackwell?
Mr. Chairman, per our rules, it states that the unemployment points are awarded based on the relationship of the local unemployment rate to the state unemployment rate. Local and state unemployment rates for the most recent quarter by county as published by the Wyoming Department of Workforce Services will be used. So per our rules, we use the county unemployment data.
Okay. Well, Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I guess my struggle is, and I've had this conversation with Mr. Engels and the mayor, I can see that our rules are maybe not perfect, and we've tried to craft them the best we can to stretch the principal forgiveness. I also understand, I don't know that we can craft our rules to where everyone gets, because there's simply not enough money to go around. And I also understand sort of the precedent problem we set if we just say we have rules, but in this case, we're disregarding them. And it does sound like this project would potentially be right for ARPA funding, but I guess my question for potentially the town and this board is, what is it better to approve the request as is today with 25% principal forgiveness or hold? Okay, I got some handshake, some head nodding, so I received my answer, Mr. Chairman.
Nodding up and down?
As in it would be, the impression I get is that if it were the will of this board, that an approval of the loan today would be a good way to go forward, even with the 25%.
Okay. And I'm presuming things that aren't in evidence. I just want to sort of play out the potential with the ARPA funding, and I don't think we've really looked at this, but, and Betsy, I'm trying to sort of make sure that we track on this, but the particular predicament we have here is not one that, under the circumstances we see in Wyoming today, I think is unique. So precedent is probably an important thing to consider. But I'm just wondering if there are options down the road to be able to help assist with further reductions in that principal forgiveness piece. Madam, Ms. Blackwell, Madam Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, one thing to consider is we're also going to be receiving infrastructure money at some point, but it sounds like that may be later than they're interested in. Those rules are going to be crafted separate from our current rules. They come with additional principal forgiveness. We can give 100% principal forgiveness with some of those funds. But the one thing to keep in mind, if you pass the loan as is today with the 25% principal forgiveness, they are not required to close their loan. They can wait to close their loan and kind of investigate their other options. I mean, they can apply for the ARPA funds and see how that shakes out before they sign their loan document. And maybe they don't get all of what they were asking for from ARPA, but maybe they take a smaller loan then, and maybe it works out.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. That's helpful. And I guess I'm trying to think of, that would be entirely up to them. And presuming that they were successful in some of the other avenues that they looked at, that would they and this may be a question for the director, would they have the option to approach the board again with modifications?
Mr. Chairman, if the entity chooses to decrease the amount they're going to take from what the board had previously approved, they would not come in front of the board again because you had approved a higher amount. So we, as long as it's less than that, we can adjust our loan documents and that kind of stuff.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Superintendent.
My only question would be, so if they accepted the principal forgiveness as recommended, 25%, that would affect how much ARPA they would get? It would not. Okay.
Okay. Well, I thank everybody for this discussion, and I think it particularly pertinent.
Are we ready for a motion, Mr. Chairman?
I think we are.
I would move the director's recommendation that the board approve funding for the two projects as described in the attachment as set forth herein.
Second.
Been moved by the treasurer and seconded by the superintendent. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I just wanted to point out that the board previously approved the town of Moorcroft on the consent list. So really what's in front of the board is only the town of Dayton's request.
Right.
Okay, I amend that to the Dayton project, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. The second is appropriate. Did you have further comment? No, that was. Okay. Thanks. With that in mind, we have the motion in front of us, and I'll ask one more time for discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I believe that motion carries. Thank you. And we'll continue working with you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is H1, which is to consider 31 funding applications for Chapter 3 Federal Mineral Royalty Capital Construction Account grants. As by way of introduction, Wyoming Statute 9-4-604A provides that the State Loan and Investment Board shall grant money as authorized only when the board finds the grant is necessary to alleviate an emergency situation which poses a direct and immediate threat to health, safety, or welfare, complies with a federal or state mandate, or provides an essential public service. We're getting towards the end of the biennium, and it's time to award the remaining balance in the MRG account. As of June 2nd, 2022, the board has a remaining balance of $5,449,848 of the 2021-2022 biennial appropriation available for emergency and regular MRG applications through the end of the biennium, which ends June 30th. 31 funding applications were received by OSLI. Many worthwhile projects have been submitted for the board's consideration. OSLI does not question the merits of the projects submitted. Unfortunately, there's just simply a limited amount of funding available to address the needs of the applicants. Staff's review of the grant applications included the coordinated and collaboration of multiple state agencies. Further, staff convened a grant review committee to evaluate the various grant applications for recommendation to the director. After staff received the applications were distributed by project type or category to the appropriate state agencies for review prior to convening the grant review committee. The reviewing agencies were asked to prioritize the projects based on their knowledge in specific areas of expertise. And once the agencies provided their written reviews to staff, the grant review committee was convened to evaluate the projects as a whole. The grant review committee considered a number of factors with respect to the applications. Those factors are discussed in the board matter and include the historical funding that may have been received by the entity, the amount that's being requested, what's the status of the project? Is it ready to move forward? Are there other funding sources available? Those sorts of criteria. The review process was a difficult task. Unfortunately, there's no decision matrix that's adequate to evaluate, compare, and recommend the variety of projects one against another. So invariably, a consensus was reached and staff provided the director with recommendations from the grant review committee. We then further had to amend the funding recommendations that were initially published on the webpage after eligibility concerns were raised by the Attorney General's office related to a couple of the projects. So what you should have before you are the amended recommended funding matrices. The board, let's see, I believe we can approach this, Mr. Chairman, in a variety of ways. I do understand that in the past, the board has sort of listened to all of the project proponents, maybe starting with those that are on the no fund list, the partial fund, and then the full funding list, and then sort of worked it from there. But Mr. Chairman, I'll leave it to your discretion as to how to proceed from here.
Thanks. Thank you, Madam Director. And just for the record, I want to note this is the end of the MRG funding.
Correct.
And any reversions that would come back would get put to cash and ultimately swept, so not available for, although that if monies are encumbered, those monies can still be expended, so.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And that means the end of all emergency funds that this board has available. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. There have not been funds appropriated for MRG for the next biennium.
Okay, so the appropriation is not there for us to even carry a balance forward for emergency.
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Board, what is your pleasure? As the director stated, there are many ways that we can do this. And I think in my time, we've done it probably almost all of those ways. So Mr. Secretary, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And whatever the pleasure of the board, I just wanted to bring up a point, and I think it might be best to start with the no funding to see kind of where we are there, because if we make any changes to that, we may have to make changes on the partial and the full funding list. And there's no real easy way to do this, but I had asked Ms. Allen, representing the USDA, to speak with Mr. Schrader, the representative of the South Bighorn County Hospital District, to kind of address some issues with regard to that item on the no funding list. And I think it'll be important to hear from them at your discretion sooner rather than later, because that'll answer a lot of questions as to whether or not we consider even making changes to the no funding list.
So how would you propose moving forward?
Well, if no one else has any questions on the no funding list, then I would proceed with my questions on the South Bighorn County Hospital District and would ask that you call on Ms. Allen or Mr. Schrader to address whether or not USDA funds could be applicable to that project. If so, then we may not have to suggest any changes on this no funding list. If not, then we might have to have further discussions on how to do that.
Let's do that, Ms. Allen and Mr. Schrader. And Mr. Schrader, I think I might just recognize you first, just so you can sort of explain the issue, and then Ms. Allen can, does that make sense to you? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Board, thank you for your time this morning. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. We at South Bighorn Hospital District, we have a non-certified electronic health record. And in that non-certified health record, we are required to file hardship exemptions with CMS, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. And if we don't upgrade our electronic health record to a certified health record within the next 2 years, we will be forced to take a reduced amount of payment from Medicare and Medicaid. Through some unfortunate decisions that have been made in the past, we find ourselves in a situation of financial difficulties. We're digging our way back out, and we feel confident on the path that we're going. But at the same time, the project that we're undertaking is $1.5 million to convert from the non-certified health record that we have to a certified health record. We are affiliated with Billings Clinic, and because of that, we're able to save about 30 to 40% on the cost of going from a non-certified health record to certified. The platform that Billings Clinic uses and that we've chosen to go with is called Cerner. It's one of the major players in the electronic health record world. I talked briefly with Ms. Allen just a few minutes ago during the break, and the thing that's tough for us at the moment is we have, I think she said, 4 USDA loans out right now with her, with the USDA. We also, about 1.5 years ago, due to some decisions that were made on the cost report, and the cost report is sort of like the way that critical access hospitals true up what they were paid by Medicare once a year. It's sort of like a tax return. And during the course of the year, the hospital was busier than anticipated, and the rate was too high. The rate was set at a level that would merit lower volumes. And what CMS does with critical access hospitals is they allow us to cover actual costs, and that cost report filing at the end of the year is the mechanism that does that. So while we were in this process, there was we did not adjust our rates downward due to the increased business, and due to that, at the end of the fiscal year 2020, I believe it was, we're notified by CMS that there was a payable of $1.4 million. We are in the process of paying that back to the tune of $23,000 a month for 5 years at 9.5% interest. So with that in there, and with the other installment loans that we have, we're paying out over $40,000 a month just in loans, not to mention all of the other costs of doing business that we have. So because of that, our cash position is not very strong. It's getting better. We have processes in place now that fix the broken processes that were there before, and we are confident that we're on the right path. Our cash position is improving. Hospitals like to have at least 50 to 60 days of cash on hand just to feel like we have some breathing room. We're at about 20% of that, and so it's a narrow margin that we walk on. We have taken some steps to reduce expense wherever we can. We're in the process of looking at other areas too, and so we just find ourselves in a spot where we feel like we need to move from a non-certified electronic health record to certified. The benefit of that is we will have then an integrated health record with Billings Clinic, and that's who we send all of our care to. That's beyond our scope to be able to care for. And where they run it and we run it, it allows them to have immediate access to the patient record. And so that helps with patient care in an emergent situation. It will also help us with our billing because it's connected both to not only the clinical side of things, but it's also to financial and human resources in our supply chain. So it's an all-encompassing program that will be very helpful, helping us to tighten up a lot of our processes, procedures, and ability to bill accurately. And so that's why we're here today, is to find from you and see if there is any funding available. At one point, we were on an approved list for partial funding, and then there was I found out day before yesterday that there was some question or something brought into question by the Attorney General's office, which then appeared to make us ineligible. And so not knowing where that stands exactly at this point, I just wanted to take a few minutes and talk with you about that. We have, of the 1.5 million we're requesting, our grant request was for 750,000. We're hopeful that we have another 750,000 that's been secured through the CDC. The Department of Public Health helped us with that, or is helping us with that. And so we're about half there if that comes through as we are hopeful that it will. It's looking pretty good. I don't, until I see something signed, I don't want to say, yes, we have it, but I do believe that it's looking pretty optimistic for half of it anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Schrader. Any questions for Mr. Schrader? Okay, thank you. Ms. Allen.
Hello again, sir. If they're looking for straight grant, we just don't have that kind of grant level. Community facilities is limited to $50,000 per project. We get $130,000 for the whole state of Wyoming in a year. So we use hospital ambulances, police cars, fire trucks, those kind of things that we can partner with. Emergency services. We do have a loan program, okay? I talked to the people back in Casper. They do have 4 loans with us, all right? We will look and see if we can do that, but we weren't aware of the $1.4 million. So we will promise to work with them further on their financials and that kind of stuff. But if they're looking for grant, we just don't have that level of grant.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Any questions? Mr. Secretary, no? Okay, thank you. Sure. Go ahead, Mr.
And this question would be for Ms. Blackwell. And maybe you hadn't had a lot of time to think about this, but ARPA funds or anything else we've got coming down the pike that you think that they would be eligible for?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, our ARPA program is for capital construction. So I think it would be hard to justify a software system for capital construction. I'm not sure if maybe Department of Health has a different pot of ARPA money that they would be eligible to use. I'm not sure if they would be eligible for the local government pot of money. That's a little more broad, but off the top of my head, I can't remember if they would be an eligible entity.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. And just, and I don't mean to cut you off, I'll come back. I just was going to ask, I think the issue with taking it from the partial funding to the no funding list for South Bighorn County is essentially both statutory and rule. Can you just sort of characterize that for us?
Can I phone a friend and call the AG up here?
Sure
so he
can.
can give you legal terms?
Sure. Didn't see you, Mr. Peters, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Patrick Miller from the Attorney General's office. And just to make sure that I'm fully understanding the question, would you please repeat it for me?
Just the statutory constraint that removed from the partial funding to the no funding list. I understand the rule piece, but I think there's a statute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is correct. There is a statute. And when the legislature appropriated these funds, it authorized the board to make grants as authorized by this section, where the board finds the grant is necessary to alleviate an emergency situation which poses a direct and immediate threat to health, safety, or welfare, to comply with a federal or state mandate, and to provide an essential public service. There is also a federal statute that is on point that we did not discuss yesterday, but I would prefer not to dive into that in open session, but I would be happy to entertain questions on that point.
Thank you. Thank you.
In executive.
Okay, can we just characterize it? It's not going to be helpful.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right. Well, members of the board, you've heard the discussion. You've heard our challenge. what is your pleasure at this point? Do you want to further discuss this? Is there?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
I just a couple points. I mean, I don't know that I can go much further without knowing more, perhaps about, certainly we don't want to run afoul of any of our statutes, rules, or federal laws. I feel like I'm a little blind as far as that goes. And I don't know that I can move forward on it without knowing that information or how we would resolve ourselves conveniently into an executive session. I brought this up because as we did discuss, this probably actually could fit within the statute and the rule. We talked a little bit, well, I'll just say, I believe what Mr. Schrader has described is in essence a federal mandate. You have a critical care access hospital and they get 100% reimbursement from CMS, and the federal government has come down and said you shall have this type of electronic medical records system, and if you don't, and they've got 2 more years, as you heard him, if you don't, then they don't get their 100% reimbursement. And we've really tried hard in this state to provide quality health care in the rural areas, and our critical access care hospitals obviously are very important to our rural communities. I would note that DOH ranked this number 1 out of their list. So if it weren't for the question as to whether or not they were eligible under the law or under our rules, they would have been funded, it sounds like. And so I just wanted to have the discussion because it sounds like this is one of those things that, especially with MRG ending, I wanted to bring it to our attention because I don't know where they're going to get the help if they don't get it from us. But if there's a federal statute, that we'd probably have to discuss that before I move forward with it.
So Mr. Secretary, I don't think it's out of order for us to go into executive session to be able to take the advice on this federal statute, if that is what you'd like to do to get more clarification on it. It would require, it is now 11:15, it would require that we clear the room. And my presumption, and I don't know, Mr. Miller, I'm going to ask you to speculate, but that's a relatively short conversation. That conceivably would bring us back shortly before noon. Just for your point, I am on a national committee, and I'll have to leave between noon and probably a little after that. So if you're so amenable, I think it's probably worthwhile taking a look at it.
Mr. Chairman, I would agree with that. Hopefully we can get done in about 10 or 15 minutes. I just think we have to have that information so that we can give a straightforward answer to our folks.
Madam Director, do you see any problem with that, or are you about to say something?
No, Mr. Chairman, I was just going to suggest, Deputy Director Crowder indicated there might be a small room where we could just go there as opposed to emptying out the whole auditorium. That might be easier.
All right. Well, with that, understanding that we would be getting advice from council pertinent to this particular project, I would entertain a motion to to repair to another room for a executive session to get advice from legal counsel.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved by the secretary. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the auditor. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, we will do that. Thank you. Let us call us back into session. We've just emerged from an executive session to get some advice on the federal law authorizing some of these expenditures. Mr. Secretary, I think when we left off, you were in the middle of this. Do you want to proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Schrader, could you give the board an idea of what options you have to secure this system, if any, outside of the funding you've requested here today?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for all that you're doing for this. This is pretty intense, so I really appreciate the fact that you're doing this for us. The options that we have been told by Billings Clinic that we can secure a loan with them for 5 years at 6% interest. And so doing the math on it, if we do get the half from the CDC grant, we're looking at about $12,500 plus interest over for 5 years. Additional payments is what we'd be having to make. I've been told too that there are other avenues. I don't know where specifically the information I have is anecdotal at present, but I've been given the name of someone to call should we not be successful here. And so I believe the CDC is tied to that. Not the CDC, I'm sorry, the USDA is tied to that in some fashion too. So I don't want to sound like we were putting all our eggs in one basket, but we were hopeful that this would happen. And the plan B is, if not, then we go to work and see what else, if anything, is out there. And so I've had some preliminary discussions, but nothing that I could give you a name or an entity or a government department or anything like that I could tell you that's where we're going next. We'll just start hunting again.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Schrader, just I think I heard you say that this is to purchase Cerner. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's what Billings Clinic uses?
Yes.
And I guess I'm not the one that has the contract, but that is a comprehensive suite that allows for transfer of patients to a floor, for example. So it's really very valuable for the clinic. And having a wife who was a med tech, where they went ahead and changed to Cerner, the interface between other lab softwares and so on wasn't as clean as some might have hoped. And I guess I'm asking you to, I think one of the questions would be, what are your other options to do this? And I think Billings Clinic pretty much says it's Cerner. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. We've looked at going with Cerner by ourselves just to see if there was anything that was less expensive, and they're about 30 to 40% higher than Billings Clinic is. Because of our affiliation with Billings Clinic and with the medical record being viewable from both them and us for our patients, we just felt like, clinically speaking, it made more sense to go with them because they are the recipient of almost all of our patients that we can't care for due to complicated matters.
Okay.
And so it just makes sense in my mind to go that way.
Sure. Okay. All right, board. Trying to figure out how best to approach this. And I really do appreciate Mr. Miller's advice and sort of the detail that we've had to go through to review the appropriateness of how we do things here. And I want to thank the staff, particularly Ms. Blackwell, for your attention, and Amanda too, your attention to the details that are important in doing this. And I know it's not easy. So having said that, we have given some consideration to the South Bighorn Hospital District. Are there other, and let me just ask that, are there other no funding proposals that we would like to look at. All of them are meritorious. There's no question about that, but I'm just curious if anybody of the member of the board has anyone that they want to take off the list for review. I don't hear. Mr. Treasurer.
Before I get there, I was just looking at the reports under tab 2 there. And I got prior year appropriations obligated unspent. They go back, clear back to 2013-14, 15-16, and there's over $500,000 that are, 6 or 8 years out there. We basically said, here's the money. And I'm really thinking in those areas there that, my gosh, what's the holdup? And we could get those funds back before the end of the year. We could, perhaps get some relief into some of these communities. But really, I just shake my head. What are keeping these people, not getting their projects, completed? It's not supply chains if it's 8 years old.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, unfortunately, this is a normal thing that happens with us. People or entities apply for grants, receive grants, and then there's staff turnover. So sometimes entities don't even realize they have a grant. It's, you call and you ask them, are you done with this money? Can you give it back? Well, we didn't even know we had it. That happens a lot. And that's just lack of communication when there's change of officials. Another thing that happens is, especially with the grants we awarded in 2020 and 2021, those grants are having a very hard time getting their supplies, workers, so that they can even get the projects complete. I think that's a big driver for the funds that are left over in 2019. Prior to that, it's just people sometimes are really slow getting their projects done. And we reach out to them on a regular basis to try to stay up on them. We send them what we call the 30-day nasty letter of, you've had your grant this long. If you don't have any additional expenditures, or if you have additional expenditures, you have 30 days to get them in. Otherwise, we're closing your grant. So we really try to work with our communities to use every penny of every grant that they're awarded, but sometimes it just can't be done.
Ms. Sewell.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, related to the prior bienniums, because those funds were appropriated in the budget bill, I do not believe that if those funds came in as relinquishments, that it's not a revolving account. So even if we were able to bring in approximately $500,000, those funds and those prior bienniums could not be used for this particular project, because those funds were appropriated by legislature in the budget bill.
And they may be encumbered too, as well. Okay. Good point, Mr. Treasurer. It's one that I think's on all of our minds. So, not hearing any other topics on the no funding list to be pulled off. Mr. Secretary, what is your next? Do we want to go to partial funding, or do we want to look at a couple of other options?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is always a complicated thing because I want everybody to understand that it's tough. We get these lists that come out and decisions are made, but sometimes things change a little bit, and when they do, potentially everybody's numbers change. And I'm not in a position to where I want to suggest how everybody else's numbers change if you're on the partial funding list or you're on full funding. But I think what we ought to do is go forward with our full funding and partial. And I would just suggest, practically speaking, that if any entity on there, and we've done this before, can do with less money, and then whatever we can come up with, because this would be voluntary, then we could take up the matter of South Bighorn County Hospital District, and, you know, whatever we come up with, $250,000 or whatever it is, then it'll be a voluntary process, and maybe we can help them out, because I think we can, but that would be my idea, so that nobody does something, or we don't do anything to people involuntarily.
Right, and I appreciate that, and I think that's the value of this board, quite frankly, not to sort of blow our own horn, but the ability to have communities come before us, and as you mentioned, we've seen it before, where people come forward, they understand the value of a particular project that's having trouble getting to the finish line, and then just in the way Wyoming does, we try to find a solution. So if I understood you correctly, you were suggesting maybe kind of going through the list and letting people kind of look to see if they could sharpen their pencils a little bit. Madam Auditor, do you?
No, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the Secretary's idea. I was wondering, or if we maybe are inclined to go ahead and address the items on the no funding list other than South Bighorn County Hospital District, perhaps to maybe
Clear that up?
clear that up.
Okay, I would entertain a motion if you're so inclined.
Mr. Chairman, what a popular, great motion to have to make. I'm being very sarcastic again. I
Make the
know these are,
superintendent do it, he's the newest.
these are all good projects, but I know everyone knows the situation that this money has been eliminated and that we have very limited funds for many projects. So, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that, or move the director's recommendation, and so that would be no funding on the following projects. Numbers 1 through 7 on the no funding list. That's City of Cody, City of Sheridan, City of Worland Priority 2, High Meadow Ranch Water District, Platte County Fire District, Powell Hospital District Priority 1, Powell Hospital District Priority 3, and then items 9 through 15, Town of Fort Laramie Priority 2, Town of Fort Laramie Priority 3, Town of Glen Rock, Town of Lusk, Priority 1, Town of Lusk, Priority 2, Town of Star Valley Ranch, and Town of Upton, Priority 2. I would recommend or move the director's recommendation on all of those.
Okay, just for form, I'll take that as a consent list if that's okay. And then I'll entertain a second on the consent list. It's been seconded by the superintendent. All in favor of the consent list?
Aye.
Please say that consent list passes. Now I'll entertain the motion to.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation on the aforementioned consent list.
Thank you.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you, Madam Auditor. Thank you, Superintendent. So with that, Mr. Secretary, my call with the Council of Governors starts here in about 11 minutes. And then you'll be fully in charge of this meeting until I get a chance to get back. So let me just ask what your approach might be. And I think we have lunch that will be delivered at noon.
My thought, Mr. Chairman, would be start with the full funding, because I think those are the places that might be most amenable to telling us whether or not they can forego some of their funding and then go from there to the partial and then consider South Bighorn.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Does that meet with everybody's approval? All right. With that, Mr. Secretary, just so there's consistency in how we approach this, I will step aside. I'll stay here for another 5 minutes or so to hear some of the discussion, but I'll let you take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think I will start with, I don't see any hands raised here. But just to reiterate, the call is to, as we consider the full funding list, any entities that are recommended currently for full funding, as we go through the list, I would like to know if anybody can complete their project with less money than that has been recommended. And as we go through, then we'll try to tally those up and see what we can come up with. That's the only way I know how to do this, so. Looking for any hands raised. Is anybody here? Yes, sir. Oh, there's from bar none, Mr. Mayor.
There we go. Okay. Mr. Chairman, and I guess Mr. Secretary of State, thank you for funding and consideration, not only on the grant, but the loan. As previously mentioned, I think talking with all of you, everybody has a funding list that's of projects and needs that is way longer than our funding, obviously. I do feel comfortable that the town of Barnum, speaking on behalf of them for our project, I think we could yield $50,000 of our $500,000 recommendation on the grant side. I don't think we would need to modify the loan side up to adjust that. I think maybe we chase an AARP grant for $30,000 or $40,000. So I would stand for any questions.
Any questions from the board?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And well, just thank you. One question for the staff on that I would have, he mentioned on the grant side, is there any particular way we want to be clear on this that makes it work?
Meaning being clear with your motion?
No, he had mentioned grant side, and so maybe there was I can turn to the actual page on full funding, but I thought that he meant that they had perhaps a grant portion and a loan portion.
Correct. You, prior in the meeting, you approved a capital construction loan in the amount of $500,000 for the town to match this $500,000.
So we're on grant side, so we're clear. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
are you ready for a motion on this project? Yes. Mr. Chairman, I will make no bar none jokes, although it's very tempting. I would move approval of MRG funding to the town of Bar None in the amount of $450,000 for their town hall and recreation center.
Do I have a second? It's been motioned by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So that motion is adopted. Congratulations, and thanks for making the trip down. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody, for your
So-
time and consideration. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, do we need a motion on the loan part, or is that staff's just going to take care of that?
You, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, you took care of it on the consent list earlier in the meeting.
Okay, but there's a modification because they wanted another 50,000 on loan?
No, sir.
No, they didn't?
They gave up $50,000.
On the grant side.
Okay.
Right.
I thought I heard you said that you might need 50,000 on the loan, but maybe I misunderstood.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I apologize for the confusion on that. I don't think we'll need to bump the loan side. I think
All right,
we'll
thank you.
have other avenues. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Please step forward. And for our edification, just name and where you're from.
My name is Jeff Keel. I'm with the Riverton Fire Protection District. I'm the business manager. Madam Auditor. We have received a recommended for $425,000 50/50 grant to purchase a new fire truck. We still need to purchase the fire truck, but I can see some of the dilemma the board's facing. I'm sure I would have the endorsement of my board if we gave up 25 of that 425.
We appreciate that. And, you know, part of this, if
Can we bargain on some of the stipulations now?
But especially in light of the MRG funding, hopefully that comes around again through the legislature. But this is kind of the last hurrah for all of us. So I appreciate everybody trying to make this
May I make
work.
a suggestion, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, you may.
If you ever go back to MRG funding, put it back in the county consensus program. You guys don't have to deal with these competitive bids. It's best hacked out at the local level.
I appreciate that recommendation very much. Anybody else in attendance here? I see online, and I'm not sure, Representative Sweeney, your hand is raised. And now you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I was just going to comment on bar none, and you've already moved past it, but I appreciate your support. They're working hard out there, and great project, fast growing community, and I appreciate your work today and bar none's willingness to move things forward. So thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Representative Sweeney. Good to hear from you. Board, may I have a motion on Riverton Fire Protection District?
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval for Riverton Fire Protection District for their fire truck replacement in the amount of $400,000.
It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed? The motion passes. Any other volunteers in the audience? Welcome.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. Teresa Montgomery, Town of Rolling Hills, Clerk Treasurer. I know that there is upcoming ARPA funds available, and part of our project is a very short portion of water line. It is an $84,000 expense of our project, so it is a large expense. But if we would qualify for the infrastructure funds that are coming up, I believe we could give up $25,000 of our full funding for that.
And Ms. Montgomery, thank you for that. I don't know if the staff would be.
I know they can't make that decision, but that is something that I could keep in the back of my mind, is to apply for that funding.
Yes, ma'am. You could apply for the infrastructure funds through SRF or the ARPA funds through the water and sewer program.
The ARPA funds, yes. Okay.
And would that be any less advantageous to Rolling Hills than what they currently or what we have here? I mean,
I believe if the funds were replaced with ARPA funds, it would not be a difference. If it was replaced with SRF funds, then comes all the SRF requirements with environmental, Davis-Bacon, American Iron and Steel.
So it would be the ARPA funds that we would most likely apply for.
And I don't know that we can structure this today
No,
without.
no, I completely
Well,
understand
and
that. That is just
yeah.
my thought
No,
process.
and I appreciate that. I think we probably can't ask you to do that unless you voluntarily want to say $25,000 and you'll apply under ARPA, knowing you'll be eligible.
I think we could relinquish $25,000 of our awarded grant.
Ms. Montgomery, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
unless these folks are to speak on the same project. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of a MRG grant to the town of Rolling Hills for Antelope Ridge Road and Water Development in the amount of $376,302.
You've heard the motion by the auditor. It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Yes, please.
We're with the City of Rollins, and we've been discussing, and we'd like to give 25,000 as well from our ask.
Thank you. And could you identify yourselves as, so
I'm-
just so we can meet you?
I'm sorry, I'm Sean Metcalf, I'm the city manager.
Sean?
And I'm Linda Smith. I'm one of the council people from Rollins.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, where that one is on the partial funding list, shall we press pause on that one for a moment?
Yeah, we won't take a motion on that, just kind of hold that, but we'll want to keep kind of a tally. Got it. Anyone else? Mr. Lindstrom, welcome.
Mr. Chairman, welcome to everybody. Mark Lindstrom, Superintendent for the Town of Upton. I sat down, looked at some of my numbers, and I feel I can take $10,000 out of my grant project, go towards their needs.
Thank you, Mr. Lindstrom. You always do a great job up there in the town of Upton, and greatly appreciate how sharply you work the pencil. You're always good about that, so we appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move approval of an MRG grant to the town of Upton for Pearl Street Water and Sewer Replacement Phase 2 in the amount of $182,987.
May I have a second? Second. Been moved by the auditor, seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Sorry, Mr. Rutherford, are you on the, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is Tony Rutherford. I'm the district manager with Northwest Rural Water District in Park and Bighorn counties. Looking back through some of our numbers, I think we could reduce our request by 15,000 to help the South Bighorn project move along.
And thank you, Mr. Rutherford. Greatly appreciated, I'm sure. Yes,
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move approval of an MRG grant to Northwest Rural Water District for their 2022 System Improvements Project in the amount of $246,250.
It's been moved by the auditor and seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. And I thought I saw Marilyn Connolly from think Johnson County on the line. Are you there?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Secretary. We are here, and we would also like to repencil our numbers and provide 25,000 out of what we might be awarded to go to South Bighorn County. We'd like to hope that we could also qualify for the ARPA funds that could maybe supplement that at some point.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Connolly. Board, that's number 5 on the full funding list. Have my accountant make the motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Auditor.
I would move approval of an MRG grant to Johnson County Rural Health Care District in the amount of $450,000 for their Rural Health Care District Emergency Services Building.
May I have a second? It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Mr. Secretary, thank you very much from the Johnson County Rural Health Care District and all that help you provided for us.
Yes, Ms. Connolly, thank you for traveling to Cheyenne over the past few days and meeting with everybody. It was a pleasure, and thank you very much. I feel like an auctioneer. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Blackwell has been crunching the numbers. You may recall there was some testimony earlier that the Claremont project came in under budget. We think we may have freed up an additional approximately $200,000 that might be available for this endeavor as well. So just wanted to make note of that. Ms. Blackwell, you may have a more final number.
The exact dollar amount would be $207,407.89. So 207,408.
And would we need to take any a motion on that, or what are the machinations of that?
They just need to send in a email to my office. One of my staff just spoke to them.
Okay.
So this was verbally, they can shoot us an email and it's a done deal. So.
Well, if you're listening to the town of Claremont, thank you very much. Mr. Treasurer, that kind of goes to your point exactly, and that's huge. So, anybody else? I'm looking for hands raised online or hands raised in the room. Somebody want to call out numbers and see if anybody out there will bid?
Mr. Chairman, I get to decide the cut if, no, just kidding.
All right. I don't see any other hands raised online, and nobody else in the audience. I don't know what our total is now with that, but.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yes, the account, Madam Auditor.
So including the Claremont numbers, we're at about 357,000 of freed up money penciled aside.
With the additional 200 in there?
Yes.
Yeah. Because I have 175 that's been given up.
We good? You guys' numbers reconcile?
I have 150.
You're 150?
I might be missing one.
Oh, I have Rollins already included. There's.
Oh, okay, I have
Oh,
not
yeah, we gotta
included
get
them
to
yet.
that. Okay.
Sorry, I was ahead of the game.
All right, so I think what we'll do now is, since I think we've had all the volunteers on the full funding list, then we can, and we've approved those with the reduced amounts with the motions. Then we'll take the others one by one, or as a consent if you would like. If somebody wants to move a consent list for all of the rest of those. Anybody wishing to speak on those those projects that we haven't addressed yet, you can do so now, keeping in mind you're on the list for full funding. So you don't have to talk if you don't want to, but we sure, if you've traveled here, I sure want to give you the opportunity to speak because you've come a long way, and don't want you to forego that opportunity if you feel the need. But you're on the full funding list. So anyone well, raise your hand if you're online or in the room if you want to address one of these. All right, I would entertain a motion for a consent list, or you can take them one by one, starting with Carbon County.
Mr. Chairman, my intent, and this may go nowhere, I'm just 1/5 of the board, well, I'm 1/4 at the moment, so I got a promotion. My intent would perhaps to be just skim a bit off of each, so I guess I would be in particular interested in hearing any attendees here who that would absolutely not work for. That's more my concern is.
That works for me.
We asked for volunteers of who it would work for. I would maybe need to hear
Why it wouldn't.
from someone why it absolutely would not work to have just a very minor haircut.
That sounds like a good plan. We'll start with number 1, which is Carbon County, the courthouse, Sally Port, $75,000. Anybody in attendance or online? Yes, sir. Please step forward. And if you'll just identify yourself so we can make the acquaintance.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Jim Pesci. I'm the Superintendent of Building and Grounds for Carbon County, and with me today is Sheriff Roy Ball. And I'm sure that Carbon County can live with whatever the board decides. This is a rather large project, as most of you know, and this is just another piece of it. So in light of funding, we've appreciated everything you've done. We're kind of sent here as a dignitary for Clerk Bartlett. And, you know, I just working with her as many years as I had, got the feeling that she's probably going to concur.
Yes, I think so. She's one of the best county clerks in the state of Wyoming, and she's always been good to work with. So I agree with that sentiment.
So anyway, Carbon County will certainly play along.
All right. Sheriff, do you have anything to add? I mean, you'll still be able to complete your project if we said 10% or something like that?
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure we would. It's an important project and we know it. And like you said, we've tried to get ahead of the game with everything we got going, and we appreciate all the opportunity and your efforts, and thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
I would move approval of MRG to Carbon County for their courthouse Sally Port in the amount of $67,500.
Second. Seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Next on the list is the City of Gillette Pump Station #1 Improvement Project, $250,000. In person or online? And I don't see anybody online. City of Gillette? All right. I don't have a choice. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of MRG funding to the City of Gillette for Pump Station #1 Improvement Project in the amount of $225,000. And Mr. Chairman, please, anyone disagree with me. If there's an accusation of being, somewhat arbitrary, I welcome all other thoughts or calculations.
May I have a second and we can discuss it? The superintendent with the second. Any discussion on that motion? All right, so the motion is City of Gillette Pump Station Number 1 Improvement Project. The amount would be $225,000. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. City of Newcastle Lagoon Biosolids Removal 2022, $670,750. And it looks like I have Mike Moore on the line. You're muted. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is Mike Moore. I'm the city engineer for the city of Newcastle. I believe we could forego $50,000 for the South Bighorn County Hospital. I think we could make up that difference with the ARPA funds that we've got and what we expect to receive.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. That's greatly appreciated. And I note that your project is the #1 ranking from DEQ, so I especially appreciate your willingness to make this work for yourselves and another community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else, City of Newcastle?
Just myself.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move approval of an MRG grant to City of Newcastle for Lagoon Biosolids Removal 2022 project in the amount of $620,750.
Been moved by the auditor, seconded by Mr. Treasurer. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Next up, City of Worland Priority 1 of 2 upgrade mid-block fire hydrant lines, $184,349. Anybody in the audience? I'm looking online. And I don't have anybody.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of an MRG grant to the City of Worland for upgrade mid-block fire hydrant lines in the amount of $165,914. That's a 10% haircut.
165,914.
Yes.
Second. It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the treasurer. City of Worland upgrade to their mid-block fire hydrant lines, $165,914.
And 10 cents, Mr. Chairman.
And 10 cents. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries.
$434.
And if I'm correct, we are now on #7, Powell Hospital District, replacement of front doors at the Powell Valley Care Center in the amount of $12,225. Anyone from Powell? And I see Peyton Allerheiligen. That's a tough one. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary and members of the board. You were very close. It's Allerhalligan.
All right.
Yes, we are requesting $12,225 to replace some entrance doors in our care center. It was a necessary improvement for the safety of our staff and residents. We are upgrading the doors to sliding doors, so they're easier accessible for those with wheelchairs. We're a small facility and we don't have an overabundance of funds for capital improvements such as this. So any funding is appreciated.
Thank you very much. I'll just go on a first name basis, Peyton.
That sounds great.
I have one of those last names that's hard to pronounce too sometimes, so I appreciate that. And appreciate your participation today. And
Mr. Chairman,
Madam
at this
Auditor.
amount, I would move approval of the full recommendation of $12,225.
you've heard the motion. May I have a second? It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. Powell Hospital District, $12,225. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. And I think that brings us to item number 12. Town of Yoder Water Distribution System, $125,676. Anyone from the town of Yoder here? Let me look online real quick. I don't have anybody online or in person. I'll wait for the calculator to stop.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor,
I would move approval of,
we have been, oh, now I see it. Mr. Eisenhower, how are you?
I'm well. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Yeah, I think with regards to this project, I know you guys are trying to find more money. At this point, unfortunately, it would have to come back into our project as a change order request to add a portion of pipeline that had to be taken out to bring the project within the original funding. So not knowing what the change order cost might be on it, I think we'll have to keep that as it is right now.
And Mr. Eisenhower, thank you. I appreciate that. As the engineer of these types of projects, I know that you're very familiar with them, and we appreciate that input very much.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor,
I would move approval of the requested amount of $125,676
may I have a
to the
second?
town of Yoder for their water distribution system.
Do you have a second? All right, it's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. Town of Yoder Water Distribution System, $125,676. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Is that complete? Am I correct? Completed the full funding list.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
All right, thank you, Madam Director. And now we will move to the partial funding list. And we'll start with Alpine Fire District. Alpine Fire Aerial. The recommended amount is $700,000. Anyone in attendance for, I see somebody online, anybody in person? Mr. Vaught, please.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, I'm Mike Vogt. I'm the fire chief here in Alpine. I want to thank you for the consideration of that aerial. It's duly needed in the valley here.
Do you have anything else to add, or is or subtract?
Well, it's hard for me to subtract when I still have to take it out to bid because it's already been reduced.
Fair enough.
Mr. Chairman, total freed up so far is 458 and change. So we're getting there.
Anyone else for the Alpine Fire District? I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask one more question?
Yes, please proceed.
Thanks for tuning in, Mike. What is your plan? What if you are awarded the 700,000, but it comes in over? Are you able to fund that or not?
Yes, we'll have to get it out of money that we put aside for the reserve for wildfire protection if a fire happens in the district, and also our reserve for another fire engine that we'd have to replace in 5 years. And plus, it'll take a while to get built, so we could accumulate some more funding for that.
Okay.
Wheels are turning.
A question to staff. What was the reason for, a kind of an odd number, 674? I see some of these other ones you were like even numbers. I mean, why the extra 4,000?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, you're looking at the unupdated list.
I'm on the old list.
Yes, sir. Their current recommended amount is 700,000. The reason for that amount was that was the maximum grant amount that we agreed to award at this meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Auditor.
And again, I'm happy to be corrected or have other ideas, but I'm going to recommend funding as it was originally on our initial list of $674,000 to the Alpine Fire District.
Is there a second? Second. Been moved by the auditor, seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? So it's Alpine Fire District in the amount of $674,000.
And Mr. Chairman, that is opposed to the $700,000 that was recommended to us.
Thank you for that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes. Next up is the City of Rollins, who has already, I believe, volunteered $25,000, and we were going to clean that up now with a motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Auditor.
I would move approval of MRG grant to the City of Rollins for their water supply rehabilitation project in the amount of $725,000. No, sorry, $675,000.
You almost got some more
Woo.
added money there.
I'd be fired.
Did you have a second? Second. All right. Been moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? If you'd like to add to the discussion, you're welcome to do so. Mr. Metcalf and.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Just wanted to come up and thank the board for this assistance. We very much need it right now, and so just wanted to come and say thank you.
Very good.
And I too want to thank you on behalf of the mayor of Rollins, Terry Wycombe, and all of the citizens. This is a dire project for us, and it's going to start the motion for us to be able to do what we needed to do. Thank you.
We know you've had some real challenges over there, so we wish you the best and thank you for your generosity today. Next up, partial,
Chairman, I think we
Madam
need to
Auditor.
vote.
Is there a hand up?
I don't believe we voted.
Oh, okay. You got it. Aye. The motion carries for the City of Rollins, $675,000. Thank you for that. Next up is City of Mills, finished water storage tank. And we have Ms. Kemper on the line. Anybody here? All right, Ms. Kemper.
Hi, Mr. Secretary and board members. My name is Sabrina Kemper. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Mills. With this project, we came to you guys in April, and I want to apologize for us not being there in person, as I told you we would be, but we were listed on the no funding list, so we weren't sure if we should come down or not. We ended up making alternate plans. But anyway, I'm here today online to just thank you for recommending something for us. This obviously isn't going to get our tank the extra that we were asking for, the $837,000, is strictly materials due to the increase in inflation with the pandemic. $226,000 will get us something. So we would appreciate if you would approve that. And we also do intend on applying for the ARPA water and wastewater funds to hopefully get money for that as well, and hopefully get this project to the finish line.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Kemper? You may have already mentioned this, and obviously this is substantially less and substantially more in some ways. How far along is this 226,000 gonna get you?
Mr. Chairman, board members, this will get us to the amount that we originally applied for when we applied for the CDBG funding that we were awarded back through the Business Council when that program was there. The project was listed at $531,000. And then when they started doing the design and engineering, they realized this was in spring of 21. So the prices had skyrocketed already. And then by the end of, we were actually told to put this on hold because the prices were almost double at that time. So about 500,000 more. And then we were told to put this on hold because we didn't know what to do with the additional funding. And then the program was moving from the Business Council to the WCDA. So that was kind of an issue of what to do with it. And was our project actually going to stay with the Business Council or not? So by the end of, actually January of 22, that's when we got an updated amount for the just under $1.4 million for the entire project, but 800,000 of it was due to the increase in materials. So, I mean, it'll get us a bit further. It'll, I don't think we won't be able to start the actual construction with $200,000, but we can take that to the next step. And for our next application, we can say, okay, we have this much money, and then this is all that we need now.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that information. Anybody else have any questions? Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I have a request which you are welcome to not honor if you choose not to, but where we are down to the final dollars, I'm wondering where both this request and the next request are the recommended amount is very cut from the proposal. Could we hear from the town of Fort Laramie prior to any more motions so we know what their situation is as well?
Happy to do it. Anybody from the town of Fort Laramie regarding the sewer water phase 3? I see no one in the audience, but oh no, it's Mr. Eisenhower again, the engineer. He's sharpened his pencil this time and he's found some money. Go ahead.
Get myself unmuted there. Yeah, Mr. Secretary, certainly we would like to be able to sharpen the pencils. On this particular project, this was a project that's bid about a couple months ago now. And prior to the bid of this project, we knew based off of what had been happening in the construction industry during COVID and so forth, that the original budget for this project probably was not going to end up being enough to cover the construction costs. And so the town of Fort Laramie proactively sent the application in to the MRG for what we had thought would probably be maybe a shortfall of about $500,000. That's what they went for. The bids did come in over the budget. Not quite as much as we had anticipated, but enough that we had to cut portions of the project out in hopes that we could add them back in if this additional funding were to be approved. So in looking at the numbers that the partial funding, the 250,000, it doesn't quite get us across the finish line for the entire project, but it does get us further than we would have had. From the town's perspective, they probably, that's, we'd love to get more, but we certainly, they do need the $250,000.
Thank you, Mr. Eisenhower. What's your pleasure, board? Madam Auditor?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we fund $250,000 for the town of Fort Laramie of MRG funding for their sewer and water phase 3.
You've heard the motion. We have a second from the superintendent. Any discussion?
This will qualify for ARPA funds, though, won't it? I mean, if they need any more? Yeah, okay, good.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. And we're back on the City of Mills.
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Auditor.
I'm struggling. I want to be able to fund this, but what I'm struggling with is that the money doesn't get the project going. And I'm going to move no funding on, I'm going to move no funding on this recommendation. And Mr. Chairman, sorry, on the City of Mills, the finished water storage tank for, so the problem is that the 226,000 or a reduced amount doesn't actually get them started on the construction. So I think that project timing wise, and I'm thinking of timing of where our MRG money is best spent and is most needed now. I think that obviously they need the money to finish the project. They need the full amount. And I think that is very, very ripe for ARPA funding and maybe more, and the timeline is maybe works with that, as that will be coming quite soon. So that's the motion I would make, Mr. Chairman, and see if there's a second.
It's been moved and seconded, seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion on the motion? I would note, and maybe staff can help out here, I think it was stated this was no fund originally. And I guess the $226,000, I don't know what the method was. It's quite a reduction, obviously. And one of the notes says if fully funded, it would have been 100% grant funded, but it was a 600 plus reduction. Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, the reason for the recommended amount is based on that was what was left in the pot to give. So there's no rhyme or reason to it.
And just to be fair, I want to give Ms. Kemper an opportunity just to weigh in on that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I can't argue with the auditor's comments. We do think that this project is completely 100% ARPA fund qualified. Of course, that's not our decision to make. And you're right, it's not going to get the project started with construction because you can't just put a couple pieces in and then hope that you have more funding to complete it. We just can't do that.
Thank you for those comments. Appreciate that. And obviously these things are kept in mind as we go forward with the ARPA funding, because we all participate in that process as well. So thank you for those comments. Any other discussion from the board? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. if I'm correct, that completes the partial funding list. And so now we just need to go back to the no funding list and take up item number 8, South Bighorn County Hospital District Certified Electronic Health Record System, if we have some totals. Make sure we're in agreement on our totals.
Mr. Chairman, what I show that we received back from all of the applicants was $528,244. With that amount plus the 207,408, we have $35,652. So 735,652.
Mr. Chairman, our math may be iffy, but it is the same.
Yeah.
All right.
Mr.
Madam Auditor.
Chairman, I would move approval of MRG grant to South Bighorn County Hospital District for their certified electronic health record system in the amount of 731,752.
I have.
Sorry, the numbers are on the page, I just can't read them. 735,652. There we go.
Good. All right, the math has been confirmed. May I have a second? It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that
Mr. Treasurer.
goes, that goes over the 700,000. I'm not sure if there's anything else on the,
There's 750, Mr. Treasurer.
is it 750?
Yeah.
I thought we were capped everything at 700,000.
Madam Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that was a funding committee decision. The board can fund to whatever level of funds they have available.
Okay, all right. City of Rollins probably wants their 25.
All right, we're on the discussion portion. Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. And by my estimation, am I correct that that completes the MRG portion? And next up is
The K matters,
Matter
Mr.
K.
Chairman, the Board of Deposits, which is
Okay.
the treasurer's, so we would yield to the treasurer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Director. All right, let's get here to the Board of Deposits.
Mr. Chairman, I believe we had somebody who had their hand raised that
Oh.
wanted to speak.
Oh, Mr. Schrader, please.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman and board, and all of you, I've never seen something like this. Thank you. That's amazing. Thank you.
Travel safe.
Yep, and thanks for everybody that came down. Appreciate your time and your effort. And Mr. Schrader, I just think that's a testament to our small communities and our great state. So everybody's happy to do it, I think. All right, Mr. Treasurer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the first time in a long time that we're going to actually go over our interest rate charged on the TDOA program from the base rate of 25 basis points. So essentially the one-year T-bill for the prior period of the calendar year preceding this meeting from January 3rd to March 31st was 0.98%, or 98 basis points, almost a full percentage point. So we're making real money now, guys. Yeah. So the math is on the page over here on the daily Treasury yield curve ratios. It has every date, and you can see the highlighted area there is the 0.98 for 1 year. Getting up into just for the 5 year is actually at 193. So we're moving up there, guys. So I have a motion, if there's no discussion, and the motion is that the state treasurer requests that the board accept the recommendation for the TDOA rate to be established using the one-year treasury bill average for the full calendar quarter preceding this meeting, January 3rd of 2022 through March 31st of 2022. The rate of 0.98% will be for the first quarter of the time deposit open account contract year of 2022 to 2023 to be effective July 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2022.
You've heard the motion. May I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
We do have an informational only one. I call your attention toward the end of the book on K2s, collateral versus deposits. Everyone is very well collateralized. So from that perspective, Mr. Chairman, we're in good shape with all of our banks. We've got one that's pretty close, so we'll keep an eye on that. But everybody else is in this very, very well collateralized with their bank account balances.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. And I would note, I don't think it requires action, but J3, we don't have to do anything with that, do we? Okay,
No, Mr. Chairman, that
Thank
was an
you.
informational matter.
appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, I think that concludes the agenda for the State Loan and Investment Board meeting today. And I would note, I guess lunch is here, so perhaps it would be a good time for a short break.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Sounds good. Hearing no objections.
Snacking all night.
Good job, Mr. Chairman.
Of Land Commissioners, and Director, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first item on the State Board of Land Commissioners agenda today is approval of the April 7th, 2022 State Board of Land Commissioners meeting minutes.
Anybody have any changes or corrections to the minutes? April 7th? If not, may I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the minutes of the State Board of Land Commissioners meeting from April 7th, 2022.
For the motion, may I have a second? Moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we have provided you and the board members with the usual reports behind tab B. We don't have anything further to add at this time, but we would stand for any questions.
Any questions on matter B? Seeing none.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we have provided the materials to the board in advance of this meeting, and we have briefed each of you individually. Prior to the meeting, at this time, I am prepared to propose a consent list if the board would so desire.
Hearing no objection, please proceed.
Okay, the following items on the State Board of Land Commissioners agenda for June 2nd appear to be amenable to treatment on a consent list. D1 through D13, E1 through E6, F1 through F6, G1 through G2, G4, and I1.
If nobody wants to remove anything from that list, I would entertain a motion to put those items on a consent list for further consideration.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second. It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the treasurer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The motion carries. I'd entertain a motion for passage of the items on the consent list.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation on the consent list.
May I have a second? Second. It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. All those in favor of adopting or approval of those items and the director's recommendation on the consent list, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, before we move into the matters on the agenda for the Board of Land Commissioners today, we had spoken previously with the governor about having State Forester Crapser do his update earlier in the agenda, given the anticipated amount of time it may take for some of these later matters.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Crapser, you don't want to listen to all the fascinating subject matter today, huh?
Mr. Chairman, I'll take the fifth on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Fire season west-wide has got off to an early start, particularly in the Southwest and in Texas this year. Had an awful lot of activity. Currently, there's around 70 Wyoming County fire personnel in New Mexico or Texas still supporting fires. And we have 3 state employees in New Mexico supporting fires. Our predictive services are still forecasting. We've had this little bit of moisture the last few weeks, but they're still predicting an above normal fire activity for most of Wyoming, July, August, September, and probably even into October. So as I've reported to you before, it looks like it probably will be a long, hot summer from a fire perspective. Our state helicopter will come on contract next Tuesday, the June 7th, and it'll be available with the fire crew to respond to fires starting June 8th. As I've told you before, that program wouldn't be possible without our cooperation with the Medicine Bow National Forest. They supply half the fire crew for the helitack and really help us out a lot. Our state single engine air tankers will be available starting June 20th. That's a 90-day contract. We house those at the BLM's tanker base in Casper. Like with everybody else, staffing's been a really big issue with the BLM, and they were really struggling to find qualified managers to actually even run their tanker base this year. My staff was able to broker a deal with Minnesota DNR, whose fire season is over by now. And really, we've worked a deal between the DNR, us, and the BLM, and that tanker base will be managed and staffed almost entirely this summer by Minnesota Department of Natural Resource employees that'll be on details out. So it's a good indication and show how the different states can work together on some of these things to make stuff happen. Still on the staffing front, we're facing the same issues everybody else is. On our smoke buster program up at the Honor Camp in Newcastle, of our 9 positions up there, currently we have 5 vacancies. So we only have 4 staff out of 9. DOC is also struggling to get us qualified inmates for the program. So this year, what we're looking at is we're going to have what we're calling a short crew. We're probably going to have 13 inmates and our 4 staff available for fires, which is down quite a bit from where we've been in the past. Switching gears away from fire, working with the Forest Service, we currently have all 4 of our AWAC, Good Neighbor Forestry, Good Neighbor Agreement Forestry people on, jobs have been offered, so they'll be by the 1st of July, we'll be fully staffed with that. We also have the partnership coordinator position advertised. You may recall those positions are state employees that'll be doing work on federal land, helping the Forest Service and the BLM with management, but the salaries are all paid by the Forest Service, even though they run through our program. Good Neighbor Authority has been very successful for us in the state. Our federal partners leveraging resources together. Last year, we actually, on the Bear Lodge district of the Black Hills National Forest, our GNA foresters put up more timber than the Forest Service put up on that district. So it's been a very successful program. Also on the Black Hills, as you know, the Black Hills has greatly reduced their annual timber harvest while at the same time starting the forest plan revision. We've been working really close with South Dakota Forest Service, the counties, industry, and the governor's office, looking at short and mid-range timber supply and some potential solutions. Frankly, we haven't got any great short or midterm solutions. Everybody's working on things, but we haven't seemed to get a lot of traction. At the same time, as they move into their forest plan revision, we've been working with all those same partners to posture both our state, the counties, and South Dakota with the forest plan revision, how to best influence the direction the Forest Service takes. Mr. Chairman, that's my quick update. I'd sure answer any questions that the board would have.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer?
just could you kind of characterize, I guess, the cooperation or the ability to, I guess, access timber resources in the West? Is it easier? Is it about the same, or is it harder?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, my wise ass answer would be yes to all, that it's easier some places, about the same some places, and harder some places. But it's a mixed bag, depending on the forest you're working on, depending on the issues they have on that forest. Good Neighbor Authority, I think, has really helped the states leverage resources on the Forest Service, particularly with timber sales and service contracts like thinning contracts, because we've seen with our Good Neighbor, and I'll use the Medicine Bow, for example, if they have X amount of money to do thinning on national forest, using their numbers, they calculate the number of acres. We're normally able, using state contracting and with the state administrating those service contracts, we're normally able to do anywhere from 15 to 25% more acres than the Forest Service can do with the same amount of money. So I think there's a lot of bumps in the road. I think the issues, Black Hills, besides a lot of other issues, the Fish and Wildlife Service is moving to list the long-eared bat as endangered instead of threatened. The long-eared bat is probably endangered, meets the criteria of endangered, but it's endangered because of a disease, not because of habitat. And when you change from threatened to endangered, it changes the agencies, the federal agencies' flexibility to do what they call 3D rules to have management availability. So we're working with our national association through several of the states to try to keep that listing as threatened, just so they have more flexibility in their management.
Anything else? I don't know what you're going to do with the rest of your afternoon, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will find something to do with it.
Thank you, Mr. Crapser. Director.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to the C matters on the agenda. The first one is to consider adoption of emergency rules for the State Board of Land Commissioners Rules and Regulations, Chapter 4, which involves grazing and agricultural leasing. And I would yield to Deputy Director Jason Crowder to present this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the board is aware, during the 2022 budget session, the legislature passed what was House Bill 3 and ended up being House Enrolled Act 49 that further defined the word preference within the statute as far as vacant land leasing goes on state land and for a process to lease those lands out. Quickly, Mr. Chairman, we're going to offer 3 separate items related to this issue for you. This first one is for the emergency rule process that would allow us to continue our efforts in leasing these vacant lands without a break as the board considers the regular rulemaking process and the public comments that may come from that to move forward and codify what's in statute within your rules. What we have, the need for these emergency rules is that we have a backlog, a fairly substantial backlog of vacant land leases that need to be let. There are a lot of these that are integral to existing ranching operations, and they have been very patient as we've moved through the rulemaking process and through the statute process, awaiting the opportunity to place a bid on these vacant lands. And we've actively started a process and have rededicated staff to ensure that that moves forward as quickly as and efficiently as possible. And we ask for these emergency rules to not have a break in that effort, and for staff to keep up their good work and move forward with that backlog. Mr. Chairman, I'll quickly run through the provisions within the rule changes, and happy to answer any questions as we go along. To start with, the legislature provided us a very prescriptive statute that we could use in creating these rule changes. There are a lot of simple cut and paste from the statute into this rulemaking process. So we basically have taken everything that they've given us and given them to you as rule changes. But first of all, they define the word preference as an elevated position of an applicant to participate in the vacant land bidding process above those who are not owners, lessees, or lawful occupants of adjoining land. So we provide that to you as a new subsection F within your Chapter 4 rules, and after that definition, we renumber or re-letter appropriately. Next, the legislature provided minimum qualifications for applicants to meet in order to even qualify to apply for vacant lands. And those are they had to be qualified under the provisions of Wyoming Statute 36.5.101, which are the minimum qualifications to even hold a state grazing lease on state lands. They require that the applicant have actual and necessary use for the land, can gain access to the land, or if they don't have access, can get access to the land. Obviously offer to pay the minimum annual rental at not less than the fair market value, and who have not been found to have significantly violated any laws or regulations related to state lands. After that, Mr. Chairman, they provide a process for recognizing the statute, and they do give the board the ability to not recognize the statute if the board has good cause not to. And we'll get into that in a minute. But the process that they apply here in statute and in rule as well is that if two applicants apply for the same piece of state land, and one of those applicants is eligible for the preference, meaning it is an owner, a lessee, or someone who controls adjacent land, and there's another applicant who doesn't qualify for that preference, not an owner, lessee, or control adjacent land. If that non-eligible applicant bids more than the eligible applicant has the ability to match that bid of the non-eligible applicant and get awarded the lease that way. If there are two eligible applicants for the preference, and those are the only two in the bidding process as we move forward with it, the director can then determine a way to get a final bid from them, either through a live auction or through another sealed bid or some other mechanism as the situation may demand. But those two individuals would have the opportunity to bid against each other for a final bid and award the lease in that manner. If we have an ineligible applicant who is the highest bidder, and we have more than one eligible applicant that desires to match the ineligible applicant's bid, then we accept that match from each of those eligible applicants, and the director then can determine another way to find that final bid, either through a sealed bid, a live auction, or whatever the situation may determine. And we award the lease in that manner. That is the process that the legislature has given us to move forward in the vacant land leasing realm, and that's what's in rule. The last thing that the legislature did indicate was that if the board determines for good cause that a preference should not be recognized, it has to give notice to that applicant that it's not recognizing its preference and a statement of good cause, and give that applicant the ability to appeal that decision. In these rules, you are directing the director to make that initial assessment to determine if there is good cause for not recognizing that preference. And you're directing her to place that within her director's decision, conditionally awarding that lease after all of the applications and after all of the process that we go through is finished. And at that time, that applicant can appeal her decision or appeal that determination that there is good cause to not recognize that preference, and can be afforded an appeal process through the APA, the Wyoming Administrative Procedures Act, and work through our contested case process through the Office of Administrative Hearings. And then the board will ultimately hear that recommendation from OAH, understand all the findings of facts and conclusions of law, and to make that final determination. If the director was correct in her not recognizing the preference, and if she was also correct in her conditionally awarding of the lease at the same time. So, Mr. Chairman, real quickly, that is the changes to the rules. And again, this is the emergency component that we would operate under starting on July 1st with any leases that we were to move in the process after that period of time.
Board, any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
I'll bring up something I think that I did well. You guys were giving us your briefing. The section that says who has not been found to have significantly violated any laws or regulations related to state lands. Now, that doesn't say within the last 2 years or within the last 10 years. To me, that just says if you ever violated it, you're totally barred from leasing any vacant lands. Is that a true statement?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I think that we would apply that provision on a case-by-case situation. Look at the applicant, see what the infraction was, how seriously it is, and if it met what we feel would be significant towards the situation. It could be 2 years, it could be 10 years, and even if it was 10 years ago and they've since became a good actor, we would take that into account as well.
Yeah, but there's nothing in rules that say one way or the other as far as how you should uniformly apply anything. It's pretty much who's ever in the chair at the time in the state office as how that might be. To me, that seems like you're really walking on the fine ledge of being the good old arbitrary and capricious if there isn't anything that guides you one way or the other. So I think that's something that we might have to contemplate, is some written policy, maybe not rules, but a written policy that gives some guidelines to current and future, I guess, staff and administration. Then it'd be interesting to me as far as at some point in time, if you could give us a list of the laws and regulations related to state lands, which you would feel would cross that line, which may be included in policy, but might bear some fruit, I think, if the board discussed, what's on that list and what isn't on the list. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we're happy to provide that list. It is important to note that throughout the whole legislative process and the history of leasing lands and vacant lands, we've tried to maintain the board's broad discretion and flexibility in determining who to lease to and provide you the best option going forward. The more prescriptive that we are in that realm, the less ability you have to step outside of it and determine who a good or bad applicant might be. But we can provide you the list of statutes for sure.
Mr. Governor Chairman.
Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. Is that, it strikes me that language is in the statute.
Mr. Chairman, we pulled it straight from the statute, verbatim cut and pasted.
Okay.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman, I guess, my concern remains the one that I've outlined a couple of times. The legislature in their wisdom sought to be very prescriptive about this, which removed a lot of the judgment, and to their, they made that clear. They want to restrain the ability of this board to be able to make decisions for good or for bad. And my concern continues to be in the and I admit this is probably not often, but in the case where somebody has a section leased that is part of their operation, has been for years, that should they end up in a vacant land situation, that this board would still have the ability, if the reason was brought forward, to be able to, you know, put that back in play for the operation that had leased it for years. And, you know, I grew up, it's now not the issue, but I grew up with a place where we had what we called the school section. That was always our spring pasture. And it had to go through Hanson's and Cash's, and Ram's Bottoms were on all sides of that, but we all shared that. But that's the example that I'd give. We've now picked up one of the pieces, so we're contingent, but that, I mean, I guess that's my concern, is that inadvertently, somebody could miss their lease payment or renewal, and suddenly it's vacant land, and they have no ability to be able to bring their case to this board. And I think you've described that the director, according to these rules and to statute, would have to make the determination that she would. But would this board still have the ability to listen to the pleadings of a particular lessee and make a determination based on that?
Mr. Chairman, I think you're right in your characterization of the rules now, that they are very prescriptive and remove a lot of discretion and ability for the board to make certain determinations. However, each lease is provided to the board for ultimate approval. And if the board determines that it doesn't want to go along with the director's recommendation, it certainly has the ability to do that. If the director recognized the preference and didn't not recognize it in a certain applicant, the board would then have to give notification to that applicant that there is good cause that it wasn't going to recognize that preference and go in a different direction. But absolutely, the board always has the final say in these leasing decisions as we go forward.
And Deputy, thank you for clarifying that. My concern was that I thought the characterization you had, that would have to go through an OAH, have trouble with vowels, OAH process in order to get to that point. But I think you're saying that this board still would retain ultimate control on that.
Mr. Chairman, you're correct. It would. It would only go through OAH if it was appealed, if that applicant appealed the decision of the director to either recognize or not recognize that preference.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right. Any other questions? I don't see any other public or anybody's hand raised on this issue. So the first recommendation is contained in C1. If we could get a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move that we find that emergency rules are necessary to comply with the act passed by the legislature and for timely and continued offering of vacant lands for grazing and agricultural purposes, as the board undergoes regular rulemaking process, and that the board adopt the proposed draft emergency rules for Chapter 4 of the Board of Land Commissioners Rules and Regulations.
All right, that's a combined motion there. Is there a second? Second. Moved by the auditor, seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? The motion passes, and now we are on C2.
Correct, Mr. Chairman, and C2 is to consider the kicking off the rulemaking process, if you will, for Chapter 4, grazing and agricultural leasing. Deputy Director Crowder, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, ma'am. Mr. Chairman, the set of rules in front of you in C2 are the exact same as the emergency rules you just passed.
May I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move that we authorize the Office of State Lands and Investments to begin the regular rulemaking process with the draft amended rules for Chapter 4 grazing and agricultural leasing.
May I have a second? Second. It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. Discussion. Mr.
Question.
Treasurer.
I guess a point of information, the time period for the emergency rules, how does that differ from the time period of the regular rules as far as comment periods and?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we may have to phone a friend and ask Mr. Peters to answer that specifically, but historically, we've been able to run both processes simultaneously, and as soon as the emergency rules expired, the regular rules could come into play without break, if everything goes according to plan.
So let's just say it's 90 days on both of them for comment on the emergency and the regular rules, and so I'm trying to figure out why I would even bother to comment on the emergency rules, you know, yeah.
I was gonna say, Mr. Chairman, I do not believe comment is taken for emergency rules. And so this would put the emergency rules in place while I think they're good for 120 days, Jim. And then we can continue with the regular rulemaking process wherein public comment is accepted and considered. Jim, to the extent you want to add on to that?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, emergency rules can be effective for 120 days after the date that they are filed, Secretary of State's office, and can be renewed for an additional 120 days. So they can be effective for a grand total of up to 240 days. For the public comment period on regular rules, after approval to move forward and start that process, there's a minimum of 45 days required for the public comment period. Then after the public comment period, the board would need to consider any public comments at a subsequent meeting of the board. And if the board then decides to move forward with adopting those rules, then there's a 75-day period in which they would need to be reviewed by LSO, the Attorney General's office, the Governor's office, signed and filed to become effective. So that process generally takes a minimum of 4 or 5 months for the entire rulemaking process, and generally there's usually enough time for emergency rules to be in effect if they run simultaneous courses.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? We are on the motion for matter C2. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carries. And now C3.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. C3 has to deal with modifications necessary to the grazing and agricultural lease application as a result of the rule change. Deputy Director Crowder.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Chairman, the statute indicates that the application needs to be approved by the board and given to applicants by the office. To create a little bit more certainty in the answers that we would receive to ensure that we would comply with the statute and the rules as written, and to make it a little easier to follow for our applicants. We've understood that our historic application is a little bit hard to follow at times. We have created an application specific to vacant land leasing, and that is what's before you today.
Board, any questions or comment? Mr. Treasurer?
I'm looking at this question here. It's please list those parcels of state land that the applicant does not have legal access to and cannot acquire legal access to. And you know, that could be a large list, but I'm guess I'd have to make the assumption that it's around the lands that they seek to lease, but it doesn't say that. So
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, all of the questions within this application are tied to the lands that they're wishing to apply for.
Okay.
That's the intent.
All right.
And that specific question is intended to meet the minimum qualifications the legislature placed in. Do you have or can you gain access to the land you're applying for?
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments, Mr. Governor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I wonder if, I think actually the treasurer makes an interesting point. If you were to look at this just sort of right off the bat, I wonder if those parcels of state land being applied for that the applicant does not have, I wonder if that might be clarifying language.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Governor, could you restate that for me?
Well, I just was, I thought the point the treasurer made was a good one. Please list those parcels of state land in this application that the applicant does not have legal access to and cannot acquire legal access to. Does that, just puts a point on it? Mr. Treasurer, does that work for you?
Yeah, I think it does.
Mr. Chairman, we can make that change.
Any other comments on the lease? I don't see anybody looking to comment. All right, may I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of the proposed application with the adjusted language on question 1C.
It has been moved by the auditor, seconded by the governor. Any further discussion?
Just a question.
Mr. Treasurer.
Over here on where it says the list of types of crops, including hay, which will be grown on the state land. And, you know, you could probably list 20 crops if it's irrigated, but there's only going to be one crop grown there that year or one crop the next year. So I'm wondering, well, I can just see an inspector going out there and somebody says it's, you know, that you're going to be growing these crops, and if they don't see all of them, they're going to get, if they don't know about crop rotation or they don't know about something, it just, well, I guess it is in Colorado, so we don't have to worry about it yet, maybe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I can respond to that a little bit. So the intent of the question is for the applicant to show that they have actual and necessary use of the land. Obviously, throughout the term of a lease, things can change and they can apply for a reclassification and change it from farmland to grazing or vice versa. And in the grazing sense, they can go from yearlings to cattle and depending on what the market and what their business practices might be. So this is really just an intent for them to show you, the board, and us as we're reviewing the application that they do have actual and necessary use for the land as they move forward in the lease.
Any other discussion? One thing I might note, this is for further clarification, on number 1, I do appreciate that we're asking if they are a corporate entity, that they are registered with the Secretary of State, so they're in good standing and all of that. I would note that there probably are individuals out there that aren't an LLC or incorporated perhaps, that don't need to be registered with Secretary of State. So just take a look at that and maybe qualify that first part, you know, because if the applicant is something else like individual there, unless they're an entity, they can explain that when it says if no, but I don't know if most people understand the legal requirements when you are and when you are not required to register. But we can talk probably more about that, right?
And Mr. Chair, what is a DAO? Would a DAO have that new entity that we signed into law.
A digital autonomous organization.
Yeah.
No, you're right. It's not listed there. That would be interesting to have one of those do a state lease, wouldn't it?
I think it's fully within their
Yeah, no,
capability of doing that.
Maybe we ought to, there's been a lot of recent changes, obviously, to, different entities and stuff. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have Monique Meese here. She can address both of my concerns and your question as well. Ms. Meese.
Chairman, Governor, the DAOs are formed under a subsection of the LLC Act, so it would apply in the same fashion that an LLC would. A general partnership and a sole proprietorship are both entities that are not required to register with us. So they would be an entity, but they would not be required to register with the Secretary of State, and we could not provide them a certificate of good standing.
So perhaps maybe just a suggestion is, if a limited partnership, corporation, limited liability, et cetera, nonprofit, et cetera, we list the ones where they would be required to register with us. And then we ask the question, are you registered, might be the way to go. And maybe you could get them a list of the ones that aren't required.
I'd be happy to do that.
And then that way, I think it would be more clear for folks that probably don't have we have a lot of people that are corporations that aren't current, and that's why this question's here, so I appreciate that. So, all right. With that, any other comments on the lease? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carries.
Go ahead.
That's the one, huh?
Yeah, well, I didn't know when you wanted to take those.
Yeah, I'm happy, whatever works.
It's a good spot.
Okay. Could we just take a very quick break just so I can catch up with where we've been?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Director, thank you. Opportunity.
Brian just ran to the restroom.
Oh, okay, Brian's, so we're still. I can tell. And so, Madam Director?
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is G3, as F7 is informational only. So G3 is a matter that was tabled by the board at the April 7th, 2022 meeting, and I'm happy to provide an introduction, but perhaps the board should decide if it wants to take it up again and untable it.
Yeah, I think that would be the correct course. So, Board, I think you know the issues here. If someone wants to remove it from the table, please, I would entertain a motion to do so.
Mr. Chairman, I request that we remove from the table the issue at hand, because I can't tell you exactly what it is, what the name of it is, but you guys know what I'm talking about.
All right.
That's,
So for clarification,
Yeah, thank you.
if memory serves, Madam Director, we are going to consider the two items that were not, that were tabled at the last meeting, which is TUP 03342, Wilson Investments LLC, and is that TUP 03345, Base Camp Hospitality LLC.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. I was going to provide the background as far as where things stand, assuming that the board wanted to untable it. I didn't want to get into that if the board decided not to go forward.
Yep.
All right, that was G. All right.
So, Mr. Treasurer, does that help?
Yeah, I'm in the right
That's G.
area here.
G3?
That's G, right?
And so is that a motion that you
Yes,
have
Mr.
made?
Chairman.
It is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. So with that, all in favor of putting the items TUP 03345 and TUP 03342 back in front of us, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I believe that motion carries. Those matters are now properly before us.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just provide a little background again and sort of set the table with where things stand. This is the continuation of the matter that was tabled at the April 7th board meeting, in which the board considered proposals for commercial development related to the Highway 90 or Teton Village parcel located in Teton County, Wyoming. You may recall that OSLI had accepted responses to a solicitation for proposals for development of the parcel from December 13th of 2021 through February 1st of 2022. OSLI received 18 proposals representing a variety of uses on any one or a combination of the 9 tracks offered in the solicitation. OSLI reviewed and scored each proposal, taking into consideration characteristics such as compatibility with long-term management goals for the parcel, financial compensation to the trust beneficiaries, disturbance to the land asset, financial ability of the applicant to sustain the project, and potential management issues. There were 5 applications described in the tabled board matter that were identified by OSLI as the applications that best represented progressive land uses, fair market compensation, minimal surface disturbance, and consistency with management goals for the parcel. At the April 7th meeting, the board approved TUP 3341 to Yellow Iron Excavating LLC, TUP 3343 to Whole Landscaping, and TUP 3344 to Arbor Works, largely for landscaping activities, and the board directed OSLI to issue those TUPs. OSLI complied with that directive, and those TUPs have in fact been issued. The board then tabled the proposals for TUP 3345, which is the Base Camp Hospitality LLC, and TUP 3342, which is Wilson Investments LLC, and instructed OSLI to obtain additional written public comment on those 2 proposals. OSLI again complied with this directive. A 30-day public comment period was held. It was advertised in the local Jackson Hole newspaper and via the Gov Delivery electronic platform. Copies of the comments have been provided to the board for consideration in advance of the meeting. So the issues before the board today are the proposed TUPs for TUP 3345 for Base Camp and 3342 for Wilson Investments. So with that, it's my understanding that both Base Camp and Wilson may have some additional presentation materials for the board or some statements they'd like to make. I would suggest perhaps we take them one at a time, but Governor, that's certainly within your purview.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Director. Let's do that, take them one at a time. Let me ask first if there are any questions from members of the board for the staff. Hearing none.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Madam Auditor.
Sorry, Director, and I'm trying to find a good way to ask this. The TUPs that we already granted, the 3 that we approved at our last meeting, are those considered stockpile sites or something different?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I believe they're landscaping businesses. I don't believe they're just stockpile sites.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Madam Director, and do you have an idea where to begin with this process?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, I would suggest perhaps we take the Base Camp hospitality first. I can kind of read an introduction, and then I think there might be some folks here that want to speak with the board and present some additional materials to the board, and then there may be some folks that would like to make comment on that.
And Madam Director, at the risk of sort of running us off into a rabbit trail, I want to know that, folks to know that I think all of us have been made aware of a alternative proposal. And so, you know, as we consider these things, I think it's appropriate to look at the TUPs we have in front of us first, and then recognizing that there are probably some people that have ideas that may be somewhat different than that. I think we should probably let them speak, and then we can take under consideration what needs to happen next, if that makes sense to you.
Mr. Chairman, my only concern, if you're speaking about the win-win proposal that the board has received, I believe that's outside of this solicitation process. So I think procedurally, if I'm accurate here, it's probably best to make the decisions on the TUPs before the board, before entertaining the win-win comments, although they may be intertwined. There may be folks that want to speak in one way or another in favor or in opposition to something and in favor of something else. So, yeah.
Right. Yep. Understood. Any particular comments on any of that? Okay, great. Thanks. With that, Madam Director, TUP 03345, Base Camp Hospitality.
Correct. Mr. Chairman, Base Camp Hospitality LLC submitted an application for Tract 9 for the purpose of an off-grid accommodation site. Base Camp proposed to place up to 11 units, a welcome center, parking, and a utility shed on Tract 9. Each unit will be equipped with modern amenities, including beds, restrooms, and solar-powered heat and air conditioning. The units will sit on raised wood platforms to mitigate the impact on the land. Base Camp will erect a berm on the north end of Tract 9 for flood mitigation purposes and plant additional foliage along Highway 390, the Highway 390 corridor for privacy screening. A self-contained septic system is proposed to ensure safe removal of sewage and wastewater, and Base Camp's application and use of the site, we believe, meets the trust land management objectives due to the low impact to the asset, progressive use of state trust land, in addition to creating a higher revenue source for the state's trust beneficiaries. So that's sort of it in a nutshell, but perhaps those folks would like to expand upon that.
Thank you. Is anyone here to speak to the proposal from Base Camp Hospitality? thank you for being here, and if you just identify yourself for the record. Thanks. If it turns red, it will be on.
All
There
right.
you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ryan Thomas. I am the CEO of Base Camp Hospitality, and I appreciate you letting us be here today. I have members of the team also joining via Zoom. Before I get started, we had a few slides we wanted to just go over, but I just wanted to say how grateful we are to have interacted with the community of Teton County. And we've sat at opposite sides of the table and maybe had different views on things, but we felt only positive. You know, we were able to laugh together. We're able to have good conversations and be very friendly, although we have maybe opposing viewpoints regarding this proposal. So we appreciate the amiability of our neighbors there, and we're excited to be working with them. So a few things that I would love to cover today. The first being our general site plan. So as mentioned, this is a low profile, 11 units of geodomes. They're tan colored geodomes that really blend in with the environment and will shield this development, which currently has low foliage with trees, so that the public does not see or not easily see the development. This development will go year-round. We expect the demand to be very, very high, and the economics are very favorable towards the state trust lands and our organization as well. I've included here a picture of one of the geodome units, just for some context. They're really, really cool structures. If you've never been in one of these, they are pretty incredible. So the front of it is clear, and so you'll have a great view of the Tetons, basically right outside of your king size bed. You have a skylight, so you can look up and view the stars. And we really feel, and they're insulated as well. And so they do very well in the winter climate, very well in the summer as well. We feel like it's a perfect unit and a perfect way to experience the great outdoors and just the beauty that Teton County has to offer. We had our engineers work on some more detailed site plans throughout the last month. This included road, septic, berms, foliage, a number of different items. But we've shared, as we've met with members of the board, we've shared some of these detailed plans for those that were interested, and we're happy to make them public if that would help anyone. But we just wanted to share that we have analyzed the site, analyzed the soils. We know very well what the water table and everything that is there, and we're designing to the land. One of the things I wanted to address was, what is a self-contained septic system? A lot of people, when they hear septic system, what comes to mind is, oh, that sounds like waste. That sounds like something I don't want there. What we've designed with our engineers is a system that is completely self-contained. Fresh water comes in, it goes to a holding tank, and then it gets hauled out and disposed of appropriately. Now, these holding tanks that we've designed do require us to dig holes in the earth. And so we do have a backup plan if minimal land disruption is a key issue or holdup point. Our backup plan to bring in shower house trailers, which work very, very well. That's what we have on our Yellowstone property, and guests love them. That requires no land disruption or digging. So I just wanted to spend the next 2 minutes saying we have listened, we hear concerns, we really feel both sides of the argument, or both sides of whether this should be in Teton County on this parcel. And so we have done our best over the past 2 months to adjust the plan to fit the needs of the community and our neighbors. And we'll continue to do so. We want to be here, be good partners, long-term partners, We don't want to be a thorn in people's side, and we know we can do this well. So just a couple of examples of things that we've adjusted in order to, or flexed on in order to meet the needs of the community. One thing that we heard was, hey, dogs are going to completely disrupt this cattle operation. They're going to spook cattle and cause a mess. And so we took that to heart. Instead of saying, we'll deal with it, we said, well, our dogs are always on leashes if they're at the park. And if there are any issues, we'll prohibit dogs. This is a small thing to us, but important to one of the neighbors. And so it's something we're easily able to flex on. Another example, traffic is a concern. The road is a heavily trafficked road. In peak seasons, you get thousands of cars per week heading up to Teton Village. We are 11 units. We have policies in place that allow 1 car per reservation, and we don't anticipate, based off of the current volume, really increasing a material amount of the traffic to this parcel or on this road. Another example, so this does not fit with the master plan or the county zoning, and we get that, it's a new thing and it's scary and it's something that we're not used to, and we just wanted to remind everyone that we are here to work with the community in the best way possible. While state lands isn't subject to the jurisdiction of the county zoning requirements, we will do everything we can to make sure that we are good neighbors. All right. We talked a little bit about sewage already. We've got statements from our engineers talking about how successful and closed loop our system is. And so we have no concerns that we'll be able to operate a safe park that takes care of the environment. And finally, well, won't you, we've heard this a number of times, won't you just be here forever and usher in a huge development? And we applied for a 5-year temporary use permit, and we plan to be here for 5 years under that permit. And we will do everything we can in that 5 years to prove that, hey, this is a good solution for visitors, for locals, and for the state. So we really appreciate the time and the consideration you've given to our group, and we're excited to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Mr. And I caught your Thompson, Ryan Thompson?
Thomas.
Thomas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Thomas? Hearing none. All right. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, hold on.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman. How long have you or your group been doing this? And how many other operations do you have like this?
Yeah, great question. So Basecamp Hospitality is a spin-off or a portfolio company of larger principals. So Mountain Venture Studios and the Gardner Company. The Gardner Company has been in business for decades doing large real estate projects, and Mountain Venture Studios around 2 years doing kind of unique projects in this realm. Basecamp has existed for 1 year and 3 months. We have our first pure glamping operation or off-grid accommodations. Glamping's kind of one of those words that, kind of a catchphrase word that could mean a lot of different things, but one of our off-grid accommodation businesses is launching in 2 days in Yellowstone near Island Park. We're very excited about that one. And then we also have a hotel near Capitol Reef National Park that has a glamping component to it as well. So we're expanding our little portfolio as part of a broader development company.
And just real quick, I wanted to ask, the 4 holes that you have to dig, how deep do those go?
Yep. So, and I think there's 3 of them. The freshwater tank doesn't have to go. Well, I guess there's maybe a small hole for that one, but those will be around 9 feet deep. And then let's see, I think the dimensions were right on the slide, but they're covered with about 1 foot to 2 feet of earth. And so based off of the 7 feet depth, they'll go slightly under there.
Mhm. And this sewage septic system that you say is self-contained, that water or sewage never ends up in the ground?
Correct.
Fascinating. Quite an operation.
Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, thanks for being here, Mr. Thomas. I apologize because I recognize I have asked you this question twice already, but I'm going to ask it again in the context of today. So on a timeline of your financial ins and outs, at what point in that timeline do you say, at what point in this 5 years does this project pencil out? Where if you had to shut everything down and tear it apart and take it down, at what point do you say this has been worth it? You know, even if we have to take it down, it's worth it.
Okay. Thank you for that question. I think there's two different parts to us of what's worth it. There's the economics of it. When will we break even? That's 2.5 years. Worth it to us also has a long-term aspect of creating relationships in the community and with the state of Wyoming. And so as long as we are able to do a very good job at that second piece, it will be worth it to us.
That's all, Mr. Chairman.
So, Madam Director, I guess just to reiterate, that there is no sort of preconditioned renewal of the lease or anything else. This process would have to be gone through again for a reissuance of a TUP, which lasts how many years? 5 years?
Mr. Chairman, in this case, the TUPs will be issued for a 5-year period. There's no guarantee of a renewal or anything like that. And the applicants, to the applicants, that was made clear as part of the solicitation process, that this is a one-time offering for 5 years. We'll see how things go. We're still obviously looking at long-term development and whatnot for the parcel, that this may not be the end of that.
Thank you. And so just to make sure you're clear on that, Mr. Thomas.
100% clear.
Okay.
We have a remediation plan certified by our engineers to restore the land to its natural state or keep it in a better state. And so that is in all of our budgets, and we are fully aware and anticipating that.
Okay. Mr. Secretary.
And this isn't so much for you, Mr. Thomas, but he mentioned remediation, and I don't remember in the processes of the TUPs, are there performance bonds? Are there, although the state's not subject to the local planning and zoning, what responsibilities do our lessees have to us when it comes to environmental issues, remediation?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, that's a great question. The terms within the permit are that they are to reclaim the site back to its original condition, to whatever they're currently walking into. So sometimes that does have a lot of forage component to it, and in some cases, like on this site, there's not much there. So as long as they clean up their site to what they walked into, that's the base requirement within the permit. Also, there is a requirement that they comply with all state laws and regulations. So if there was something that the Department of Environmental Quality had as far as site cleanup, if there was some toxic situation, they would be held to that standard as well. Typically, within temporary use permits, the board does not require bonding for any type of performance, whether it be for reclamation or for payment of the annual payment required. In this case, we are requiring that each applicant and each proponent provide a bond, and Base Camp has agreed to that and would be held to that, so that if they didn't make a payment, the board would be made whole. And if they left and didn't reclaim the site adequately enough, we could use that bond to satisfy that requirement as well.
And just finally, do you think that bond is adequate for some other, not that I have any thought that this would happen, but any type of waste issue or something that's DEQ's involved with?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, We asked that the applicants provide an engineer's estimate to reclaim the site. And that engineer's estimate took into account all of the activities that would be there. So if a major toxic spill occurred outside of what the expected use was, it may not be enough. And we'd have to rely on DEQ and their remedy mechanisms to satisfy whatever cleanup occurred or needed to occur.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Thomas, I'm familiar with the site from having looked at it, but I'm not familiar with how things are conducted there. It appears that going through that parcel, there's a road. And I don't know the purpose of that road. I assume it's access for either some of the other people there or for the land, the adjacent lessee. As part of your proposal, if that disrupts transportation or makes it difficult, have you dealt with those with either moving livestock or transporting farm equipment or anything like that, so that there would be no inconvenience if that road, and I don't know the purpose of that road, but if that road is indeed part of that operation?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question. We've had extensive conversations with Snake River Ranch, who have been great to discuss this with. They use the road that currently goes through. They have four-wheelers go through there, and staff are often going through to access other parcels that they have cattle on. And we've expressed to them, we have no concerns with you continuing to use this. Now, there is an additional access point through the north side that needs to be further built out. And so we will work with them to ensure that they can drive their cattle and that won't become a disruption. One of the things that we talked to the land committee about was our willingness to, if there was a cattle drive going on and if us trying to get guests in is a problem, of coming up with a solution, working together with Snake River Ranch to shut down for a week or 2 weeks out of the year, whatever it takes to make sure that we are not causing major issues to our good neighbors there.
Okay. Yeah, and I think you mentioned four-wheelers. Lots of times, if you have morning and evening sets of irrigation water, and I'm assuming that's irrigated, those can be pretty early in the morning. So having a four-wheeler go through at 5 in the morning could be disruptive. So is that something you've also taken into account?
Yeah, we'll have a speed limit.
Okay. All right.
No, that's a great question. And to add to that question, the area is full of trucks, larger machinery, and noise makers, I guess you would call it.
Yeah.
And so part of us communicating with guests is setting that expectation.
Okay.
This is an incredible site, but there you will hear sounds, and so the people who stay there will be okay with that. They'll know that ahead of time.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Superintendent.
So I'm not sure if this is for Ryan, the board, or the director, but the regular complaints that we hear from the opposition that this doesn't fit in with county zoning laws, that's inaccurate? That's not true? Because state lands are not subject to county zoning laws?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Superintendent, I think that calls for a legal response. Maybe Jim, you want to take that one? I can tell you what I think.
Thank you, Mr. Peters. Good to see you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Superintendent, if you recall, before the prior April meeting, we did discuss the applicability of local zoning laws as it relates to state lands as one of our topics in executive session. If you'd like to receive any additional advice on that, I'm happy to reconvene in an executive session and provide that advice. But since then, our position has maintained the same. I'm not sure if that directly answers your question.
And the position is that these are state lands, thus they're not subject to county zoning laws.
In this situation, correct.
Correct. Okay.
Very good. Thank you. If there are no further questions.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Jones. Madam Director, I imagine there are others here that want to address this issue, so.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there may be some on the Zoom as well.
Okay. Well, I'll try to do this as I recognize individuals. I will note, Commission Chair Probst is here. Would you like to address the board? Or actually, I probably ought to say, just in order, first, President Dockstetter, anything that you would like to address on this? Sure. Senator Guru? Okay, all right.
There we go. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'm Mike Carew, and I represent Senate District 17, have the honor of serving them, and encompasses about 70% of the parcel we're speaking of. And this parcel today, if you access it from the Teton Village Road, you're my constituent. And if you access it from the Fish Creek Road, you're Senator Dockstetter's constituent, so kind of right down the middle. I'll make comments just in general, kind of a little bit about both of these proposals, and then because I know other people want to speak to it. This land is incredibly valuable. It's incredibly valuable to the state of Wyoming for its value for the school children of Wyoming. It's incredibly valuable to the people of Teton County for what it means. And it means a lot. For the stewards of that land, the people who own land adjacent to it, it's their livelihood. For the people who have other temporary uses, it's their livelihood. For the community, it's a value that's incalculable. It really is something that we can't calculate, for the value of the scenic vistas and for the value of the land that surrounds it. What's made it that valuable? In the past years, it's always sat at the bottom of the Grand Teton Mountains. It's always sat at the bottom and just right next to Yellowstone National Park. But yet they didn't have much value 50 years ago. This was kind of swampland, mosquito filled, and not much else. There ran a few cows on it. Today, it's some of the most valuable real estate in the state of Wyoming. And we think that's largely due to the value that we've placed upon it and the people that you're going to hear today. And the people that you're going to hear say that maybe these uses, while well-intended, are maybe not the most valuable, that maybe they're not the most compatible, that maybe they do not fulfill totally your goal to maximize the return for the school children of Wyoming, which is your responsibility with these lands. I hope you'll take a listen to them today. They have concerns. They have concerns about traffic. They have concerns about just the general nature of the operations that are being suggested. I hope you'll give them a listen, and I hope that you'll give them the opportunity by setting these aside now and trying to come up with better solutions, and solutions that we think will fit the state better, will fit this land better, and fit and help the people of Teton County. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and be happy to stand for any questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Treasurer.
Is there a traffic study analysis of Teton County, over a period of time and any, I guess, road improvement plan over any period of time?
Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Treasurer. Yes. There have been, I can go back to the Rudat study about 50 years ago, but the last major one I think that I was involved in as a county commissioner was the Teton Village Master Plan, where we did a transportation demand management study. That's a lot to throw in there. To which then we asked and made a requirement of the folks at Teton Village to provide land at the corner of Highway 22 and 390 for the purposes of keeping traffic off of Highway 390. Then we, the county, have put money towards transportation services, bus system that uses that as a transportation hub and transports people to Teton Village, all to try to keep that traffic count down on that road. YDOT now is going through a phase where they are now studying Highway 22 and 390, and changes will be made to that road. But I assure you that Teton County has done everything it can possibly do over at least the 40 plus years I've lived there to work on transportation issues that involve that road. Hope that answers your question. And I'm sure there are others that will be able to answer it far better than I.
Yeah, I'm guessing, Mr. Chairman, is I'm trying to look at is where would be a good place to find that? Can you find that online? Planning and Zoning Commission have those plans and details?
If some, Mr. Chairman? Yes. Mr. Treasurer, if someone does not provide that, offer to provide that information to you, I assure I can get it to you.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. Further
Thank you.
questions?
Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Chairman Probst.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Governor, and Chair and members of the board for the opportunity to speak. I'm Luther Probst. I'm the Vice Chair and Acting Chair, I suppose, of the Teton County Board of County Commissioners. Again, I appreciate the opportunity. The County Commissioners would like to ask you to please respectfully ask you to deny both of these applications, speaking to the first one first. And it's challenging for me to speak without kind of jumping to what the director referred to as the win-win proposal. So please bear with me or call me, shorten my leash if that's necessary as I jump into that. But we have three principal concerns with this overall direction. And we're part of a team that's putting forth a proposal to come up with something that we think, and I know it's probably grating on everybody at this point, but something that we think would be a win-win. The first concern we have relates to revenue. We think we can put a proposal together in August, or not we think, we can, a proposal that will generate more revenue for the schools than the proposals that are before us. And we look forward to the opportunity to do so. And we think that in doing so, we have an opportunity to also make sure that we are generating that revenue over the next 5 years without diminishing future prospects for revenue, without diminishing the opportunities for what will come out of what we hope will be a 5-year planning process. And we also think that there's an opportunity to generate that revenue in a manner that is compatible with, or more compatible with, than the proposal that's before us, the values of the real estate along the 7 miles from Highway 22 and 390 to the Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. I mean, it's not a secret that's some of the most valuable real estate anywhere. And that doesn't happen accidentally. And so we're hoping that they can put forth a proposal that can generate revenue, not diminish future value, and protect the values that generate quite a bit of property revenue for our schools around the entire state. So revenue, we think we can do better. Secondly, we have to look at this as a package rather than this specific proposal. But the county, let me back up. The Army Corps of Engineers, my point relates to public safety, particularly flood fighting and flood control. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and we are grateful to them for this, the Corps of Engineers manages 33 miles of levee in Teton County along the Snake and the Gros Ventre rivers. That's essential for safety in this area, because the town of Wilson, as I understand it, is 19 feet lower than the Snake River. And so these levees are essential to maintaining public life or public safety, health, safety, life, property values in that area. As part of maintaining those 33 miles of levee, which the Corps does with support from Teton County, the Corps has the Corps has mandated 5 storage sites for rock. And according to the Corps, there's a letter from March 13 from Lieutenant Colonel Richard Childers describing this way better than I can. But this is the most important site. This is the site where we store rock on the west side of the river because the fear is that during a flood, we'll lose access across the river. So we store rocks on Site 8. We've done so since about the mid-90s. In the past, that, as I understand it, has been, that storage site has been made available to the county and the Corps for about $2,350 a year. We will propose to increase that dramatically to maybe $60,000 a year because this is an important site for us. It has the right elevation. The last thing the Army Corps wants is a site where we're storing rocks that's underwater during a flood. It's the right elevation. It's got the right access for side loading dump trucks or rear loading dump trucks. It's got the best proximity to 390. And we really hope to sustain that arrangement to store those rocks on that site in the interest of public safety. It's a small site, but it's very important. And this is 20,000 tons of rocks that's stored there. It's rocks that are brought in from 80 miles away in Idaho. It's a critical part of our effort to sustain that area. We would not anticipate a flood that's like a velocity of water through Wilson, but if that levee breaks, we're looking at saturated soils that would have a dramatic impact on that community. And so we ask you to work with us on a program that will address that critical public safety need. The third is with respect to land use issues. The Jackson Hole Mountain Resort wrote a letter that outlined the compatibility issues with our local plan. I don't want to fixate on that, but I do have two concerns that really are a concern to us. The first is water quality. We appreciate Mr. Thomas's proposal for self-contained septic tank. We also are concerned, we're deeply concerned with the quality of water in that area. When I first got elected, I had no idea that Teton County has the water quality problems that we do have. Permeable soils, high groundwater, particularly high seasonal groundwater. And we would want to make sure that if anything moves forward that's not connected to the municipal wastewater system, either in the village or the larger municipal system, that we're clear that this wastewater treatment system is not going to further degrade a situation that's already problematic. The final point I would make is with traffic impacts. Melissa Turley, the head of the Teton Village Association, is on the line, and I hope she'll have an opportunity to respond to the treasurer's very good question. Jackson Hole Mountain Resort, as I think most of you know, is at the end of a 7-mile road that is over capacity much of the year, especially in the winter. The mountain resort and the Teton Village Association, in partnership with the town and the county through the START bus system, our local bus system, has done, and I'll pat myself on the back if I may, a remarkable job. They've done it. The county's just provided some funds. Done a remarkable job of increasing skier days, increasing activities at that site without further exacerbating congestion on the road. And so I think it would be great if we could ask Ms. Turley at some point, I think she's going to comment, to help explain how that works. And we're more concerned about the traffic impacts of the next proposal, if I may, sir, than we are this one. But we do need to treat every use of land along 390 as an opportunity to make sure that we're minimizing traffic congestion, because that congestion in the winter particularly is not only an irritation to residents and visitors, it's a safety hazard when emergency service vehicles can't service the roads. So those are the broad outline of our concerns. We have public safety concerns. We have an opportunity with revenue to exceed what's promised from these two temporary use permits. And we do want to make sure compatibility with our local comprehensive plan, our local land development regulations, our local zoning, with emphasis on those two concerns. With that in mind, we do ask you to please deny these two and allow us to work with partners such as the Snake River Ranch, other leaseholders on the area or TUP holders, and come back to you with a proposal that we think will best meet the needs of the schools in terms of generating revenue and our community needs. So with that, thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions?
What's the capacity? I guess Teton Village is right up the road, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This road ends at Grand Teton National Park, and just before the end is the Jackson Hole Mountain Resort and Teton Village.
Yeah, you don't have any Airbnb restrictions there, or does the village have any rental restrictions?
The county has a pretty extensive set of regulations to manage short-term rentals. Enforcement's another issue. We won't go into that today, but it's a serious concern in the county in terms of workforce housing and in terms of neighborhood, compatibility. But short-term rentals are allowed in 3 areas of the county. One is Teton Village, one is the resort district downtown at Snow King, and one is in the Aspens area. Further down, about halfway or a little more than halfway, maybe 4.5 or 5 miles up the road toward Teton Village. There may be one at Grand Targhee, and I just can't remember, sir.
I guess a follow-up, Mr. Chairman. What capacity is there for rentals in Teton Village?
There's capacity. I don't have any idea of the number. That's a good question for Ms. Turley.
More than 10, more than 50?
I assume more than 50.
Okay.
Yeah, Mike might know. It's not inconsequential, but again, I should not comment because I just don't have the number, but I do think that Ms. Turley will.
And a follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Would the rentals, when the people renting in Teton Village utilize the same transportation corridor, or is there a bypass?
Yes, sir, it's the same corridor. It's a dead-end road. It's one road and that's all. And that's part of the reason for our concerns.
Yeah.
But yes, the traffic for these proposals would use the same Highway 390 as anyone visiting the Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. And that's a road that is, it's kind of unusual, sir, because it's a dead-end road most of the year, 6 or 7 months of the year, and kind of functionally a dead-end road for the rest of the year. And it's a highway that's managed by the Wyoming Department of Transportation, not by Teton County.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, thanks for coming down, Luther.
Of course.
The one thing I just want to say out loud regarding the storage for the flood mitigation, so this board has already issued a legal contract to someone else for that piece of land. I just want to make sure that's very
Yes, ma'am.
clear, and I don't know what, that's a very challenging thing to walk back. I don't know. So the just undoing it and letting the county keep their things there. Do you have any suggestions for addressing that? Because it's that would be a very, very challenging precedent for this board to set, because we have the ink's dry on that one. And please, anyone correct me if I misspeak.
Thank you. That's the question. What we would ask for is denial of these 2, and then the opportunity in August for all of the applicants, including the ones that have received the permit, to come in collaboratively, holding hands with one another, and come in with a separate proposal. And we would not ask you to undo anything that those folks would oppose. But I think we can come up with something that, again, sorry for the cliche, but that everybody wins. Win-win. Sorry.
Okay. Other questions? Commissioner, I do have one, and I don't know if you have any perspective on the history of this. It's sort of a remarkable thing to see in an existing agricultural lease, a number of TUPs that have sort of become utilitarian over time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember my first visits to that area having, landscapers, and rocks may well have been stored there, but it looks like that has sort of grown over time. And I just didn't know if you had a history of how that happened and what the legacy is.
I am not sure the best person to try to answer that. I will say a couple thoughts. One is the rocks have been stored there since the mid-90s. Hardly anyone knows they're there. It's pretty remarkable. And thank goodness we haven't had to use them in an emergency setting, but our fear is that we will. And so the rocks are the county. The other landscape businesses, I'm not the best person to speak to that. I don't really have a good sense of, the use kind of expands and contracts seasonally. So I think some people have a sense that there's more going on than based on the time of year. But I do think that maybe the Snake River Ranch and Ms. Sword from the ranch is on the Zoom call. They would probably have a better sense of that than I do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you all very much for your consideration.
And I did say on the chat line that I would take the testimony here and then move to online. So, and thank you for your patience. President Dockstetter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'll be brief because we do have people waiting to speak to you online. Appreciate the improvements that were noted by Mr. Thomas today, and they're obviously reaching out and trying to accommodate. But I've heard a lot of what the county focused on just a moment ago, that there are some plan Bs for revenue that could draw more in. The storage site for the safety material, not so much, but the traffic impacts, I repetitively hear that. That's a concern. Not just in that area, that entire region, if you've been over there, it's not so easy to get around anymore. When you throw the summer season into it, it makes it even more difficult. So if I'm continuing to receive correspondence on this, because it is part of my area, my representation, I'm thinking, well, we're not quite resolved. It's a difficult solution where we do have something that's already been kind of locked in somewhat, but if there is a scenario, we can find a better location and a better situation, raise revenue that we need to raise for our schools and address that traffic impact, then it's worth it. Because Mr. Chairman and board, I still continue. It's open up the email and there it is, another one and another one. So that's why I'm here today. It's worth doing 14 hours of windshield time in one day to come over and visit with you about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Director, are there others that you know of that would like to address the board in the room here?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not.
I see Mr. McGagna. I see Liz. Hi. I'll recognize Mr. McGagna and then Ms. Storer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and we've submitted detailed comments to you twice on this, so I won't repeat all of those items, but I would place our comments in two areas. First of all, I want to make clear that we're not here to speak for the people of Teton County. They understand what works best for them. We are here in part because, as I've mentioned before, we question the use of the TUP process as being the appropriate way to handle this. And in fact, if it were done through a leasing process, there's language in the rules on leasing that would require that some consideration or deference be given to state or to local land use plans and county planning and zoning. But the other point I would make today that I haven't raised before is, in light of a new proposal being potentially out there for you, is that our focus is on maintaining the agricultural value and use of these lands. And we realize that the obligation of the board to maximize revenues has to take precedence over that. But we also are becoming increasingly concerned that the historic importance of trust lands in general, not just this parcel, to agricultural operations in this state is somewhat being lost, and it's not being given the amount of consideration that it was given in previous years, that Supreme Court decisions that I've reviewed have given to it. And again, not at the expense of meeting your obligations, but if you have the opportunity to have before you two proposals on a parcel of land such as this, one of which may work with the grazing lease that's existed for decades on that land, or may not. It may, we believe, will create some problems, or another proposal that clearly would be consistent with continued grazing use of the land, both from the perspective of the current lessee and from perspective of livestock management in general. Then we would urge you to be open to saying that one of your considerations should be that proposal, which will have the minimal impact on the continuation of the longstanding grazing lease. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Mr. McGagna, I have one, knowing that you had experience in this very office of Director Scoggin now inhabits.
She has my sympathy.
I don't know if you have any perspective on sort of the evolution of that parcel over time. If rocks have been stored there since the mid-90s, that may overlap with your time there.
Mr. Chairman, I don't recall that it ever became an issue of controversy, particularly in front of the board during my time there. I do know that there have been issues have arisen because of some of those uses in terms of some potential. There was a year or two ago here some oil leakage or something that I was contacted by the grazing lessee, and we reached out to the office, and I think it was addressed, and we appreciate that. But as far as those particular uses that frankly just involve storage of various types of material out there with an occasional access to bring some material in, move some material out. I'm not aware that that type of a use was ever a controversial use that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Storer? Oh, it's not. I'm sorry.
She's
My-
a little blonder and a little shorter.
Yeah, well, you were sitting next to Luther, so.
Well, good morning. My name is Kathy Nyrop, and I'm from Wilson. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. And I have to say, having sat through the morning, I really appreciate not only the mandate you all have to generate revenues for the school children in Wyoming, but also the manner in which you conduct the business. I thought this morning's meeting was really fascinating to see how you were able to work and satisfy all the requirements of all the applicants this morning. It was really impressive. But I'm here today, actually, and I will discuss both proposals because in one shot here. I'm here to ask you to deny both these two proposals that are before you, and that's because I believe that there's a better long-term solution. First off, the two commercial proposals I believe are inappropriate for this location in Teton County. They're not compatible with the county regulations and zoning, as they're inconsistent with the underlying R1 zoning there. Also, the land underneath both parts of, or both part of and the entire 640 acres fall under the natural resources and the scenic overlook or overlay, scenic resources overlay for Teton County. They're not in the lodging overlay and they're not zoned for commercial. As you've heard, probably and read in the more than 80 comments you received, there are real issues related to traffic, environmental impacts, and the disruption of the existing agricultural lessee's operation. Secondly, and maybe more important for this conversation, I'm very concerned about the degradation of our world-class scenic corridor. This corridor includes both our agricultural heritage in the state of Wyoming, as well as the majestic Tetons that rise beyond and what tourists really come to Jackson Hole to see. Tourism is a major economic driver, not just for the state of Wyoming, but also for Teton County. The Jackson Hole Mountain Resort agrees with this and strongly supports maintaining this scenic corridor all the way from Lake Creek to the southern boundary of the park. So this undeveloped corridor is really a visual representation of Teton County's strong conservation values and agricultural heritage. The 390 school section is surrounded by conservation easements that have been put in place over the last 40 years. So what's next? What I would like to see is a collaborative effort that has just been referred to between State Lands Board and Teton County over the next 5 years to come up with a solution that both fulfills your mandate and also respects the conservation ethos and agricultural heritage that is so valuable, both monetarily as well as in our hearts for the citizens of Teton County and the state of Wyoming. So thank you very much for your time today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Questions?
Teton County is a really interesting, I guess, community. You've got a lot of challenges, and one of the challenges I guess I'd like to know whether or not state lands could be a part of the solution, or whether in your mind it would be a part of the problem. And I see a huge, I guess, disparity about the ability of working class people to live and function in any kind of manner whatsoever that I would consider normal compared to any other place in Wyoming or perhaps the country. And that's the community that is all of Teton County. So the question is, can state lands be a part of the solution to some of the problems that you have as far as affordable housing, or as far as offering amenities to the working class or servant class, or whatever class distinction you want to, I guess, avail to the folks that aren't billionaires?
Mr. Treasurer, I think it's a very good question. I'm certainly not a housing expert, but housing is one component of this collaborative solution that we are looking to discuss with the State Lands Board over the next period of time. So thank you for that question.
So you think that possible there's some
I think there is, yes.
parcels that could actually help with that particular
Yeah.
problem?
And I think, if you, just from my perspective, the way planning works and zoning works in Teton County is that we're trying to create housing in areas where there are already services and that are closer to the density, the other housing complexes and that sort of thing. And so that's, there are some properties where that might be possible, or certainly some trades where that might be possible.
Is there any place in Teton County where glamping or storage units? It seems like storage units is, if you can't afford a house, you'd like to have a storage unit just to store things that are seasonal. But is there any place in Teton County where these type of land uses would be, I guess, acceptable?
I think so, but I would like to see them more overlapping more with our existing comprehensive plan for the whole county, as well as zoning and current regulations for development.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nyrock. Auditor may have a question.
Yes, thank you for driving down. You made a reference early on to, the proper use for that land. What do you consider the ultimate proper use for that section to be?
I would like to see us to entertain some sort of a long-term conservation lease that would protect the open corridor, view corridor, as well as the agricultural heritage, as I mentioned, of that land.
Okay, and one follow-up, Mr. Chairman. Do the current, there's quite a few large storage units on that section already, and large trucks and whatnot. Do you, in your opinion, consider those to degrade the viewshed?
I do, to some degree, yes, I do. And I had, this is an aside, but I had the opportunity down in Arizona to drive by an extremely large storage unit site that was just off a major highway. And I can tell you, it's pretty appalling. I mean, it is exactly the kind of, at least as I can see it, or as I understand it, the kind of units that are being proposed here. They were on gravel beds. So, go ahead,
Mr. Chairman, I may not have asked that well. I'm talking about the current units that are on this land right now.
Yeah, I don't, my personal opinion is, I don't believe they're, if we were talking about those today, I would not be in favor of those.
Okay, thank you,
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions? Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Nyrock. I appreciate it, and I apologize for mistaking you, so. Is there anyone else in the room here, or I'll call again here in a little bit? I have online in order that I have, Jared Smith, Baylis Sword, Marguerite Herman, and Max Luddington. So with that, let me recognize Jared Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
I sure can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and board members. My name is Jared Smith, and my family has lived as a nearby neighbor to the state land since 1946. I'm going to address concerns on both proposals. So I'll start with the base camp since that's what's in front of you right now. And I'll talk a bit more about the traffic questions that you've raised in a minute. The one concern that I have about base camp is the business viability of their proposal. The business model and financial projections assume year-round use, which will require water and sewer to be operational 12 months out of the year. And the only way that this can be accomplished is to keep water and sewage from freezing. And the only way that can be accomplished in this area of Wyoming is to bury the facilities below the frost line, which is about 3 to 4 feet below the ground line. All pipes would need to be kept from freezing, which would be impossible in this type of temporary facility from the months of October through April of each year. The location is actually known as the Windy Mile and is known for heavily drifting snow and temperatures that regularly dip below zero during the winter months. I believe that you will find the base camp proposal not financially viable and therefore will not in the end actually generate the assumed revenues that are contained within their proposal. With review of this issue and other concerns, I do not believe that this type of operation could be viable except during the months of June through September. So apart from it being incompatible with the land use and zoning in the area, I would urge the state to take a hard look at the financial projections, which are predicated on year-round use, including the sub-freezing months from October through April. The request for proposals also asked for the proponents to address traffic issues, and neither the glamping nor storage facility proposals adequately address this issue and would not have been permitted under county review. I'm a transportation engineer. I also chair the local public transit board that Commissioner Probst just referred to earlier, called START. Highway 390 and Highway 22 are the most congested state highways in Wyoming, which is why WYDOT, local government, the Teton Village Association, and the Jackson Hole Mountain Resort have all been working for decades on how best to mitigate traffic on Highway 390 and Highway 22, as Senator Guru mentioned. The mountain resort is one of the main economic generators in Western Wyoming, and access via Highway 390 is critical. They are actually at the threshold of the agreed to traffic levels that were committed to back in the approval process for the master plan. And because traffic is such a critical issue, the mountain resort and TVA have partnered with the transit agency to run almost 100 bus trips each day during the peak visitor season to mitigate the concerns about traffic along Highway 390. Both the glamping proposal and storage facility will generate significant traffic, and neither proposal has addressed these and other issues adequately in their proposal. These are reasons why I hope you will deny the 2 temporary use permits and consider alternatives that would be more compatible, yet generate the same level of revenue and possibly higher when you consider that the glamping proposal is probably not viable financially. We appreciate your fiduciary responsibility to generate needed revenues for Wyoming school-aged kids, and I believe we can work together on a proposal that would generate similar revenues to what has been proposed while being consistent with the adopted land use regulations and traffic reduction goals. Thank you for consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Mr. Superintendent.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know whether to jump in here with this question or wait till we hear from everyone and then just throw it out to everyone. But we've been hearing about potential Plan Bs and other alternatives that could raise higher revenues. I would love to hear what some of those might be. I mean, is that pure speculation, or do we have
So-
some ideas in mind? Or?
So, Mr. Superintendent, I think there is another proposal that the auditor alluded to, that what I was hoping to do is take the
That's fine.
testimony here. We still have to hear from the storage unit people. And then I just want to give recognition to this.
Yes, yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Smith, it doesn't appear there are any more questions. So with that, is Bayless Sword on? And the
Hi.
floor would be yours. Thanks.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Ms.
Oh,
Sword.
hi, hello. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Bayless Sword. I'm a longtime Wyoming resident. I have a young family. I value the state-owned lands in Teton County and throughout the state, and really value all that you do to manage them for the benefit of Wyoming public schools. I am so grateful to present on behalf of my family, the owners of the Snake River Ranch. I'm very sorry I couldn't be there in person. I had every expectation to be there, but as luck would have it, I tested positive for COVID this past Monday morning. My cousins Turner Resort and Story Clark Resort asked that I relay their appreciation for your engagement over the last few months, and they've asked me to present in their stead. I believe Turner was able to join the call, so he may be able to assist in any questions you may have for us. I understand the decision before you today is to take action on the applications for storage units on parcels 2 and 3 and glamping on parcel 9. We strongly request that you deny these 2 applications for the following reasons. First, these uses significantly and negatively impact our ranching operations. We have outlined these impacts in a letter recently requested by OSLI staff, and I want to just highlight 2 of the impacts from that letter that I find to be really meaningful. The glamping access road would block our most critical highway cattle crossing. Even if the road location is moved, the activity levels from the road and lodging facilities are so close to that crossing that they really do risk serious disruption to the movement of our cattle. In addition, both the storage units and the glamping operations would create a high level of daily activity and traffic and develop such substantial infrastructure that even if we did consider mitigation, they would still have operational and financial impacts on our ranch. Over the years, we have certainly learned how to continue ranching adjacent to tourism and residential development, but that's only because it has grown along the boundary of the ranch. Any high intensity use in the middle of the ranch really could have serious consequences to our operation. The existing daytime uses on the site are low impact, and they've worked well for us and with us. They're experienced operators, they're great neighbors, and our family's goal is to continue ranching for the long term, and it would be really unfortunate if these temporary uses risk the viability of our operation and the state's long-term agricultural lessee. The second reason we are opposed is that the proposals could compromise the investments in the scenic values of this corridor that our family and our community have made over the last 40 years. I know others have touched upon this. There have been over 40 conservation easements, among other efforts to conserve this corridor. This also includes Lower Valley Energy's multi-million-dollar investment into burying the power lines. The supporters of and contributors to all of these conservation efforts include, but are certainly not limited to, the Mountain Resort, Jackson Hole Mountain Resort, Teton Village Association, Lower Valley Energy, and the Jackson Hole Land Trust, who you'll hear from. This conservation corridor has measurable financial value to the state. It uniquely positions Teton Village in a highly scenic area, enhancing its tourism draw. The scenic corridor's low density residential and its wildlife and agricultural uses are in large part why the real estate values in this part of Teton County are so high. This results in high property taxes that benefit our citizens. House Bill 162 asks staff to consider Teton County's comprehensive plan, which supports conservation of corridors such as this particular section of Highway 390, and it sets strict limitations on inconsistent development. We are also concerned about the significant loss of public access for hunting and other recreational uses on the adjoining 580 acres of the school section we're discussing and on our ranch that could result given the danger of hunting adjacent to such high levels of human activity. Additionally, we are concerned about the loss of fishing due to the potential pollution from trash and runoff that may occur with these types of development, in particular to Fish Creek, which runs right through the western portion of the ranch, which is considered a Wyoming Class 1 stream. Finally, House Bill 162 directs OSLI to consider opportunities not included in submitted proposals. As many have mentioned today, we submitted the win-win proposal in the spirit of that invitation for a public-private partnership. We are committed to the concepts in that proposal. We look forward to further engagement on that. In summary, we certainly recognize the challenges of managing over 3 million acres of state-owned land here in Wyoming. We want to thank all of you as the long-term lessee of this school section. We know this land, and if we can assist you in any way in finding uses for these lands that meet all of the objectives before you and support conservation and open space uses, we would certainly welcome the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sword. Any questions? Mr. Treasurer.
Well, it occurs to me that it's going to be hard to get all of this stuff done in a relatively short time. I think a timeline of later on this summer was offered by the commissioner. But my thought is that even if you use your so-called win-win, it doesn't get to, I think, where the end goal is, which, and maybe I'm wrong with this perception, but would the end goal of this parcel actually be to put it back into the other section there and look at some kind of a conservation, long-term conservation easement? Would that be the end goal in your opinion?
I think that's ultimately the goal. I think, as we've said before, and we did a little research on the side, at the best we can recall, the current TUPs that are there have been there for, we think, about 20 years. We think the county has been there the longest due to the mandate of that rock pile. Certainly much of my life, that's how I remember it. I believe the goal is a long-term conservation solution, but we realize that there is a relatively long road to get there. And in the meantime, all of the tenants that have been there just have been wonderful neighbors and very easy to work with. And we very firmly feel that they fall into the category of temporary use. I mean, if the county rock pile, as Luther mentioned, might take a few days to move, but for the most part, things would, it wouldn't be any long-term development or on that particular property.
Yeah, follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
So I guess what I'm looking at, if that's the long-term goal, maybe we should approach this in a long-term aspect and look at the interim of being these 5-year temporary use permits, but at the same time negotiate for something that's a 20 or 30-year permit that would go on this, and this would allow the planning and zoning folks there in Teton County to actually come up with some viable solutions for some of these other uses that are they're evidently they're needed in the community for one reason or another. So I'm just thinking that we should maybe really look at it in a long-term basis rather than trying to react to a 5-year cycle. But I don't know whether that would be something that your group would be amenable to, or I think it's a good start looking at, a goal in 5 years, trying to get a 20 or 30-year solution, or even particularly longer. But just curious as to what your thoughts would be on that structure.
Mr. Treasurer, I think let's take these things in turn, if that's okay, and appreciate the the thought, but I did want to try to get to all the comments here. So I want to recognize Marguerite Herman. Ms. Herman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Board, and I'll be extremely brief. I spoke last time in April when these projects came before the board, and I will just sort of reiterate my support for the director's recommendation on this, and part of it. And I think my position has become even stronger in light of the work that the two applicants, they really earnest good faith effort that I heard today that they've made to try to accommodate, further accommodate and support with factual data. So just real briefly, just some bullet points here. And I just mentioned, so I guess I should have said Marguerite Herman, I'm speaking here as a member of a group called the Advocates for School Trust Lands. I will just insert parenthetically, I wish people would use the word trust when they refer to these lands, because sometimes I think that aspect of it gets kind of subordinated to others. So I guess first, just a general reminder of your duty to the trust in your decisions you make. And the analysis of financial return that's been done on these applications, the demonstrated ability of OSLI to prudently enter discussions for use of land and make the analysis of merits, the return on investment, et cetera. Recognition of the value of these projects to the trust, and also the responsible behavior of the TUP applicants. And I believe all of these, and also, once again, your fiduciary duty really support approval of the director's recommendation for 3445 and 3442. And I urge you to vote to approve those today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herman. Any other questions of Ms. Herman? Hearing none, let me recognize Max Luddington. Or actually, I have, well, go ahead, Max, and then Melissa Turley was, you're bouncing around on the chart. So Max Luddington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Max Luddington. I'm the president of the Jackson Hole Land Trust, and I want to appreciate the time you've taken to listen to me and all the comments today. My comment is on behalf of the Jackson Hole Land Trust, and it follows up on emails that we previously sent all of you. And our comments are not specific to the merits of the proposals that are being considered today, nor do they address the suitability of these uses or unsuitability for this particular piece of land. Rather, our comments are focused on how these proposals are being considered as temporary uses rather than leases. And I'm going to echo a little bit of what Mr. McGagnon said. We do believe that the uses of this degree of impact and disturbance should be considered under the lease provisions of the rules. In particular, we believe that considering these proposals as temporary uses sets a dangerous precedent across the state that threatens to undermine a lot of working ranches in the state. We do work with ranching families across 5 counties in Northwest Wyoming to conserve open space, critical habitat, and ranching operations, much of which defines the beautiful landscape that is Northwest Wyoming. To date, we have over 57,000 acres under conservation easement, including a number of them surrounding the parcel in question today, but also I should note nearby an easement, the only easement of its kind on the state trust land with you. As you're no doubt aware, the common ranching model in Wyoming utilizes a combination of grazing on deeded private lands and public grazing allotments, including public land allotments that exist on state trust lands. The rules under which the Office of State Lands and Investments operates were written and do account for the importance of these lands for Wyoming's ranching economy and culture. And those rules do not allow new overlapping leases, or they provide some provisions that protect the existing leases and don't allow new leases that might conflict with those. And that's extremely important to Wyoming's ranching families. The temporary use permit process does not have that same threshold. They do not require the current lessee to sign off on the permit, given that those uses are supposed to be temporary and that the land would, in essence, revert back to its undisturbed character once the temporary use is complete. In most cases, that would mean reverting back to rangeland suitable for grazing. And it's fairly clear that these proposals and many proposals before the board today are not intended to be temporary. They would result in significant impacts that require substantial effort to remedy back to rangeland conditions. Allowing significant uses such as these to be considered temporary uses, I would argue, sets a dangerous precedent in the state, and it raises fears that every grazing allotment on state trust lands could now have a storage facility or a commercial canvas tent operation that goes in without consideration to how that might affect the current grazing lease. And I would encourage you to think of what that might mean for family ranching operations in the state that depend on these state lands. It introduces a bunch of uncertainty for these families. It's already a very difficult business to be in for many of these families. It's a slippery slope to start to consider uses this intensive as temporary. I understand that the applicants have done a great job of presenting them as temporary, and certainly don't want to undermine that. But I would consider you, in terms of how you think about these, to really think about these through your lease proposals, as lease proposals. And to be clear, we recognize that this board has the full authority to consider these types of uses, and that is appropriate. And it's actually extremely important to the state and how we fund public education. But we do contend that these uses like this should not be done through this process, but rather through a lease process. And that's a much more thorough process, and it does not threaten to undermine the existing grazing leases that are so important to this state. Thank you for taking the time, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Ludington. I think the auditor has a question.
Mr. Chairman, thanks for tuning in, Max, and your comments are appreciated. I have a question. So the current uses are generally landscaping, stockpiling, and if you could, because visually on those sites, I would describe them as fairly invasive. There's certainly quite a bit of disruption there. Compare and contrast that current use under the TUP specifically to the camping proposal, not the storage units. I understand that, but what would be your greatest concern about, invasiveness to the land that is worse than the current uses that it seems that most folks are generally okay with on that land right now? And if you need me to re-ask that in a more clear way, let me know.
I will attempt to answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor. And I think I followed Madam Auditor, and I will try to answer that. To be clear, we were not, my comments were not specific to the conservation values of what's currently there versus what's not. We would consider what's currently there developed, and there certainly is some permeability in the way those are operated. There's it does uphold some of the scenic corridor, but from where I sit and how we define conservation, we are not considering those as conservation uses. Certainly there's some uses that are more conservation friendly than others, but that's a slippery slope for us as well as an organization to start to comment on which specific sorts of development are more conservation friendly than others. So I do think certainly considerations we would take into account that I would encourage you to take into account are light pollution, noise, night use, just in overall vehicle presence, and then just ongoing human presence. Those are not things that we've necessarily taken the time to evaluate, but those are things that we would think of. And again, there is important wildlife use through there. Certainly there's east-west connectivity between the Snake River and the mountain range, the public lands on the west side of the valley right there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Any other questions? Hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Ludington. I have Ms. Turley, Melissa Turley.
Thank you. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I am Melissa Turley, the Executive Director of the Teton Village Association. It appears I might be having the final word in terms of public comment. I certainly will keep it brief as well. You should have received several letters from us. The most recent was dated on May 16th. And on behalf of the businesses that we represent in Teton Village, we did want to express our concern regarding these proposals for some of the reasons that have already been raised today in regard to the potential for increased traffic, and as well as our concern regarding protection of the scenic corridor approaching Teton Village and Grand Teton National Park. I appreciate the questions earlier regarding traffic monitoring. And as Commissioner Probst alluded to, Teton Village Association is the entity that was created with the approval of the Teton Village Master Plan to implement and report on the Teton Village Transportation Demand Management Plan. So I would be happy to send our most recent report to you all. And with that, I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from Ms. Turley?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
Thanks for being here, Ms. Turley. Has there been any consideration given to the amount of traffic caused by the current uses there and/or traffic savings based on the changes we've already made?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor. There certainly is traffic associated with the current uses, but there's not been a traffic study to know what those amounts are. I would say I appreciate the presentation earlier on behalf of Base Camp. I understand that is a small operation, but the storage units are really of much larger concern in regard to traffic generation. As has been alluded to by others in this meeting, we do have a real shortage of space in this community that leads to sometimes contractors and business owners really operating out of a storage unit. So we have quite a bit of concern that those storage units have the potential not just to be a place that people are storing perhaps the boat for the winter, but more a place that the electrician is storing his tools and visiting several times a day.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Turley, just a question, is Shooting Star part of the Teton Village plan?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Chairman. Shooting Star is not part of the Teton Village Area 1 Master Plan, which is what I represent, is referred to as Area 1. Shooting Star does have their own master plan and broader lands as well under the family's ownership, and that's the Teton Village Area 2 Master Plan. Because that pattern of development is different from the Teton Village Commercial Core, they do have traffic mitigation built into that master plan as well, but instead of a TDM, a Transportation Demand Management Plan, there is a fee, a transfer fee when properties are sold, and those funds are used to support alternative transportation between Teton Village and the town of Jackson, including pathways and the Start Bus public transit system.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Hearing none. Turn to Reeser. Mr. Reeser, floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Mr. Chair, State Land Board Commissioners, thank you for taking my comment, and I apologize for not being able to be there in person today. I wanted to raise my hand to follow up on Mr. Treasurer's questions of my cousin, Ms. Sword, about the long-term hope of the proposal that we put forward. And I won't speak too long about it because I know that's not what you're here to consider today. However, the goal is, in a way, to hit the pause button while guaranteeing that the state receives the same amount of revenue for the next 5 years. And with that pause button hit, allow us the time to work together as a community to find ways to realize how the state can best maximize the value of that parcel while considering the values of the county that so many people are speaking to today. So we don't know exactly what that looks like. Some things we have in mind include further protections of lands abutting the state school land, as well as doing an audit, which we've already begun, to see how the ranch can contribute to significant workforce housing in areas that are more appropriate and that have infrastructure and development currently existing today. So those are just a couple examples of pieces that we're looking at. And we think that we'll be able to work better towards that and have more community support if we protect the scenic corridor, which we've worked so hard to protect to this day. And with that, I'll see if you have any questions, or and thank you again for your time and thought on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Reeser. Any questions for Mr. Reeser? Okay, I don't see anybody else teed up. Madam Director, I know that there have been a number of these comments that have addressed both, but the storage unit folks have not had a chance to address the board. It seems appropriate at this moment to have them come forward.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I can just give a brief overview of what's in the proposal. Wilson Investments LLC submitted an application for tracks 2, 3, and 5 for storage unit and landscape construction yards. 2, 3, and 5 will be graded and surfaced with crushed gravel. A power main for a new transformer will be installed along with a water well to supply landscape irrigation and fire suppression systems. Storage units and entry and exit areas will be illuminated by downcast 90-degree cutoff lights, which will be motion activated. Video security system will be installed. The storage yard will be open to the public for month-to-month rentals. Commercial uses will be prohibited. Tract 5 will be used as landscape construction yard. The use of Tract 5 will include employee parking, equipment, vehicle storage, and stockpiling of raw materials. Stormwater detention and adequate snow storage areas will be developed within all tracts, along with wildlife-friendly fencing. Wilson Investments will plant additional native trees for privacy screening along Highway 390, and their application and uses on Tract 2, 3, and 5 meet the trust land management objectives due to the relatively low impact of both uses to the asset, progressive uses of state trust land, and the creation of new revenue sources for the state's trust beneficiaries. And it is my understanding that there are some folks from Wilson Investments that would like to address the board, perhaps with additional information.
Thank you.
How are you today?
Doing well.
My name is Scott Hardiman. Good to see you again. Thanks for having me back.
Thank you.
I think I've got some slides that Jason is going to pull up. But first, I want to say there's something in the report that says about motion activated lighting coming on at night. That's been withdrawn. We're not going to have any lighting after 9 p.m. So there'll be no, light pollution or anything like that from 9 to 6 p.m. or 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. So I just want to kind of start with a lot of the concerns from last time and through the emails that we've reviewed. So what I did is I just took a picture here, very unclear, but of the southeast corner, 200 feet from where we have tractor trailers, semi trucks. There's, I think there are 9 or 10 10-foot tall, 24-foot long, 12-foot wide storage units in there as well. And I took 3 different photos, and if you just kind of want to go through them, Jason, just from different aspects to include the new trees we planted along the south edge there, to show that there is no visibility from the bike path, from the road, from 390. You have to look very hard to see the activity back there. And we're not talking, little Tonka toy tractors. We're talking large scale operations back there. So the scenic view corridor, I believe we are protecting. And we have done this unsolicited over the last 12 years as Teton Heritage Landscaping, who has operated on Site 3 since then. So over the years, we've been planting trees to help the community by shielding our work, our daily work from them. And, we do this not because anybody asked, but we do this because we are there. We want to work with our community, and we understand protecting scenic views is a very high value to all of us. I'm born and raised there. I know what it's like to see something get destroyed or go up in your view corridor. So again, that's why we've done this unsolicited over the last 12 years, and we'll continue this when we're approved. Hopefully that all the way back around lot 2 and 3 and across the front lot 5. So anything behind there you won't see from the highway. If you want to keep going through, so these are the 9.5 by 40 foot storage containers, tan in color. They'll all be the same. They'll be split in half, and they'll be offered as 20 by 8.5 storage units. All the same, watertight doors on each end. That one doesn't show the doors on each end, but they will each have just watertight doors on each end. You want to keep going forward there?
Mr. Hartman, can I ask you a question here?
Yeah.
Your proposal is not about stacking. I noticed in that last picture that you have the front row that's all on the ground, but behind there, at least 5 high.
Oh, sorry, this is in Oakland, California,
Yeah,
where we're having
okay.
fabricated. No, I just wanted to show you guys the color and the size, basically, of what would be in there.
But there's only a single row.
9.5 feet tall.
Okay.
And, again, just to show the doors and stuff like that, but can you just go back to the email, Jason, for me, or the letter? I just want to make sure I hit kind of all the points going through. Another big worry is environmental impact. What are we going to do to the stock water and watershed area? So we hired an environmental group in Jackson, based out of Jackson, to do an environmental impact study for us. It is attached to this as well. And it shows that we have more than enough surface area to mitigate any water or any runoff damage from even, a 100-year storm, basically. And so, and it's, on the plan, it shows it just in certain spots, but we're going to carry that all the way around the property to make sure that any runoff water goes into there, and then we'll kind of percolate down through the system per the drawings and the approval of the environmental impact study. And then Brian Remlinger, who did this study for us, he'll have him sign off on it. And as like we keep going down, so there's map 2, if you can click on it, Jason. So yeah, as you can see, we've even done it for lot 5, to make sure that even associated with the stockpile site, there's always an area to mitigate runoff. Gravel surfaces followed by low depression areas that are planted with native materials to allow that native runoff water or the runoff water to percolate down through the system. I think the next biggest one is probably traffic. I hear a lot of concern about getting people to and from the village, which, to be honest with you, those are tourists. We're doing this for people that already live in Jackson. They're locals, they're on our roads anyways. Now, based on what the storage unit and the number of storage units compared to what's being used now, we would add about 20 visits per day. That's not taking into account the fact that we're actually removing half of our operation from 5 as well. We just did it based on solely numbers of units, national average, or the Y2 consultants did for us, the consultant that we hired, versus what's existing now. And also to remember, yes, we may be adding 20 more small vehicles, again, locals, but we're also getting rid of the heavy truck traffic in and out of there. The 50 or 20-ton trucks, 40-ton trucks coming in and out all day long. A lot of that has to do with us and our operation, and the operation on 2 and the operation on 5. So those 2 and 5 will no longer have any impact whatsoever as far as their heavy truck traffic, and ours will be limited off 5 if we move from 2 to 5. And then, I guess really I just wanted to touch the main points that I felt like were a concern, which was environmental, the view corridor, and traffic. So I'm just wondering if there's any other questions that you guys have for me that would help clarify some of this.
Any questions for Mr. Hartman? Any questions?
Mr. Chairman, thanks
yes.
for being here. And I asked this question last time, but I'll ask it again. At what point in the timeline does this project pencil out And at what point is it, has it been worth it to you?
So I think last time I told you it was almost 3 years, but since the meeting last time, we've been down to Oakland and visited with the fabricators and the suppliers of these storage units and came up with a better plan that we realized we were over fabricating for what we wanted, for what's needed. So we were able to reduce our costs, and by reducing fabrication, we were able to reduce our shipping costs because we can ship from closer transportation hubs. So really that comes down to almost just about 2 years for the payback. So, obviously it's a 5-year plan, and we can pick these up and sell them back off after 5 years. We own a landscaping company, pull all the gravel out, throw topsoil down, seed it, reclaim it, and be out of there. But we'd like to show to the board, the community at large that, this is a good thing for our valley, and it's, going forward, it could benefit everybody,
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, and now is that from full occupancy?
No, that's at 80%.
Okay. And what's the startup time?
A lot of that is going to depend on shipping right now, on how quick they can get them on trains, because most of these containers are already ready to go. So, we may be able to, have most of them up and running by late August, early September.
I hear trains are a problem.
It can be.
Yes. Well, interesting. Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I think you answered the question, Mr. Hartman, that I was going to ask again, which is, you understand it's a 5-year with no commitments on renewals and all that. So, thank you.
And just one more thing, I just wanted to, the Wyoming Game and Fish, there was also a question about animals, migrating through. They did send a letter that said, as proposed, neither the glamping development nor the storage unit landscape construction yard should adversely affect the wildlife values that currently exist on these properties. As the proposals are both limited in nature and clustered in the southeast corner, the majority of the parcel would remain unaffected and allow wildlife movement that currently occurs. And then I've got I don't know if Jason, we want to show the flyover. I did a drone footage of the entire property, if you guys want to see existing as of May 27th.
What's the pleasure of the board? Superintendent says yes.
There's also some photos of it as well, but this would be lot 1, correct? And then lot 2 and 3. We currently reside on lot 3, where you see all the large spruces along the road of 390 and on the south edge there. This is the current occupant on lot 2 here, all the way to those large storage barns in the corner there. That's where we begin and move up to the north, again, wrapped in spruces, and those spruces there are ready and waiting to go in to continually wrap lots 2, 3, and 5 to shield from the community. And those trees will also help mitigate runoff as well with their root systems. That was what other benefit that the consultant said would be part of that. So as you can see, because of our unsolicited installation of a lot of these trees, it's already very well shielded from the community. And if they can't see a 45-foot rock pile in the back there now, once we put trees along there, I don't think they'll really see anything.
Mr. Hartman, is that the rock pile there?
Yes, that is the rock pile, yeah. So anyways, I thought it would be helpful so you could see what it currently is today. And then he kind of goes over 9 and comes back, but and I believe this road here was the access road you were talking about for people to get back here so they could hunt. They do go back through there and hunt sometimes, and use that as access past the boulder pile there.
I was thinking irrigation.
Yep.
Hunting's fun, irrigation's work.
And Mr. Chairman, a question.
Yep, please.
For Jason or whoever, that road that we just went past in the rock pile, then I noticed on that western side, looks like that road would give access to the county for the rock storage if they moved it to parcel 1. Okay.
Okay.
So any more questions?
No, appreciate it. Any questions? Any questions? Very good.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
time. I
That's
appreciate
very
it.
helpful. All right. Madam Director, Deputy Director, I think the only thing we haven't talked about is the county's rock pile. That wasn't part of the proposal. Just for information's sake, have you had conversations on that topic?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. We are having ongoing conversations to discuss the terms of a leasing scenario that would move the county's rock pile from track 7 down, or track 8 down into track number 1. Those conversations are still ongoing. We haven't come to any resolution yet.
Okay. All right. Madam Auditor, I think you brought up sort of the challenge of trying to do do-overs and what the precedent might be and what the challenges might be for those who have existing TUPs. But for the sake of understanding, I think it comes back to the point that Mr. Treasurer, you were making about the 5-year plan. I think it probably makes sense to, depending on what the board feels, to entertain some conversation about the win-win solution, just to hear it, and then we can move on from there. Does that fit with all of you? Okay. So, Madam Director, I realize it's a little bit out of order, so with apologies, I don't know if anybody is here that would like to speak about the alternative proposal. Okay. I have Mr. Reeser. Your hand is up.
Mr. Commissioner, State Land Board Commissioners, I'm happy to speak to the idea of the alternate proposal. On April 7th, when your board decided to table the 2 uses in question, many of us in Teton County gathered together to try to work creatively and proactively to find a way where the State Land Board's goal of maximizing revenue would be met while still adhering to local planning and zoning laws. And we feel what we put forward was a very viable example, and that's what it was meant to be, an example of how the pieces could be shifted. And the example we put forward, we don't feel is too complex, and is one way that it could be done. And it would involve ultimately a delta in funding between what the current proposals represent today compared to what we'd be able to bring forward. And that delta would be covered by funding from sponsors in the community who are hoping to buy this 5-year window to look more closely at the options. That said, though we were trying to be proactive and helpful in coming, we realized that there is a process that the Office of State Lands and Investments needs to follow. So we were trying to walk the line of presenting an example without negotiating on behalf of the Office of State Lands and Investments. And so basically, if quickly getting into the details, the proposal has the leases that have been accepted remain as we are very happy to see them remain on the site, with the one exception of the complexity that Ms. Racine's brought up earlier of the signed lease for parcel 7 and 8 with whole landscaping. The idea being that perhaps they would be amenable to a larger parcel at the same rate, tract 9. And at the same time, we worked with the county to see if they would be willing to increase their bid for the rock pile, which is currently on tract 8, and so that it could stay on tract 8. One of the things that is that becomes evident when you visit the site on the ground is that tract 1, though that also on the site, is a lot more challenging to access for the county. And I think Commissioner Probst could speak to this, in that to access tract 1, you have to do what almost is a U-turn, or more than a 90-degree turn. And you're having to make that turn with a side dump truck to get to rocks. Then you need to have an excavator on site that would load those dump trucks as they circumnavigate that rock pile. If you visit tract 1, that seems nearly impossible, whereas tract 8 is ideally located and has that roundabout naturally built into it. And obviously, as we all know, when it comes to a flood fighting situation, you want to be able to be loading these trucks and getting them to the point of instability as quickly as possible. So otherwise, our hope is, and that there is another assumption built into the proposal, which again is merely an example of something that could work, which has the Office of State Lands and Investments looking at Teton Heritage Landscaping's proposal for tracts 2 and 3, which was a proposal that was submitted as part of the solicitation package process. So there, we have enjoyed very much working with their company in the past, and we would look forward to being their neighbors again. And so that pretty much accounts for all of the parcels, having whole landscaping move from 7 and 8 to tract 9, the county staying on tract 8, and then finding from the existing list of applicants those who may, now that it's become clear what the market rate is for those parcels, people who may be interested. And we've spoken to one group that has already verified this interest in moving to parcels 1 and 7. And then that leaves the delta, which would be funded by the sponsor group that is already committed to covering that delta in that kind of scenario. I don't know if that was a clear explanation, but please feel free to ask questions if it wasn't.
Well, thank you, Mr. Reeser. Are there any questions for Mr. Reeser on the proposal? Hearing none. Mr. Treasurer, I wanted to go back to the point you were making earlier. I didn't mean to cut you off, but it just seemed appropriate. So.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that, you know, the win-win goes part of the way there, but I don't think it really, to me, it kind of misses the point. I'd really like to work with the Planning Commission, with the folks in the community over the next few years. And I'm hoping that we can do this concurrently, as far as, you know, I guess, and when I say concurrently, looking at a long-term lease, a long-term solution that does two things. One, it addresses the concerns of the Snake River Ranch and their coalition of partners, and two, really addresses the needs of the community to utilize state lands in the, I guess, the evolution of Teton County to provide services to and housing to the working class people of that community. And when I say working class, that's everybody from all of the different state employees that we have out there, county employees, and service providers, and that basically support the tourism industry that's so important to Wyoming and to that area. I think that we need to have a concerted effort. We've been moving toward that direction, I think, both legislatively and I think the state board and through your leadership, Mr. Chairman, of engaging Teton County. But I think that we need to get a little more concerted effort in and look at if this isn't the right place for these type of services, we need to find the right place, whether it's a private land or whether it's a state land. But I think that we really need to work together. And I think we can't do that in a haphazard way. I think that it really needs a lot of effort over the next few years.
Okay, thank you. All right. Board, I think we are where we are. You've heard the two TUPs that are before us back on the table. TUP 03342, which is Wilson Investments, the storage units. TUP 03345, Base Camp Hospitality. And then you've also heard an alternate. I guess my question for the board right now is what is your pleasure? You want to take these one at a time? Do you want to take them together? Do you not want to take them, Madam Auditor?
Mr. Chairman, I mean, to me, it's fairly clear that we can't address the win-win proposal today. It has not been made public. There has not been notice given on that at all to anyone on a public forum, and we have not had a public comment period on that. So to me, that's pretty clear that it would be pretty inappropriate for us to take a vote on that proposal today. The two proposals before us, I just want to say out loud and remind everyone, they are two very different proposals and they each stand on their own. And I think all of the commentary was reject both, reject both, reject both. But I think it's important to know that we do not have to do, to be reminded that we do not have to do the same thing with both of those. They are not a package deal. So I guess, Mr. Chairman, in answer to your question, I would prefer to take those two separately.
Okay. Other points of view? Secretary says he agrees. So next, what board, do you want me to arbitrarily pick one, or is there a motion that's in order?
I'll start.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the board approve TUP 03345 as described in the board matter.
So you've heard a motion to approve TUP 03345, Base Camp Hospitality Off-Grid Accommodations.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
It's been seconded. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't believe there's going to be a huge impact on traffic with this one, considering in light of the rental units that are already available in Teton Village. So, I think that that was their biggest concern, but that seems to be to me something that can probably be handled with it. The roads in Jackson, if you're in there in the summer, there are the roads in Jackson, and 11 cars isn't going to make that big of a difference on any particular day.
Thank you. Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there nays? That motion carries. I would entertain a motion for TUP 03342.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Secretary.
I would move that the board approve TUP 03342 Wilson Investments LLC as described in the board matter.
Second.
That motion has been made by the secretary and seconded by the treasurer. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Auditor.
I'm going to be a no vote on this motion, and I want to explain my reasoning a little bit. What I've heard consistently, both today, both at our prior meeting and in conversations with community members, is that the real desire is to sort of put a pin in this while we work towards while we take the next 5 years to work towards a solution, a long-term solution for this plan. Or for this piece of land, something that is beneficial to all. We've already this corner of the land, we've essentially already locked up for at least 5 years based on the TUPs we have already granted. And I think this is an interesting test case let me back up. The glamping proposal was an interesting test case to that. Where I struggle with this storage unit proposal, Mr. Chairman, is not so much with the view shed argument. I kind of reject those complaints. I was there last week and I drove back and forth, I believe 6 times, trying to see any of the huge buildings and trucks and piles that were already there. I went slow, I went fast, I looked from different angles. It cannot be seen. Now, I'm not saying that this is the right thing to go there, but I don't think the view shed arguments necessarily carry the day when it comes to the storage unit. However, I feel that this is going to be very, very tough to make any sort of decision to essentially remove this operation from this piece of land in 5 years. I feel like it's very unfair to the proponents of this proposal. I feel like it's very unfair to future boards, and I can anticipate, and I apologize, this is a long commentary. I anticipate at that point, even though I fully understand this is a TUP, I fully understand that the future board, which it is likely that none of us will be on, has the full ability to remove that business. I would imagine at the time it would be very hard. We would then be affecting a small business. We would be affecting 800 Teton County residents who have put their stuff there. That's going to be a hard, that would be a hard thing to overturn in 5 years for me. And I don't like to, I feel a little bit like we are binding a future board to our decision today. And that's something I don't feel comfortable with. Storage unit ventures are desperately needed in Jackson. They're not a 5-year endeavor. I have certainly not seen a storage unit entity go in and then be gone in 5 years. So, Mr. Chairman, that's my reasoning. The one other thing I would say that I think, and I understand everyone is getting a little frustrated with this process, but what I heard last fall when we went up and had our meeting in Teton County and with a lot of the constituency up there is that of all the proposals we may be addressing in Teton County, that this is, gosh, if you're gonna put something on one of these, we guess that this is the piece that is most ripe for development. And so I'm struggling with that concept a little bit, that it's all the other smaller ones where we've really heard a lot about conservation. And I think those are great conversations, and that this is more the apt piece to have some of these larger dollar potential, commercial enterprises. So I think that was my notes for now. I do not think a TUP is a fair vehicle for this proposal. If it was a full lease, I would perhaps vote differently, but I'm going to be a no vote on this.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Further discussion? Further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
And that's why I brought up the prospect of doing a long-term lease concurrently with the running of this lease, that we work on that and we don't pass the buck to another board, that we look at approving a long-term lease at the end of these 5-year TUPs. So the folks that have these TUPs have a longer period of time, which I'm trying to remember. Is it like 45 days or 90 days that the current lessors have to get off the land? I'm trying to remember. There was a relatively short time period.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, it's 45 days.
45 days, and that's why I think, Mr. Chairman, I think that if we move with a longer term lease, that we would actually be able to give these people maybe a year or more notice that their TUP was going to be basically not available, and take these 2-3 years to work with the planning commission up there and get together alternative sites for these businesses to relocate to, as we protect this piece of property in the way that I think that most people in that area want to do. So I think it's if it was a 45-day thing and you're out, I certainly agree with the auditor that it would be impossible to move those storage units. But I think if we really commit to putting the protections in this piece of property that people are wanting, but at the same time, I think respecting the need for the local community to have the services that's necessary and necessary now. And that is the storage. That's the one thing that I see that definitely is missing in this community. And I don't believe these folks can be expected to drive to Idaho with $5 and $6 gas or Star Valley to go to a storage units. I think that we're going to have to figure out how to put these services in the community and be a partner with the community.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Further discussion? Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the comments of both the treasurer and the auditor. I would just point out our fiduciary duty and the consideration of this $27,000 a month, $329,000 a year, when basically we've been strangled off from our revenue sources that used to help pay for our schools. And the reality is that we need to maximize the value. Not only is it our fiduciary duty, but it's a necessity now more than ever. And all the concerns, as the auditor said, I mean, the view, I've reviewed all these pictures. I think it's a good plan. I don't see any environmental concerns. I don't see any wildlife concerns. I don't see any view shed concerns. The drone video was good because when we visited that before, I mean, this parcel to me sees improvement with these two projects, because right now it's no beauty queen in my opinion. And so I think both of these are an improvement. It's a win-win for us because it's an improvement to the site and it's a huge improvement to our bottom line as fiduciaries. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Further discussion? Further discussion? Further discussion? All right. I will try to do this on a voice vote, but we may have to break it. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? No. I hear one nay. And I will be a nay in that as well. I think the points that the auditor made are very good. I also think the points that the good secretary made and the treasurer made are also very good. I do think, and part of my reasoning on this is that this now is open for another proposal, if I'm understanding correctly. Is that correct, Deputy?
Mr. Chairman, as I understand it, you approved temporary use permit 3343 for storage units, so it's not open for another proposal.
But we denied 334, we denied 3342. Oh, no, it is, it's carried, that's right, it is carried, I'm sorry.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess we'd have to see whether or not, when it's actually ripe to start considering a non-TUP use. And, you know, I'm not sure normally, I don't know when we start that process, but I'd like to start it probably as soon as possible so we don't lose the momentum in this situation, and try to get both the planning and zoning people and the county commissioners and everybody on the same page. But at the same time, you guys have got to work with the county and try to come up with a plan on that 1 acre. So so I guess it is ripe for a new proposal, but it hopefully the board will contemplate as Mr. McGagna suggested, a 20 or a 30-year or a longer proposal.
Mr. Chairman, if I can clarify my comment, I agree with the treasurer 100%, but to also provide more information to you, we committed to the local leadership in Teton County that we would have those conversations and continue it, not just on this parcel, but all the parcels in Teton County, that we would sit down and have that meeting with the planning and zoning department along with the county commissioners, and then also hold some town halls with folks that are adjacent to these other parcels to see if they could tell us what's possible and what are really showstoppers as we move forward in our analysis process of each one.
Thank you, Deputy. And I guess for the record, that motion did carry. So.
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
And Madam Director, you know, it strikes me that there's lessons learned from this process, and I want to commend your office for all the good work they did, as well as the people of Teton County for responding. The question that came to my mind is, it appears people weren't prepared for the arrival of a proposal so quickly, whether that rests with the board's way of publicizing it or whether it rests with people's attention to the matter. I just wanted to take a moment to say I think both entities probably should work, because I think some of these other parcels as they come up maybe we would want to make sure that we didn't have, because I really do want to thank the folks that put forward the win-win proposal. It would have been interesting to hear such a proposal when it was apropos. And so I want to make sure that we have the opportunity to allow people to develop whatever proposals they have. So thanks. Any further conversation on this topic? Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, that's the last matter on the board's agenda for today, but with your indulgence, I have one announcement for the board.
Okay.
It's with sadness I announce that Holly Dyer has announced she's leaving OSLI. She's resigned as the Assistant Director for the Trust Land Management Division.
Say it ain't so.
Going to pursue another opportunity, but I wanted to thank her so much for her hard work and dedication to the agency and to the board, and wish her the best of luck in all of her future endeavors. So thank you. Thanks,
I think
Holly.
she should be wishing us the best of luck.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I just wanted to thank all of you for the excellent learning opportunity that I've had, and I just wanted to convey on to Director Scoggin and Deputy Jason Crowder that I'm extremely grateful for this opportunity. It's been an honor working with all of you and everyone at OSLI. It'll be missed, but time for me to try something different. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and that's all we have for the
All
board
right.
today.
I would entertain a motion to adjourn if the.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Please, no. All in favor, signify by saying aye.